don't chase their rhythm runs the race. Automatic, automatic, automatic. 내 무대 I supply it, auto supply it. Automatic, automatic, automatic. 내 vibe can deny it. Automatic, automatic, automatic. 내 무대 I supply it, auto supply it. Automatic, automatic, automatic. 내 vibe can deny it. Hands up, still I lead. Their pace, built for speed. Automatic, automatic, automatic. 내 무대 I supply it, auto supply it. Automatic, automatic, automatic. 내 vibe can deny it. Pick up clothes, I don't chase their rhythm runs the race. Automatic, automatic, automatic. 내 무대 I supply it, auto supply it. Automatic, automatic, automatic. 내 vibe can deny it. Automatic, automatic, automatic. 내 무대 I supply it, auto supply it. Automatic, automatic, automatic. 내 vibe can deny it. Hands up, still I lead. Their pace, built for speed. Automatic, automatic, automatic. 내 무대 I supply it, auto supply it. Automatic, automatic, automatic. 내 vibe can deny it. Pick up clothes, I don't chase their rhythm runs the race. Automatic, automatic, automatic. 내 무대 I supply it, auto supply it. Automatic, automatic, automatic. 내 vibe can deny it.
올리시죠. 내가 올릴게.
그래도 나는 해브님?
인맥.
아 재현이 서운하겠다. 재현이 이거 보면서 약간 재현이 항상 자기가 잘생겼다고
생각해?
자기 얼굴 원탑이라 그래.
올려줘야 되나?
올려?
그냥 해보는 거.
해브님 올려.
이게 세 번째 컨셉. 잘생기신 분들 포인트별로 이제 김해 저기 렉스 선수가 선택한 다른 분들은 못생겼다고 이제 생각하시면서 선택하신 잘생긴 분들 컨셉.
From way up high, as Xiaotong gets found with Tagatori getting active. We haven't talked so much about Navi in this game. They too have a fight on their hands coming on forward. Great util being lopped on over, and CC finds himself a double.
Almost gets all three of them. Rossington only down to 10 HP. He's with the M249. We'll take the spray first, get Xiaotong, but will get taken down in the end.
To come out and dumpster people at a global tournament like this. Speaking thereof, RP able to find himself a double, almost gets the third Tian. Exactly, I love the idea. Force them closer, then lob nades to follow. Try and pin them in with your util. Not working though, at least the damage done, but here they come pushing on forward. Correction, a wide way, but Shrimzy with a triple nade shuts down VP!
Shrimzy is there with a perfectly placed grenade.
We don't want to see early on, though, is a car with 4-man in it. Liquid pulling up, and Gustav sat here ready with an M249 in hand.
Yeah, he's got a little bit separated from his vehicle, but he will get that initial knock on Purdy. Curdy will immediately hear Yellow come through. M249 doing work for Gustav. BB team, meanwhile, they had to do the other thing. They're going to come in on the other side. They're going to find, no, it's Red Zone getting the double knock on Michael on box. He's got 19 HP left. Red Zone has been a revelation.
Yeah, they have literally not had to go anywhere.
Okay, BB team trying to push through. Red Zone is in him. Holy Red Zone, you are insane.
What in the world? Red Zone!
Other side, with the rally, Salute climbs in and just demolishes Sharper. Expendables, what are you going to try to do to get rid of it? Of course, C4 solution, perfect for this style of situation. Glory is going to run right down into their face. Do they have the defensive line set up? Even the hillside, he jumps out, rolls it down. Are they expecting it? They don't know. They finally spot it. Is the explosion going to take down? Does get two. Just one up in Jacob.
JDG scrambling to get that valuable player out December the 12th, looking to be taken down here by Lyrics.
So clean of that. It goes just a bit too far. Lyrics walks in, no fear. Brave goes for the fight. 1 HP, continuing. Opons goes down.
Follow-up, couldn't quite get Spaceman, but now they're going to find him anyway. Great plays here from the arena.
See how it connects with 7-7, just doing a good job on peeking around, but does it spot out Lou? Lou gets knocked back on one side and just starts trying to massacre 17.
Going bad to worse everywhere Genji goes. There's Crazy Bean finally shows up, puts an end to his reign of terror, but guess what? The rest of Geek's arriving.
K-Bean, see how the strategy works out. They're outnumbered, but he might be able to turn it. Does get the knock on a one. He's taking a little bit of damage. Goes for the shotties. There we go. Genji finding something.
Mysterious climate change in Erangel, a handful of gunplay updates, and some changes to Team Deathmatch and Intense Battle Royale. All this and more as we dive into the Update 39.1 patch report. First up, due to the crash of several Tythonic satellites used in a climate control experiment, parts of Erangel have been damaged and are now temporarily frozen over and covered in snow. As a result, the Blue Zone now has an added freezing effect, which can also be triggered with Blue Zone grenades and the new Blue Zone grenade launcher. And speaking of weapons and loot, rumor has it the crashed satellites have some as well. Ferries in the Red Zone have been temporarily disabled, while Battlegrounds officials deal with the satellite problem and repair the damaged bridge. Next, we're adjusting the power of a few guns slightly. The M416, SKS, and SLR are all getting buffs to their recoil, while the AUG and VSS recoil is getting a slight nerf. The VSS's firing sound has also been increased. There are a few more little changes on the list, so make sure you check out the patch notes for full details. For fans of alternate game modes, Team Deathmatch and Intense Battle Royale are getting some updates, including updated care packages for TDM and the recall system added to IBR. We're also bringing back UGC Alpha with some new additions. Add to all that our new rank season and a new Survivor Pass, which you can read all about in the patch notes. Update 39.1 is here, so grab a Blue Zone grenade launcher, seek out a TDM care package, and give your enemies a cold reception on Erangel. We'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
What's up guys, I'm Tiggleton from Team Falcons and this is Pro POV.
Hello mọi người, mình là Himat, đến từ đội tuyển Anyone Legend.
Yo, it's me. Batones from Pussy Mines.
Yo! World class members. World class members. 안녕하세요. DM프렉스의 살루트 우재현이라고 합니다.
The
I think
weather.
that you are imposter, you are imposter, and you are imposter.
No, you
Why me, bro?
You guys,
I don't trust any of you.
I think
I think it's Salute. He's happiest guy. Always smiling. He's like very deceptive.
maybe Tiggleton or Patrons.
Maybe him as a spy, bro.
Yeah, he's not talking.
We can't like interrogate him because he doesn't know English. We can't get the information.
I know, Salute is always smiling. No, you're always smiling.
I want to know if any of Salute's teammates in the past think he's like toxic or like a mean guy. Maybe he's an angry guy.
No.
No? Never angry?
Maybe.
Maybe?
Adrenaline.
Medic kit.
Yeah, but
Medkit.
Or 4. Cốc 4. Score.
yeah.
Blue Zone. Trophy.
Yeah.
Hold the shield?
Oh.
Okay. There's four
There's
people.
4 of them. 1, 2, 3, 4. Emergency pickup.
Emergency pickup.
Emergency pickup. Bicycle.
자전거.
Mountain bike.
Mountain bike.
Yes.
Third vest.
Hand. Extended mag. Quick draw mag. Here's one. Assault rifle.
Yeah.
Glider. Moto glider.
Drink.
Molotov cocktail. Silencer. Airdrop. Chicken.
Chicken dinner.
Porsche 911 GT3. That's the mortar.
Oh, okay.
Obvious,
I mean,
obvious.
this kid's gone.
Obvious one. This is me. C4.
Yeah.
Come on now.
Like,
That was obvious.
what's
That was
wrong,
obvious.
Đồ kỹ.
like,
Phải đồ kỹ không chị?
Backpack.
Đồ cây, đồ kỹ á.
Yeah, like leaves. Okay, he got it. He must point. He must point.
nice.
Yeah.
Nice. Let's go.
Oh yeah. Easy, him must.
That's all?
The spy is not good at English. Teamwork makes the dream work.
I've received information, I've received a clue that the spy is not good at speaking English. I think so, I think so. That means it's not me. Probably not also Batulans as well. So we're 2-2. Batulans will go with Salute and he's watching you, and I will go with Himas and I'm watching him. Okay, Himas, you, me, Rinjang.
Rinjang.
Batul and Salute.
Oh. Go.
We're watching, yeah.
Salute. Our plan is to show everyone Nov-14. You ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
So let's, you know what we're starting from? There is a garage. Okay, so orange mark is a new compound. Okay, I have an idea. Since we already shown everyone how they made Nov-14 looks like. Salute, come with me. Let's go together.
I have a secret room key, Himas. Let's go secret room.
Really?
Yes.
Himas doesn't need anyone? Okay.
He's chilling.
I'm okay.
All right. Himas just vibing in the Porsche, and I'm saying that PGS won money.
Oh, wait.
Kill him.
What he's still?
Driving past the enemies, and he's flexing on them. They see his Porsche, they don't shoot. He has so much aura.
This is my color. Wait.
Yo, silver.
Yeah.
Wow.
My casual.
Oh, we have a kind of same color.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm reading. Oh, clue card. The spy comes from Asia. This is important information, Batu.
I don't know why he wants to bring us outside of circle.
Yeah, this guy, that's a suspicious thing to say.
Salute, why? Why blue mark?
We have to racing.
Racing.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think Salute fakes being bad at English to hide his spy intention.
Might be true.
Me? No.
You know what? I trust him.
Okay.
They just revived.
We are coming. Yeah, someone is running. Shoot, Salute, shoot.
No.
First.
Oh.
Trolling.
Nice.
Yeah.
You know what?
Maybe.
Salute is very suspicious
Yeah,
because
suspicious guy, man.
he didn't shoot for 3 seconds.
No.
at the enemy. I heard it.
No.
I see it. I mean,
I can see me.
Okay. Oh, look at. Oh, let's go inside circle. Right?
okay, yes.
We're gonna get information.
I think he must bad driver, man.
Yeah, a little bit.
No
He
license.
just likes looting, you know.
No.
They stop orange. Oh, there's many people here.
Oh shit.
It's okay. We're good.
Okay. Boy, no. Another team.
Yeah.
Yo, best driver.
Good. One more. Nice. Nice.
Full mark.
We don't have a gas. We don't have HP.
Him must no gas as well. We have one car. We must destroy them in blue
Yeah.
and take.
We're
their
waiting for you.
resources.
We're waiting for you.
Okay, we are coming in 2 Porsche.
Okay. There are many people on orange. Actually, gonna come to them by foot.
Bro, what are you doing? What are you doing, Salute? What the hell, bro?
We didn't see what happened, but like, it's either UTG or Salute is something weird, right?
Oh.
Salute lost the 1v1, man. I don't know.
Okay, no.
This guy not good player or something.
He pushed me.
Maybe
He pushed
trolling.
me.
Maybe trolling.
We should do it together because one of them are suspicious, you know?
Oh, Blue Max.
Eyes yoga.
And I'm
Hold
in.
up, hold up.
Blue mark?
Yep.
Maybe closer, I don't know. Because they're, I think I see them right now. Yeah, I say that. He must come to me, come to me. We need to go inside circle. Let's go kill orange. They're fighting.
Yeah, what? Insta one team?
Nice.
I think one more guy by green maybe.
Win. It's inside bus.
Easy to stretch.
Who is the spy by the way?
Yeah, I don't think the spy could stop us. We're indomitable.
That's true.
3, 2, 1.
What? Salute, of course. This guy's selling the bag.
Salute. Tiger turn.
The spy is 8. Yeah, I share that. Yeah, he's trolling. This guy's just selling. He's trolling, man. There's just no way the salute is that bad at the game. It's impossible. Brother, he carried us. He was killing everybody. How can he be the spy? It was him. He killed everyone. He's like the worst spy ever. He like double-crossed and then joined us.
Kill.
Yeah, what the hell? Salute.
Not me.
What are you doing?
Not me.
Em nghĩ là thói quen là em không hiểu tiếng Anh nên là không hiểu mọi người nói gì đâu. Nên là có nóc hay kêu cứu cũng không biết đâu.
Why you look at me straight away? He said, oh.
So he's deciding how much
Coffee? I love coffee.
Đúng không? Ok.
sleep?
What is this?
Not that bad, by
It's
the
not
way.
that, it's not that. Hey, maybe this is something new. Maybe Himas doesn't know what he's doing. He's like ratatouille.
Oh, just water. It's good.
Yeah.
You like? Coconut.
Yeah, just water.
Even coconut water, that's
Lemon, okay. No.
No.
Yes, you can drink it. Mine is so...
My bye.
Yo.
That is actually terrible. Oh my god.
No, mine is
glad-
like...
That's actually bad. No, that's actually bad. That's actually bad.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
PGC fighting.
Hello, PUBG and PUBG Mobile fans. Thanks to your passionate, unwavering support, we've been able to grow tremendously on the battlegrounds of PUBG and PUBG Mobile. To give back to our fans, even in a small way, and to present you with a brand new experience of the #1 Battle Royale, we are bringing together PUBG and PUBG Mobile and uniting them under one stage, PUBG United, launching in 2025. PUBG United's journey begins in Siam District, Bangkok, where the tournament will be held this November. Around Siam Paragon and across the city, you'll discover PUBG experiences that you can't take your eyes off. You can also experience the PUBG United Fan Zone, where you will find booths dedicated to PUBG and PGC, as well as PUBG Mobile and PMGC. There will also be special collaboration pop-ups with global brands. A variety of PUBG-themed events and hands-on activities are waiting for fans to enjoy to the fullest, so be ready. For online fans, a special website will open, bringing together every moment of PGC and PMGC so you can enjoy PUBG United anytime, anywhere. For the first time in esports history, PUBG Global Championship and PUBG Mobile Global Championship will unite on a single stage. Starting with a grand opening ceremony on a massive scale, each day brings new and exciting moments. With that energy building up, the intense grand finals of PGC and PMGC will come together for the first time in history on one united stage. On this one-of-a-kind stage, the world's top players will battle in back-to-back grand finals, offering an experience like never before. One world, two champions, coming together in a truly historic moment. November 24th to December 14th in Bangkok, Thailand. Come and experience PUBG United to the fullest. We will continue striving to be a PUBG and PUBG Mobile that never stops working hard for our fans. Thank you.
I
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you're watching around the world. I hope you're ready. Welcome back to PGC 2025. The casters, the desk, we're getting ready for some action today. It's looking like it's going to be a fun day all around.
We're getting warmed up, and yeah, casters and desk and all talent join us for a bit of fun content here to begin things with. We tried it. It looked easy,
He got
though.
3. It wasn't too hard. He got 3 easily
He got
right
3,
there.
and then Poro, yeah.
It's an example of a man right here. Oh. Come on, Poro.
This is way harder than you think it is, but Poro was also way worse. I think you got 2, I got 3, Poro got 0.
Yeah, he doesn't move that slow in real life. All right, this is the fan zone. You guys can come on down to the grand finals and be a part of it too. But what it really comes down to is this is the final day of play for the last stage. That means that at the end of today, only 5 teams will advance to the grand final of PGC 2025, where 16 teams will battle it out to get their name written on the trophy in the game and basically gain virtual immortality. It is very exciting. This is the moment where you have to make it happen, because for the 5 who get to go through, Martin, there are 11 who will have nothing to show for what they've done here.
Yeah, 11 amazing teams that's going to be joined. Obviously, by the 5 today here, we're going to be sending 17 teams home tomorrow or the day after, depending on when the flight is. But yeah, it's going to be crazy here. And honestly, so far, only 1 team completely locked in. Namiga, there's no chance they don't make it. As they're looking good, though, but there's 3 spots up for grabs in my mind.
Let's talk about those spots that are up for grab in just a few minutes. First, we want to say thank you to those who have made this possible.
And it's been Q-Sawi here, our official gaming monitor partner for PGC 2025.
And thank you to TT Racing. Level up your game with TT Racing. Next level ergonomic chairs and desks engineered for unbeatable comfort and razor-sharp focus. They keep you locked in and ready to crush every battle no matter how intense. Stay sharp, stay supported, and rack up those winner chicken dinners like a pro. TT Racing got your back every game, every victory.
AWS also joins us as an official partner here.
And if you want to overpower your game, the only way to do it is op.gg. All right, Martin, there's other ways to win. If you're just the fans and you can't take that trophy home, you might be able to get some G-Coin by playing bingo. Right now, go ahead and scan that. First come, first serve. So we're getting it up as quickly as we can so you can get in front of the rest of the world and put yourself on that list. Now, something that the players are playing for besides immortality has been quite the talking point.
Yeah, and it's a MVP award. And it's kind of insane. We're giving that away once we get to the grand final stage. It's a brand new Porsche Cayenne. It'll be selected amongst the championship, but there's an evaluation character. You gotta get 40% of the, well, the average is the 40% of the kills, 30% of the damage. So it's very focused towards those big fraggers.
Absolutely. Those big players who make the big moments count, just like Porsche is guaranteed to do. So congratulations to them. Now let's talk about the race to get there, because before you win the Porsche, you still got to make it to that grand final. Let's talk about the teams who are on the top right now. 5 teams will advance. Nomiga looks pretty good, but there are 3 that I think could be in a little bit of trouble here as we kick the things off right away, Martin.
It's extremely tight, right? And it's so close. And only, I mean, here, there's 5 spots up for grabs. The wildcard spot at full sense is already there. And the 10 teams that has joined us from the group stage, 10 very strong teams as well, you got to say. I think the winner, and even maybe all 3 of the podium, sits amongst these 11 teams.
So, and that's just how excited I was about what we're having today. These are the teams that got through. They made it out of the group stages. They won the top of their groups each side, and they get a straight bid to the grand final. Those last 5 spots are up for grabs today, where 16 teams are battling it out. Now, after 2 days of play, we have 5 teams who are at the top. Nomiga looks unbreakable, and that's why we chose to feature these 3, Martin. Navi, 17, and Change the Game. Not safe anywhere near there yet.
We're talking about a theoretical cutoff point at 120 to 130 points for that 5th place, right? So Navi pretty close to that, 87 points. They're 10 points ahead of our chasing teams and Change the Game and the teams that are outside our top 5 here. I think it's looking good for Navi, though. Hagatar, this absolute standout performance for him so far. That's also why you see such a high average damage.
I do love CTG coming in at a 41.7%
top
top 4 rate.
Though?
Well, it has to if they want to keep going, because that's what their strategy is. Now, these 5 would love to say, no, it's not going to keep going, because these are the guys who are outside of the cut line right now. Let's talk about some of these teams. Team Liquid in particular, to me, is interesting because you compare that to sort of FaZe, where Team Liquid had a really bad day 1 and then blew up yesterday. FaZe was exactly the opposite.
The awesome thing is that we have a 3-way tie between Change the Game, 77 points for Liquid, and also 77 points for FaZe. So they might not be in the top 5 right now, but 1 more point of the start, more than CGG. They're straight into the top 5, right? Rock, 73 points, and there's a little bit of a drop-off down to GK and Gen G, so they need to have a strong day to start things off with. But overall, damn, there's again, in my book, I think it's 3 spots up for grabs. And if it's possible for any of these teams to kick things off. For me, I think 17 Gaming's looking too strong. They're looking super poised to get this rolling here. We saw it yesterday. Xiaowu was kind of on one. And also, they got absolutely amazing drops to get things going, right? Obviously, Pachinki, Picado, it's undeniable that these spots are fantastic once we get to Miramar and Wrangle.
Great spots to play out of, but you see him taking some damage here from grenades as they were hit by Rock, who's been one of the most consistent teams in the lobby. That's where I'm kind of thinking maybe they make it through if other teams let up. That's sort of the upside and downside of Rock. Consistency, but someone else has to make a mistake.
For PGC, though, I feel like they've been a little bit more passive.
I agree.
That's, sure, you hear a Link singing against you. You're not counting the shots. There's 10 bullets in that gun. If you're not counting it, you don't know when to duck or when to get out and get aggro. And that's why we saw Rock take that home yesterday. But FaZe also looking good. They've been looking strong here. They changed it a bit. They had a bit of a rough group stage, but here they're able to step up. James Fex yesterday able to get a lot of points on that map too.
There was some backstage talk that maybe James was under the weather yesterday. Hopefully he's feeling a little bit better today, and that may solve some of their score issues that they ran into yesterday. Na'Vi has been also sort of in this conversation of are one of their players sick? Will they be able to stand up in performance? And to be honest, it seems like the real question is Hakatori feeling the top of his game? Because he's the difference maker on this team.
That's the only question.
The only question.
He has almost 3,000 damage more done than the third player in this lobby, right? Levante also up there with the 6,000 plus damage.
But only the two of them. Everyone else is 3,000 behind the two of those guys.
It's crazy. They're looking so strong. Namiga here, 131 points. I think that's safe. There's no way. And that's, for me, if you're not as the pentagram, I don't want to be messing with Amiga today.
Absolutely not. All right, let's take a look at this. If they are in gold, at the end of today, they get a chance to chase their dreams, go to the grand final of PGC 2025, and try to lift the most important trophy in PUBG Esports. If they're in the blue, as of now, they are in trouble. The question then becomes who can close the gap? Who can put the screws to 17, change the game, and Na'Vi? My question is, where does it stop? Is it all 16 still in this, Martin, or is there a drop point?
You can, for me, you count off right now Sharp and Made in Thailand unless they have a record-breaking day. I don't think they make it, but if you're 51 points or above and you have a banger day, you actually have a chance to make it, right? Any of these teams can kind of pop off, but let's talk about the very close teams, Liquid, FaZe, and Rock. I think those are the 3 teams that are combined with Na'Vi, Change the Game, and 17. Those 6 teams right now on the head-to-head fight for those 3 spots. Unless crazy things happens in our 50s and 60s, then I don't see much to change.
All right, so let's do it. Let's do a top bold 5 prediction.
I'll start.
All right, you hit me what you got.
Absolutely amazing bold prediction here.
Okay.
I'll start. Namiga.
All right, who do you think is outside the top 5 that makes it in?
Let's completely shut that story down. Namiga's in, Nasla is making in for sure, right? The next ones, I think Na'Vi makes. Hakatori has been absolutely insane. 17 Gaming, based on their drops, they're uncontested. Unless Namiga says, okay, we want Pachinki Picado for the rest of the day, I don't see them not making it. They would have to choke. The last one, Change the Game, they had a very good group stage, but I think the target on their back, everyone's realizing they are that 5th place right now. So many people are going to come for them.
If they can stay consistent, though, they may hold that spot. I'm hoping Liquid makes the big push, and I hope you guys make a big push over to the game. Get your pick'ems in. You have until December 12th to do this. You might wait till the end of today just to see who gets eliminated, but then it's time to go ahead and get as many of those esports points as you possibly can. The map is going to start in the grassy pastures and in the dusty dunes, and Martin, I think a lot of players are happy with this.
I love that. I love that we finish in Miramar. It's such a consistent map, and it's honestly it gives you so much space to make these big strategic pushes and decisions throughout, right? So I love that.
I think I think of Erangel these days as sort of a system map. Everybody's got it figured out. Everybody has it. They know every point A to point B to point C and beyond for every single team. And I like that we're starting there. It's time to get your traction, maybe have a big game. Miramar, it's a little easier to hide from those wild card teams who are like, okay, we're top 5, let's mess with someone, or let's just get some highlight reel moments, because that is going to possibly come up here.
Scary thing in Erangel is also
tell me.
Gatekeeps. There could be some bridges. If we see more military, we've had a lot. And if we see people camming that's going to be scary.
It is going to be wild to start out Erangel because the teams on the bottom have to make moves right now. No one's out of it just yet. If you've got favorites, if you're some of the Thai fans here and you believe in your boys, they got to step up. They have 2 games to have a massive win to put themselves in contention as we go through this. Because remember, the top 5 teams advance to the grand final. Everyone else joins the bottom 3 from group stages as they head to the airport and get ready to head home. This is PGC 25, the final day of last stage. It's about to get underway, so grab your chairs and get ready to drop. This is PUBG!
แย่มากครับเพราะว่าทุกอย่างไม่เป็นใจเลยทำอะไรก็ไม่ดีเลย
We have a lot of kills, but we are struggling to survive. It's just the game is just hard to play, to be honest.
Mainly frustration because seeing another team do what you were supposed to do and have it succeed is not a good feeling. It feels bad. It feels really bad.
ก็กดดันว่าตัวเองจะทำผลงานในวันสุดท้ายมาไม่ดีแล้วทำให้ทีมไม่ได้ไปเล่นต่อในรอบ last stage ครับ
Porque vai ser muito mais times vão ser eliminados, né? Só apenas 5 vão classificar, então com certeza vai ter um pouco mais de pressão.
Worlds is a different level. You're gonna get punished for every mistake.
强者生存，弱者淘汰嘛，这个赛制挺残酷的嘛，肯定是都想着多生存会儿。预备好
Step by step, game by game, we're just gonna be making points to step into finals.
모든 프로게이머라면 당연히 이제 그 TGC 우승을 노리는 건 당연하다고 생각을 하고 있는데
每支队伍都奔着吃鸡去，活着才有机会去开枪拿淘汰啊，吃鸡如何啊？反正生存最重要吧。
이번 PGC가 됐건 제 남은 PUBG 선수로서의 생활이 됐건 생존, 서바이벌.
I think to survive in PUBG, you need to play not to survive. You need to play to fight.
Поки дійсний формат супер на всіх турнірах, я не задумуюсь ні про які виживання, а лише робити кіли.
We just need to find the momentum, and whenever we're gonna find it, it's gonna be a different story.
Normalmente a gente joga, né, pra ganhar a partida. A gente quer ser o último sobrevivente. Podem ter certeza aí que nosso time vai trabalhar muito pra chegar bem nessas finais agora e representar o Brasil muito bem.
我们4个都缺一个 PGC 的冠军，所以说我们会奔着 PGC 冠军去奋斗的。
This update come back again.
Survival is the name of the game today. 11 squads going home whenever we finish game number 6.
Hard to imagine, isn't it? It's been such an intense couple weeks here in Thailand, in Bangkok, and we do have some interesting stuff going on today, to say the least. It is going to be rough around the edges for a lot of these teams because, like you said, 11 go home, only 5 make it through. We're looking at some of the hopefuls like Navi, like FN, who've got that chance. We know pretty well that Namiga's through. Asla's probably through, pretty well secured, but everybody else below that, who knows?
Well, the desk was talking about it. We're coming in 5th place, has a 3-way tie at 77 points. That is a ludicrous way to start the day, man.
It's absolutely bananas, dude. I mean, it's going to just be to the last game, to the last moment. It feels like it's just been the story of PGC 2025 has been those last moments. It all comes down to that, so you got to be ready the whole way through. Keep getting your points, but be prepared.
There are opportunities in this format, but also it is brutal. You cannot miss a step, and this is just so back and forth with so many of these teams that just keep narrowly getting into those positions to qualify or just stay alive whenever we're looking at the group stage. And there's near on nothing left on the table. You got to bring everything you got today.
Exactly. I mean, talking to all the players behind the stage today, that was the name of the game. Just give it your best and be ready for that last game because it feels like it's going to be an opportunity for you with the way the leaderboard has been shaking out. You know, some of these teams have been putting up big numbers. Namiga and Osla, I think, both surprising a little bit in terms of maybe not being teams that have competed internationally, but they've done it here.
Well, there's so many stakes and so many things going on. Sometimes you have to actually kind of eye what's going on with life and the different situations around it. We've got some people that have had to deal with like some sicknesses and different variations, but on top of that, we've also just had like birthdays, different things like that are going on. This is a crazy event.
Yes, it is Xiao Bei's birthday today from 17, so happy birthday to him. Hopefully he gets a nice birthday gift and some good games for 17. We'll have to wait and see. They've been looking better. Xiao Wu in particular going absolutely crazy at times yesterday.
Enough of the ifs, coulds. How can everything break down? It is time! Erangel, game number 1. Who can qualify? Top 5 go on. Everybody else goes home.
Woo! Tension's palpable here in Bangkok. You know, it was really funny talking to Gustav quick before it. You know, he had the same idea. It's going to come down to that last game, and he said, we're FaZe Clan. You know, it always seems to come down to that for us, so we're ready for it.
Every year since, what, 2019? Oh, we might qualify, guys. We don't know, but in the tail end, they push through and they find it. It's
what if
like you can never count them out.
Matt, what if we get another crater ending with FaZe? You remember that one?
I'm down for that one. But big, huge banger game coming Hacienda right down into Cantera, firefighting the whole way.
We can pray, we can hope, but first game is on Erangel, so let's see exactly where the circle will take us. I don't expect any hot drops. Things have seemed to have calmed down in that department. Now maybe there's teams that scuffle over vehicles like this. He hit that shot. Man, oh man, if he gets it,
Oh, he's lost track. Now he's spotted, but it's a bit too late. He might be able to get maybe 1-2 more shots at the tail end, depending on how Panther comes in, but yeah. I think it's done, and whoa! Circle, where are we going?
Maybe mini Milta Power, the refinery out there near Gike. Seems to be kind of a magnet for a circle like this, with it being this hard shifted this early, but you never know, could just go over towards prison or something like that too, so just gonna have to buckle up and wait and see, but what a rough circle to start this match.
He starts pretty centered, team that's really on the hunt. Gike, also great position early. We did see a lumberyard over here whenever we were looking at a couple of different positions. Also should be noted, Asla, already a great spot, going to be stretching out. They've got themselves an area just to the north where they picked up a vehicle, but they're going to head back south to get their looting situated. Squad feeling pretty good. You know, a couple more points just to feel safe. But I'm really curious. Namiga, Asla, 2 squads that want to make a name for themselves. Do they just play, I guess, we've qualified, let's just kind of let everything sit? Or are they a difference maker today?
I think for Namiga, there's a lot more room to toy around. If there's any teams that you feel like you want to target a little bit because of drop spot stuff, now's your opportunity. They've been very aggressive in the early part of the games in denying other teams the ability to go for the revives at the revive stations, things like that.
Miramar specifically.
Exactly, and they still have the opportunities to do that. So that can be something they can look to do. Just keep playing their game. It's working for them. No reason to change. Maybe there's little things you want to tweak and practice for the grand finals. Now's your chance.
Round, we've got Team Liquid, South Georgia Pole. North Georgia Pole, going to be Myth. Just to the north of that, and Zarky is going to be Orchid. Squads, long rotate ahead of them, and maybe even with a couple more gatekeepers than usual, just given how much of the circle is already water.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. You know, especially for Oslo, who's down in Novo, this is actually a pretty tough circle for you because even, yes, there are boats there. It's like, where do you go? Where do you land with them?
I like the fact that they left Glaz behind. So that way he's still keeping an eye on the bridge. So if they opt into going across the bridge, they can go that way. The end of ferry pier is still kind of in play as well. So if you go from Novo using the ferry, that should be okay. Also, a couple of boat spawns, worst case scenario. But really for me, yeah, I was going to say, are we going to see any early emergency pickups trying to just get into the circle? And it is going to be Myth that pops one very, very early. They want to put priority on position.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. You know, one of those teams that's in the middle of the pack, still looking for, at the bottom of the screen, actually, the bottom of the pack. But, you know, again, like the desk was saying, might as well go for it. You need a record day as Myth or Sharper to do something, but this might be your last opportunity, who knows, maybe ever, to play in front of a Thai crowd in your home. This is the thing I was worried about with Glaz being here, that yes, he can watch this a little bit more, but Navi is like, well, we can take control of this crossroads too.
Hey guys, I've been keeping an eye out on the bridge. Bad news, it sucks. That's about the most that he can do.
So you want the good news or the bad news?
Good
Mostly bad.
Good news is I'm fine. They didn't crash me. Bad news, they might crash you.
Yeah, exactly. This is why it's tricky for Ozla, actually. An emergency pickup here wouldn't be too bad for Ozla if they can find one, as Myth begins their journey in towards the center of the circle-ish. Again, tons of work for them to do today, but you'd rather go out on a high note than a low note no matter what.
Agreed. Swing for the fences if you're one of these teams at the bottom. To qualify, you need to generate in one day probably twice the amount of points that you've generated in 2. So it's hard. It's hard, but we've seen crazier.
True. I mean, it would take one of the best days we've ever seen, but you never know. That's why we're here. That's why we play the games. Sharper as well. Going to be coming in a little bit late to this one.
You do have to feel like there's the upward potential with Kiss. I mean, we were seeing in the package coming into this that Kiss was talking about, hey, you know, I feel like if I don't perform, I'm going to let the team down and they don't qualify because of me. A lot of our star players feeling that, specifically in the lower side of the leaderboard. It's a mental battle more than it is anything else, because you know that you've got the potential to unlock and just destroy squads around you.
Right.
But you always feel like you're going to take that wrong step. You're going to peek the wrong angle, and you're in your own head suddenly.
Yeah, I mean, it can be a real self-fulfilling prophecy.
Yeah.
That you think that you're doing the right stuff, and then it's not working, and then it turns out maybe you were doing the right things, you just weren't quite converting as you would expect with your own natural mechanics and senses and things like that. But the macro game is where it all starts, and Myth, I think they have a little bit of space in Milta. There's a few compounds here and there that, as far as I could tell on the map, are unoccupied.
Yeah, but it is a later drop than I think that they were expecting. A lot of other squads already going for more centered positioning. I think that they've got eyes a lumberyard side. Yes, they can land down in where the trenches are on the side of the hill. That's going to be about the only thing that's open, and should be able to steal it. A couple of shots from FaZe, at least going to let them know that they're there and not give them anything for free.
Oh, a bolt there for Vard. Couldn't quite find a DMR like he would like, or maybe, you know, I've talked to a few teams about, you know, like talking to a doozy why he was sometimes running bolts for BB team. He says it's more of a ammo thing. You know, he can mule extra ammo for the team and still be impactful with it. So there's some interesting considerations that teams are having to make these days.
Plus, it's just sexy, right? I mean,
oh
swag.
yeah,
When you
it
hit
is
the shot,
absolute swag.
Yeah, no, I was totally doing it for you guys, you know, so that way you can have some more ammo. Let me hit another headshot. Pa!
Oh boy.
Oh, Sharper! You want to start big, but big shots coming up from Tian. Gets a knock onto Thunders.
Yeah, but he gets cleaned out pretty quick, and they're going to find Ares as well. That's 2 down for CTG, who had a 2-2 split. So Sharper here gambles a little bit, and they need to, and it pays off so far.
Big information on the other side of this for Myth that just landed. Hearing that firefight, they know 2 of the squads that are going to be close. Olympus, do you want more of it? Red zone on top. Shots at range again could be shooing them away, and it's going to be PWD.
I mean, I like what we're seeing from Sharper and Myth in terms of being at the bottom of the leaderboard, knowing you have to go big or go home. And Myth is looking for opportunities. They know there was a knock over here.
But it's so long. They've taken their time. The meds are already starting to get into a better spot. As Sharper managed to rally defense. Just Escalucio that's going to be over here for right now. But he's all by his lonesome, and he is getting haunted.
Yeah, they're getting shot in the back, too. That alerted Sharper. Somewhat a good grenade. Almost gets Escaluzia.
Kiss taking some damage as well. Starting to get a bit dicey on the outside of this one. Baron down to very low life. Just him and Scappy up. Other side of it's just Thunders.
Thunders wants to go for these flushes, wants to finish off Baron, and he's got it. Myth in trouble, just down to Scappy.
1v1 for their livelihood. Bottom of the leaderboard. Who starts with the momentum? Going on the outside. They want Kiss back up. They need to get this res as fast as possible, but Thunders, remember, he just got revived. He's coming into this very little information, but back behind it, change the game, wants some vengeance.
Yeah, they need points too. Change the game is in that bubble position right now, the top of those 3 teams that are situated at that 77 mark. As Kiss starts laying down some smokes, trying to buy them a little bit of time and space here. As Escaluzia has been res, Jedi will be flushed, and here goes Wenbo.
Careful on these peaks. Made in Thailand goes for more and just gets punished. Change the game on the outside. Tons of smokes down, provided cover. Nade rolls out. Wenbo connects.
Huge. Huge for change the game. It still is a 3v1 there in terms of the Thai teams, but Hengi striking from behind. Not a ton of damage into Scappy, looking for more, but not going to be able to find any knock just yet.
It's the most aggressive we've seen change the game in a while, trying to see if they can third-party this. They have to be careful. F and Star-Lord's coming up back behind him. Furia as well. Furia had a good game out of the positions, and they want to go ahead and try to get into a point where they can usurp it early. Gizera going to get the knock on to Kiss, and it's feeling like this is going on for too long, and everybody else wants a piece.
Yeah, even Tosi from Gen G has reached out, and Star-Lord was kind of looking his direction. Probably heard those shots and is trying to decide, is it going to be better to try to push into this cluster that's at the top of the lumberyard, or maybe go for that solo player out there? Good grenade. Lights up Thunders.
Oh, Thunders just trying to cling to life, hoping these guys are going to fight amongst each other. Instead, it's going to be Baron that finally finishes it out. But Myth, you're still in trouble. You got a lot of friends on the hunt wanting you out of this lobby.
Wenbo catches Scappy jumping up on top, and that's an easy flush for him. He's got another. The headshots ring true.
Wenbo in a big way right now. Now, other side of it, the Kraken wants a piece. Kiss in a lot of trouble. He just has to run. Molotov's going to be enough to finish it out. Maiden Thailand down as well. Our bottom trying to find some points, but both teams out.
Furia knows they've got a solo player here, so they're going to take a moment to regroup and figure out how they want to breach this compound. They have a great opportunity to secure some pretty valuable real estate on top of knocking out a team that's going to be a threat all day.
Furia knows so much. They're just walking in bold. No fear. Change the game out. Furia, lumberyard control, but F and Pochan looks like they might want to see if they can get a bit closer to this. They want to see if they can keep some control over the external area.
Yeah, some compounds available there for Petrichor Road. Glaz goes down to Sosid. This has been a long time in the making, but actually happens on the other side of Milta. And there's no reason to go back for the rest of Asla there. He is dead to rights, and if they try to go for the revive, they will join him. Yeah, indeed. Point confirmed there for Na'Vi. Very precious point for them. They're in third. They're sitting okay. So every point they can get, they can accumulate. It's going to keep them ahead of the pack.
Next over here at Gas Station, we've got Team Liquid taking some shots at Lurix. They just want to get Purdy Curdy back across the road. They took over this position right as Orchid was coming in. So these guys pretty much crossed the entirety of the map to still be right next to each other. But to the north, still pretty open. Team Liquid now, and not necessarily the best of position. They can just try to use the coastline to the east and run past Orchid, but it's not going to feel too good given how many people are already inside of Milta.
That's just it, and they're already getting shot, or it might be Orchid who is, but somebody from Na'Vi inside of the edge of Milta, so you got to be a little bit wary. I think it's hard as this is to say and to think about, you might just have to go for some kind of hit as Liquid to see if you can identify which one of these compounds is the weakest for Orchid and make a go.
On top with Lumberyard, of course, we have F and Pochan as well as Fury we just saw. Moving down to the southeast of that's going to be Geek phase just to their west. Inside Milta itself is going to be 17 Na'Vi. To the north of Milta, holding down the Wizard Towers and the external buildings, is going to be Namiga. Then all the way to the south, we've got Gen G as well as Asla, who did cross and are right at the bottom of the peninsula. Team Liquid is going for that more eastern lay right across the beachhead, but yeah, Navi's just got a good pinched angle, and that puts them in a bad spot. Orchid now going to be a bit more opened up, and 17 might even be able to get some angles and get a piece of this as well. High ground, big way coming up for Lurix on this glider, just feeding all this information over.
I think he might have been able to pop the tire there on that coupe, so Liquid has to stop and heal up and get ready. I mean, the good news for them is that side of Milta is wide open. Just getting there was treacherous. They took a ton of damage, but seems to be A-okay. The other problem is you're having to concede those cars over.
Change the game out. That means our 5th place team has been removed. Big chance for Team Liquid as well as FaZe both. That's why we're seeing a more aggressive push coming up from Team Liquid. They want to try to get positional early. Lurex still roaming around getting more information. Rex, though, spots out Furia. They were set up, maybe going for an emergency pickup, but the timing on it is just really bad. They're going to have to retreat.
Yeah. Opportunistic here. The whole time FN has been hovering around this compound looking for an opportunity. They need the points. Didn't really materialize into their favor, so they weren't able to fully capitalize. There's just too much going on, too much confusion. Didn't feel confident. Try to make the push, but they're going to tail on Furia to see what they do.
Circle has popped to the south, so we still keep in a lot of water. Lurix just roaming around, and the glider's going to get a lot of information. Namiga going to go early and see if they can get past. I guess everybody coming up back behind him. Gedrox goes down, vehicle just slowly running off into the distance. But Namiga, are you eyeing? I was going to say, if they continue up, going after the Peninsula, they're going to be in trouble and bump into red zone. Instead, they're going to stop off here, which is going to be very problematic for different reasons if ASLA decides to go for a move.
Yeah, it's, you know, again, playing with house money a bit, our Namiga, so not the end of the world. FN pulls off of Furia, feels like they can't get the fight they would like. Star-Lord is on point duty here, as usual, for this squad, doing a little bit of scouting, and he's gotten over towards the high ground of Milta a bit and did a little bit of visioning over in towards what's going on towards the south, and going to see that at least maybe the coast is open and they can make a wide wrap, but it's going to be tough for them.
This is an interesting play, trying to see if they can set up for maybe getting a boat of some type of safety. Na'Vi is going to punish that, but really Na'Vi is just controlling this entire corridor. They set up expecting a couple of people having to go along the beachhead itself, and it's been very beneficial. They've got a lot of control over here.
Yeah, I mean, this is a team that's been farming the damage, and that's a big part of why they are where they are. They're so good at hitting those DMR shots that other teams just don't have good opportunities to make clean approaches towards them. They're great in their team fights. There's 2 players right now in this lobby that are just destroying in terms of damage, and Hakatori's one of them with 6,000 in this last stage alone.
So Lurix had to give up his glider a moment ago, and I think that's what Magori is after. He's going to try to see if he can get to the Peninsula to maybe pick up or at least reinforce Lurix, one of the two. But, I mean, Lurix has Hammer right on top of him. That's no good. Inside Milta itself, it was Team Liquid pushing a bit further in, and that's going to get punished by 17.
Yeah, birthday boy there. Take down Purdy Curdy, claim his life. Team Liquid trying to fight their way through a couple different squads. That's going to be a rather treacherous path. And look at this. Orchid right on top of ASLA there. That's a huge fight for Orchid. They need to win that relatively cleanly. He's dead.
Yeah, that's going to be enough to get the knock, and now he's just trapped there. Nothing to really be done. Alo playing a bit closer to the Na'Vi line. Sparking on the other side. Sparking spots out a little ghost. Lurix also pops up, takes down Hammer.
Yeah, that's a great find there for Orchid. Sparking doing a lot of heavy lifting so far here for this fight. He's going to get lit up by that grenade. Going to have to retreat to try to go for the first aid. They know he went in there. The follow-up could be right on his nose.
Circle shifts in to the east of this, but it's still going to have all of this in play. Sparking defense, setting it up. The other members for 17 wanting to make sure that they rally, keep all the kills that they've got. Sparking just keeps on taking damage. No real way to deal with it. Here's the footsteps coming after him. Looks like he's going for a bit of a bold peek. That puts him in a battered spot. He's going to go down, and then there is just one, and Alo up for Team Liquid.
Yeah. Meanwhile, ASLA has fallen off screen, combined between Orchid and FN. Out on that peninsula, they get collapsed upon and go out early in this one. No points for them, so definitely not the way they wanted to start to make sure that they're going to be securing their path in towards that grand finals. It's Orchid now mounting up, couple kills already. Need to continue on, need to find some big ones in this game to stay in that hunt. So we watch Na'Vi look to put some pressure in.
Gotta try to juke. Just bold counter peeks, but so much damage coming out. Oh, my bad, getting a piece of it, and now it's Boostic just running down into the water. That's really, really bad. Just nowhere for him to go. Remember, Magori and Lurix are on the peninsula. They have managed to get some safety, but they're trying to corral some form of defense for Boostic, but he's trapped. He's just going to have to fight his way out, and that is a terrible headshot to take there.
Yeah, he's done. There is no hope here for Boostic. He's just trying to do what he can, but I thought he might just drown to the water. He does hit a headshot. He should be done. Yeah, okay, no problem there for Levante, one of the other players who has 6K damage here in the last chance. Him and Hakatori have been absolutely electric, and he's just keeping on with that FAMAS.
Orchid with control of the peninsula. Just going to be F and Pochon to the east of them, with ASLA now eliminated. So we're looking at the compounds that are going to be to the east of Milta. Those are our core component areas. They have vision on top of each other, and we still kind of have the hilly area that's just going to be south of Milta Minor that's in play. Geek and the squad over there just to the west of it. Petchcore Road next to them, but FaZe in a very strong position as well as Rock.
Yeah, actually, really liking, FaZe, Petrichor Road here, maybe even Genji. Sometimes that quad compound that Genji is in gets a little circle love.
Look at this, FN. They're getting aggressive on the Orchid and Namiga positioning. They want control over the circle. They've left Star-Lord behind, They've got 2 right next to Namiga trying to see if they can cut off Orchid, and 1 tailing back behind to see if he can backstab.
Yeah, exactly it, Matt. They're looking for those moments where they can do some damage to Orchid and Amiga and also cut off those southern rotations that those teams are potentially going to be thinking about. So a couple different options here for FN on how they want to handle this. It's just, can they do it cleanly? Because we've seen how good, in particular, Namiga can be in fights, and that's scary no matter who you are.
They pulled off their solo southern player to actually regroup closer to Star-Lord. So Zenith is going to regroup. I guess this is to see how the circle lays. They have to assume it's too close to the edge. They don't want to commit too much, but ooh, that's going to feel real strong now. Gen G, great spot.
Gen G, another one of those teams that's in the hunt for sure. Looking to capitalize as much as they can, and they're going to lay down the hurt on the Geek. Wants to retreat to the safety of the hillside to go for the heals and figure out what they're going to do. Still split up a bit is Geek, trying to work out some kind of solution to this firing line that Gen G has.
There's just going to be an abundance of targets. Geek is going to have to roam next to Gen G. We also do have Furia that's going to have to come from the Lumberyard hillside down. The Milta team is going to have to try to get their way in. Poor old Alo by himself going to be next to Navi as well as 17 both. Furia looks like it's just clown car time. They're hoping that they can push down this hillside, but it's going to be very difficult because Geek can't move. They wanted to go try to get in the circle already, but Gen G's shots are going to be what stop Geek.
Yeah, it's kind of a damned if you do, damned if you don't for a lot of those teams. And speaking of Furia, making a mad dash. They're going to go right next to a couple Geek players.
They managed to keep most of their members up, jump out. They're going to be perfectly fine. Nades, though, now in range. Going to make it way scarier. Not even in safe zone yet. Petrichor Road spots this. They've got a foothold compound right inside the edge of the zone. 17 Gaming tries to make a send of their own. They're going to go down. Namiga trying to regroup, get more control over their territory, but Furia to the north still has to move yet again.
Yeah, there's just so much dead space inside of the circle because so much of it is wide open, and the teams with the compounds have phenomenal firing lines onto you. So you have to do something a little bit cheeky or clever to get in, or just try to play for those edge points. Navi's turn to make a go.
And they've been pissing off so many people with the control that they had over that beach. Now they're going to have to be the ones that are trying to get into the zone. Going to send extends pretty far down to the south. Orchid's going to counter move next to that. They did hear it, seeing if anybody's going to be coming up. That means that it is going to be Orchid as well as Namiga lining up to take shots at Navi, while Evan Pochon's Rex and Breakers right behind them.
Oh, Rex has got to be licking his lips here. They're totally tunneled in on this other fight, and he's going to get one immediately. Lurix down, looking for another. Should have Magore. That's a double for Rex.
And suddenly Namiga realizes they're vulnerable from an angle they were not quite expecting. Right as Navi's coming in, Alo's going to be taking some shots right after Navi as well. That's going to reveal his position. He's going to be opting to go more north, but that puts him up against Rock.
I think Alo's in a world of hurt no matter which way he chooses. Navi still trying to take this fight. The Blues going to be pressing the issue here relatively shortly. Meanwhile, Furious completely crashed onto Petrichor Road.
No options. You just got to go. Defense for Petrichor Road is strong with some assistance from Geek on the other side of it. Petrichor Road starting to line up kills. Team Liquid does get eliminated, but Chewy does go down. Geezer at least finds it. He's the last one up. Tries to go for the hero play, but it's going to be solid defense from Petrichor Road.
Big Bing continues to be stellar with the AR. Soset under pressure, almost down. It's a bunch of different teams getting involved. 3 claim points off of Navi there as FaZe has rolled up to Petrichor Road.
They wanted a piece of this. They want to get some points. They're just going to have to be bold and hope the distraction is big enough. But with Jeems getting the knock on Avard whenever they jumped out of the vehicles, that's going to slow down everything. Vex, though, he's got goals. He's made it inside the building. AZ on the outside, spots out another, but instantly retaliation comes out from Vex.
Oh, but Ming Ming's right there to barrel stuff him, and it's a trade, but FaZe goes down. Non, the only survivor here for Petrichor Road. The good news for them is Geek had to pull way off of this fight. They didn't try to commit to this either, so they should have the time for the reses.
This circle is almost barren except for where Gen G is, and its compound is so strong. Everybody else opting to go for fights before going in. Evan Pochon at least has a couple of buildings that they had, so they're not getting too involved. Instead, it's going to be Namiga lined up against Rock. Rock with some, I guess, interesting positions that they can play around, and also way more members, but Osh tries to get the shots, does get some damage onto BL.
That's revealed his position, though. So if there was going to be any surprise from him being that close, it is gone as the grenade barrage begins here for Rock. They got to be careful, though. The response grenades from Namiga are very, very good. Right in the middle of the smoke, getting a bunch of Rock players down. Very weak. Namiga now dug in.
only benefit for Namiga is this is contained. Nobody else third-partying. Nobody wants to get involved. They're just going to have to firefight and keep up a solid enough defense to force Rock to think about going a different direction. Issue is, Rock doesn't have too many directions they can go. They pretty much just want to go after this. Leosh does get the knock on the BL finally.
Oh man, that's a nice spray. RBN tries to answer and immediately gets thwarted there by Hello My Bad. Leosh on the point, he's gonna get another.
Absolutely turning this around. Namiga on the top of the leaderboard, and they are continuing to hunt.
That was nasty stuff from Leosh. He is absolutely thriving, but there's a molly right in his way. Hello My Bad trying to step in with a Vavamas of his own. Trying to do some damage here, throw some stuns, buying a little bit of time for some bandaging. Santastico at least gonna make sure that Rock gets some points.
This is hard for Santastico. Nowhere to go. Blue zone gonna be enough to finish it all off. But Namiga gonna be limping in the circle. Petrichor Road wants to pounce and pick up at least 1 point. Issue is, now you still have to get in the circle, and F and Pochon has been eyeing this.
No matter who gets the win here, it is going to be massive for them. Whether it be Gen.G, Geekay, FN, or Petrichor Road, they can all shoot up towards that top 5, maybe even get into that top 5 off of a chicken dinner here.
9th through 12th respectively, 7 points separate them out. Gen.G, strong position right now on top of that leaderboard whenever we look at 9 through 12, feeling very, very strong. I mean, they have to. This is just such a hard-to-push compound. There are no real big vulnerabilities, and you can see nobody wanting to get involved. Actually, it looks like Zenith felt that he had something that he could go for there. I believe his tire did get popped and spun him out, so he had to stop, but he is at least inside the new circle.
I think he at least got to where he wanted to initially. That first hill there, you could take that opportunity now to prone down, go for the heals while your team covers you from behind. But you're absolutely right, Matt. This is going to be so tricky for everyone else. FN would love to just wait out the rest of the squads, but Ming Ming spots Zenith, gets him knocked, so things get a lot trickier for FN.
This angle, Petrichor Road, is good for now. They've managed to stack up a lot of kills. That's really big for them. They want to make sure that they secure this last one. The other members for FN, they want to see if maybe they can get close enough to Zenith, but they realize if they go after him, they're just going to be put in the exact same vulnerable spot until Petrichor Road opts into going. But Petrichor Road has hopped into vehicles. They might be eyeing more to the north. That's going to open up the potential for the res and be a distraction to allow Rex to try to get closer, but Bean pops Rex in the head.
He's got a Lynx. Rex thought he could get there safely, but he's thwarted. And Petrichor Road's able to get into a position themselves that looks okay for now. It just depends on Geekay now. What are they going to do? The mollies are missing. So FN, now Breaker shows up to the party. He needs to get these reses for FN, and it looks like he's going to be given the chance because the grenades are not landing for Gen.G.
DK, the only squad still out of the circle right now as more and more members for FN are getting in, trying to get those reses up. Star-Lord looks like he's going to follow almost everybody for Gen.G looking this direction. DK, closest to the compound, has Orko looking right at them and so few options. They want to hit a headshot so bad.
Geekay just hoping that something happens that gives them a chance. Well, that could be it. That could be it.
That's the opportunity. Knock, knock. Do you go after it? With these two members, they're going to have to foot push. Bean instantly spins back around, still denying the angle. How much more can Geekay manage to fight their way and get?
They're just not quite able to get there. It looks like the vehicle a bit too far away for them, so they got to make a foot push. They're trying to do a little cover and run. Quizzy, mad dash, gets to a hill. He's getting shot up, but Bean, sent packing a little bit because of these shots. Spiral prones down.
This is big, though, with the amount of commitment that they had to go for the res, as well as making sure to keep control on this angle, keeping Bean over here. That's a lot. Evan Pochon to actually get into the circle in a pretty good spot.
That's tremendous work there by Bean. Not giving up too much, not getting knocked himself. That is offered Gen.G the opportunity to remain safe inside of this compound. Still got that Lynx in play as well. Circle mostly centers up here for 8, so just going to be outside of Gen.G's compound, just out on the corner by Flame is where this one should end. So looking pretty good for Gen.G. They've been given the win condition. Can they convert?
This is going to be really hard. The cover for Petrichor Road going to have to be abandoned. Quizzy also going to have to move. And it's all under the supervision of Gen.G with near on no cover. Like maybe a tree. I think that there's like a rock or two that these guys can use for cover. You can see FN is just laying down. They've got a little bit of a defilade, a slide down in the hill that they're hunkered down in, and that's all they got. Nothing else to be had here.
Yeah, it's so barren out here for these teams. So everybody's just trying to wait each other out around Gen G. Like, there you go, another team goes down. So as FN, you just want to make sure at the very least you're surviving longer than Petrichor Road here, and then let the chips fall where they may, because it is going to be really tricky. There aren't enough smokes in the world to cover off Gen G's compound, and to make matters worse, you only have one as FN, whereas Gen G has been able to sit and just accumulate resources and not have to expend too many.
Remember, Petrichor Road was trying to control the area to the northeast of this. Whenever we had FN that was trying to control the south, they had to use a lot of their smokes just to get over here. Whenever we look at FN Pochon, just to get those two members back up and active for these later stages. So right now, all utility, favorable for Gen G. Positioning in compounds, favorable for Gen G. The center dot, just going to be on the outside of where we see Flames position at. It's all going to be external. Gen G, you've got all the control, all the cards are in your hand, but there is a squad to the north and still 4 members up for FN Pochon waiting to see if they can rally something, get that headshot, get a knock, turn this back around.
Yeah, and maybe the saving grace for FN is that they still had a UAZ there. Breakers, though, just looking to maybe boost up a little bit before this final confrontation. Petrichor Road on the worst side of the circle as far as I can tell from distance from the edge, so they might have to make the first move. Breakers pops up for a moment, gets dinged. Now Bean back onto Petrichor Road duty. He's going to have a good chance here, you would think. That barrel scoped in, looking to make a world of hurt, but Ming Ming has been really good this last stage, but I think maybe, just going to go down to blue. This is fine. Yeah. This is smart.
They know the fact that they're hunting against Gen G. They don't want to give over any points. Zenith throws out what little they have, but it looks like Flame and the rest of the boys for Gen G know exactly where the approach is going to come from. With those smokes out, it's going to at least deny something. Breakers takes a lot of damage. Next nade rolls in. Flame absolutely pops FN Pochon. Just one member up. He runs out, realizing this is not going the way they want, and Gen G picks up game number 1 on the day.
Yep, given the win condition, and they are able to manage and get that big first game of the day. A team that is very much in the hunt, a team that has been surprising the second half of 2025, looks to continue, looks to try to find their way into the grand finals. FN had a great game. They started out that game by trying to look to third party that fight towards Lumberyard, wrapped all the way down the peninsula, came up through, bullied a lot of teams away from them. That was a really solid game from them.
RNG can be a cruel mistress sometimes, but other times it gives you a lot. Gen G got into this position early, secured it, kept control for a very long time, and then just managed to make it in the later stage of the game. Petrichor Road to the north, though, they managed to find a lot of kills for themselves. This is getting even more hot and heavy as we've still got tons of games to go.
Defeat her, kid. You gotta just go for it. Don't think about what comes after or what came before.
We said the teams at the bottom had to have a massive game 1, and tell you what, when we got to the end game, it was all about the teams on the bottom fighting it out to try to get to the top. Great game. Gen G takes the win, but outlines why I think some of the players are glad this is ending on Miramar.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly the compound. If you're able to lock it down as a 4-man, and the circle stands on you, you are almost guaranteed for a win here. And all the teams that were around, they're like, we're going to try to slow play, get as many points as possible. If 2 teams agreed to crash in third party, that was the only chance for someone else to take at this. 10th place before this Gen G with 63 points here. This is going to push them up. We're talking about it, as you said here. You need to start the day strong to have a chance of the running in the top 5.
You got to make the run. Honestly, I think we've seen the run over to this side of Erangel quite a few times in this event. It seems like the players should be getting used to finishing up on this side.
Should be changing your loot spot.
I would be considering it if I was Liquid right now, because it has been a very consistent thing. That said, it is a tough one for everyone to make that first rotation. When you see that pop over Milta Power and you think to yourself, man, we need to get over there, and FaZe thinks to themselves, why don't we still drop there?
Exactly. Here also a little bit of a fun fight with Petrichor Road and FaZe. I actually expected FaZe to come out on top for this one here, but it wasn't to be. Nemiga, another kind of impactful game for them here to get some placement points and kills. Rock ran into them. Rock did not peek through, they did not push through the smoke here. They were one by one peeking, and that's going to cost you here. They did not win that forwards to engagement onto Namiga.
Yeah, that's the thing about Rock is they seem so consistent when it comes to getting to the end game and finding their way to sort of weave through the map when there's not a lot of spots. But then when they get to those final fights, sometimes they're just a little bit too passive for their own good. Now, looking at these top four, Petrichor needed to make moves today. Geek needed to make moves today. Gen G needed to make moves today. FN moves today. All of these teams are out there putting up fights as hard as they can. Gen G, here's a team that was, to be completely honest, written off at the start of the year. They were a Gen G, why are you a GPT situation? Then they came to EWC, they had a glow up, they showed up at PGS, they looked 100 times better, and that fell off during the group stages here at PGC. Maybe this is the glimmer we need to see them make that giant push.
I mean, I hope so. I mean, what we've seen from Orca, what we've seen from Bean at the second half of the year has been amazing here. And yeah, to follow through a little bit, sure, this is one of these circles where you should be winning the game, and they did, but we need to see more of them. And if this is the only game where they actually pop off today, they're going to be beaten by someone else because we've seen more consistency from other teams here.
Yeah, there have been some majorly consistent teams. I will say, again, the fact that Nomiga, even though they're essentially qualified, even though no one had any expectations for them coming into this, only one player with true international LAN experience, they have told the entire field, worry about us. I've actually talked to the guys who qualified for the grand finals already, and a lot of them are, we've got eyes on Nomiga. They have turned out to be way stronger than we thought they would be.
Yeah, exactly. And I think, again, sure, they've been an absolutely force to be reckoned with online, but to get on LAN as a full team, to have their basic rookie year, is going to have a huge impact. But the biggest impact of this game here was Gen G Toughies. 18 points to go their way on top of their 63. That's going to put them on 81 points here, right? That's huge for them. Petrichor Rolls and FN Potion also on double digits.
That's going to be a massive good for them. 18 is a huge climb. Petrichor, who was really kicking around the bottom, making it hard to even want to put him on a fantasy team, coming up with 13, starts what could be a potential push. Ixlef did not make it to PGC, so much is riding on Mingming's back as he tries to lead this team to absolute victory. FN Pochon with some good numbers, but the overall leaderboard is going to tell the story. Yes, Namiga at 140 should be uncontested going forward. Oslo Pentagram looking pretty good at 107. Let's talk about that move by Gen G as they jump into the 5th spot, taking it over from Change the Game, who actually slid all the way down to 8th off of Liquid and FaceClan, getting a little bit out of that.
You know what my eyes is on?
What are your eyes?
2 points between 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th. There's a 3-way tie on 79 points. FaZe is just 1 point ahead. Everything is open still here. And I mean, the main objective, if you're any of these teams today, is avoid Namiga. Don't run into these guys unless you see an absolutely easy third-party opportunity.
And then maybe not even.
Running into, nah, maybe not even.
I don't think it's worth the risk.
Rock was like, yeah, we're kill feed counting. Namiga has 2 guys down. Rock is like, they're down here. We're going to go push them. We're going to kill them. Nope. Dead.
They're playing out of their minds, and they have nothing to lose at this point. They know they're qualified, so they can go out there and not only start trouble, they can choose who they want to take to the finals with them, right? That's also a choice that they could potentially put in here as the day continues to develop. You don't want to leave this to Miramar. You want to make your moves now so you can move up to the top. This has been a very exciting day. It's going to keep getting more exciting. Do you expect the same circle again?
No, I want to see something different. I want to see the Stalba ending. Once we have, this is the last wrangle of our last chance stage here, Toughies. I want to see the Stalba. I want to see something different here. We've had way too many basic circles. Even an Everest would be amazing, right?
Anything different, give it to us. This is the last grassy pastures of the last stage. This is where 5 teams set their tickets to the grand final and everyone else goes home. Game number 2, grassy pastures, kicking off right now with your casters. It's Matchroom and Pup Paper Thin.
Crazy last game, and I'm with you, Avenger. I could use some Stolber in my life as well. Maybe even some Everest. Either way, let's just get some verticality at play.
I agree. I'm right there with the rest of you, but just have to wait and see what the PUBG gods want to give us. Some teams came out trying to frag, trying to fry, especially the teams at the bottom of the leaderboard. You got to respect the effort, but it just wasn't quite enough. And real quick for Gen G, you know, it's so much pressure on them to get through here out of this last stage. You think back to last year's PGC, where they were short of the grand finals by 1 position. They got 17th. So, you know, this historic Oregon PUBG Esports that won the first PGC, that is a GPT team, that is a big win for them. Can they keep it up the rest of the day?
Oh, history is important, but I care about today. We've seen so many new faces starting to step their way onto the international stage. I love whenever we can see squads like Namiga, Rock playing more consistently, Hakatori really following into like his consistent style of play more and more as we see that cemented on the international stage. I want more. Give me more.
Me too. I mean, look at Hakatori there. I mean, between 2 maps of Erangel, this guy's putting up 1,100 damage on average in this last stage. That is absolutely bananas. Xiao Wu, though, actually topping the charts with the kills. See, again, he's really come alive when 17 needed him. But they're going to need more of it today. Northeast Circle, so a little bit different than what we saw in the last game. I don't know if we're going to get the hard shifts up to Stallber like we'd like, but at least it's...
You shut your mouth.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
You don't take this from me.
I'm not trying.
Being an Avenger wants Stallber. I will hear none of your naysaying.
It's not up to me. I swear.
Yeah,
I don't have... Is it?
I see you doing those meetings.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, yeah.
The reason we get bad circles is totally Paper Thin's fault.
These dials on my desk actually aren't for my microphone.
Oh, it all makes sense now. Okay, good positioning coming up from Evan Pochan, of course, and Yasnaya Asla going to have themselves Stallberg kind of moving down into that mansion area. Genji, Lippo, kind of stretched to the west of there. PWD also going to be holding down Prison itself, so Geeke, good position early. Changed the game also inside the circle. I will say, while it didn't work, I did love seeing Sharper and Myth playing more aggressive, trying to find points. I also really appreciated the fact that Change the Game was going for an early, Circle 2 firefight? That's a squad that can sometimes let kills just go by the wayside.
Well, for Change the Game, their hand was forced, and they at least tried to make the best of it. But with Sharper and Myth, look, you have no other chance here but to put up multiple huge games throughout the day. You have to go crazy, so you might as well just try. And that's going to be something the other teams have to start thinking about. That's something Change the Game probably didn't consider coming into today when they're like, oh, just go with our normal 2-2 splits, do exactly what you're talking about, Matt. Try to just survive, get those placement points. That's been their MO. It's been what's working. The problem is on the last day like this, the lobby changes because of teams like Sharper and Myth that are at the bottom, and because of teams like Namiga that are at the top that have a lot more freedom to kind of play around a bit.
Placement points will get you close, but they won't get you in the top 5. You've got to get the kills to go with it, and Change the Game so close right now. Gingy now in that top 5, FaZe 1 point behind Team Liquid, tied up again 3 ways with Change the Game and Rock, and then we finally have a break point down to FN.
Yeah, it's man, oh man. It is going to be nuts. That's all I can say, because I foresee a very tight ending with the way things are going. Tosi, you guys are awfully close to Glaz. Does he know?
I mean, this has to have been somewhat planned, right? This is Gen G seeing if they can get some more points, riding momentum off the last one.
Oh, the timing.
Yep, going to play that well enough. There are reinforcements at range just in case something goes wrong. So this is read by Pentagram, and they should be able to rally. Remember, they had tons of territory up to the north. Not enough to make it scary just yet, but hey, 17, that got a bit too close for comfort, and right next to Petrichor Road.
Yeah, they were doing kind of an interesting thing here. We're 17. They threw one player up in the emergency pickup. They threw Xiao Wu up in the sky to get eyes for the rest of the team to find this rotation path. So this is really nice kind of macro stuff from 17. Very creative. And it's going to work out enough that they can find some level of safety really near the center of the first circle. So can't complain too much, at least for now. Rock, another team, needs to do something today.
Oh,
Glaz in trouble.
Glaz just getting no love right now. Well, I guess we'd say getting a lot of love as we have an interview listening that we're going to jump into.
Went back to the hotel. We reviewed today's games and make sure to try to fix our mistakes that we make in the entire tournament. So nothing special. Just keep looking at those mistakes and try to fix it. To stay calm, keep the mindset. We are not in a bad position to qualify to the grand final, so we just need to make sure that we understand each other in the game. Make sure to stay calm, take the best decisions inside the game, and keep trusting on each other, because we're a good group, we're a good team. So we need to just trust each other and stay calm, and don't let the points in the games.
They're a good group, always vibing, always having fun, chilling after every game together. Very, very close knit. While that was going on, of course, we did see 17 manage to take down one of the members for Asla, so early kill and goes over to Little Ghost. Feels like the sleeping giant in 17 keeps really wanting to awaken.
Now we're already seeing, again, these early splits that teams are trying to take fall apart. Because, again, so many teams are going to be point hungry. They're going to be looking for those opportunities. Now's where really a lot of that prep work, a lot of the scouting that you're going to do in-game are going to pay dividends to find those singular or, two stacked buildings where you feel like you have an opportunity as a 4-man to make a go, try to crash in. In this case, a 3-man for 17, but still, that's all you need to do. This is a little awkward here for Rock and Liquid.
Speaking of top of leaderboard, remember that Asla, I wouldn't say is by far 100% safe, and they did not have a good game one. Taking an early casualty does mean that they need to rally a bit better. RBN, who we just heard from a second ago, finds Purdy Curdy and gets the knock onto him.
Yeah, they've been completely silent, have Rock. They got here first, and they hid their presence. Fantastico's turn to try to strike. Sparking oh so close.
Oh, nowhere to go. Barely trying to get down the hillside, but it's going to be Fantastico that gets the knock. Team Liquid running for the hills, quite literally.
Sparking was right on top of him, and that patience works a treat for Rock. They're going to get a couple big points, but Mist shows up, and they're right back to what they did in game one, just going for it.
It's what got them here, right? This is a squad, we kept talking about KISS and stellar performances. Firefighting, these guys were kind of known for early game skirmishing, but so far it's been a lot more quiet, a lot slower, playing placement, playing position. Maybe they're trying to return to their roots and see if that's going to be enough to give them the big day that they really need.
There's nothing wrong with trying. There is nothing wrong with going out here and just going big or going home. You've got nothing to lose as Myth. Again, put on a show for the home crowd at the very worst.
Exactly. It's better to feel like you tried and failed than just let it slip through your fingers. And Myth feels like they're trying to rally some type of solid mindset, though I have to get worried. Team Liquid losing too early does mean that this is going to be a very slow game for the rest of this.
And this is tough for Liquid because you're going to want to get those revives, but Rock is kind of stuck now as a couple other teams have posted up around them. So if you're going to get that opportunity, you're going to have to wait a circle or two for Rock to be forced out of that position one way or another. So things have gotten pretty awkward for the two survivors.
And you hit on something that's really important. Whenever we talk about like the res stations and the blue chips, a lot of times squads will position very close, so whenever the circle does move away, they can run over there and grab those, and it's led teams to go, okay, well, we know that they've gone over here, and now later rotations for squads that are looking for kills. Big, Sharper, in some trouble. Namiga right on the tail end, but it looks like Escalucia should be fine. Well, maybe. Don't want to go back up that hill.
I think he was turning around to try to pick a fight, maybe, but realized that his senses to get out of there are going to be the better ones for sure. Trying to bait him into the rest of his team. Damage done. No knock found.
Keep speaking at Namiga. They have faith in their firefighting, and Sharper does rally a solid defense. Away from this, we did also have Furia and Rock that were getting pretty close to each other that we're trying to keep an eye on, but I think that Namiga is going to retreat. Just say, okay, this is fine. You can have that. Rock, though, with this high ground, they're starting to get better positioning, and Furia is very wide split. That could be a problem if one of them gets picked off.
Yeah, you're exactly correct. And they're kind of trying to do to Rock what Rock did to Liquid here. Stay hidden, be patient, wait for Rock to have to make a move. Now, not likely until we see the next circle that they're going to start really considering that. Myth already on the move towards Yaz. Circle going to head in towards that direction. Towards the Yaz Fields is where the center is. And there's Gizera. Gets his moment, gets his man.
That's the problem. Whenever you're trying to counter shift behind a squad, they don't have to move as much, and they just have to keep their head on a swivel. Rock has to move down from the rocky side of Stolber down into some form of safety. 17 roaming in the middle of the map. Where are they going? FN split 2-1-1 as Asla and 17 just going to go right around their compound.
FN needs to look bigger than they are right now. They're shooting at Asla. They've got 17 driving by as well. So a couple of these blue houses going to be theirs, but they've got teams that are going to be threatening and thinking about this. I'm worried about FN because their other two players are in Yaz proper. So a bit of a rough split potentially to work through the further this goes on. Posa catches Solds.
Furia just has all the momentum in this, and Rock is starting to realize it, but they can't get out. It's really complicated. You have all of these different flat sections of the rock facings that you have to navigate around, and so they were trying to commit in, see if they can get some kills back. Instead, just going to get worse. Down in the dips, It is going to be 17 in one of them and Azla in the other.
Yeah, these are always treacherous to play out of, but every once in a while you see teams do pretty well working these craters that are in the middle of the field. So it's going to be on to 17. They've got Panzers ready in case there are crashes. They look pretty well situated to handle themselves. Just a matter of execution. Furia continues their look in towards Rock, but Rock gets in the vehicle. RBN Santastico say, well, this is no longer viable for us. We need to go. Not sure if they're able to grab the chips. I doubt it, but...
Well, it goes back to what we were talking about. Team Liquid is still back behind here as well because they still want to get the chips.
Yep.
But because of that firefight, everything is just pump the brakes. It's going to be Rock finally getting out. They're going to be running through the red zone. They're going to go west. Furia should finally hear that. That means that Furia might opt to leave, but they have to assume Team Liquid might still come after these chips, and there's more points to be had.
Yeah, that's what we're going to be looking towards the north end of things is the center is starting to clump up. A lot of teams having to take kind of smaller groupings in terms of, where they can really situate themselves. Santastico RBN do find the edge, do find a compound of brief safety as there is that revive station. Just again, not sure if the chips were in hand or not. Don't see the revive station ticking, so not entirely sure. Maybe weren't able to get those, as that's kind of my assumption, but hard to say for sure. Meanwhile, Team Liquid, did Luke already scoop up the blue chips for his team?
They still have to go down next to Furia, and Furia's been in no rush. Finally getting in cars. Maybe there's an opportunity here in a second. But then if your Team Liquid, you go after No Lean and Rock. Rock is, fortunately, they're leaving now, so that should be fine. The rest of the circle, way more calm. We just saw GK just gliding around, seeing if they can spot. They're over pretty east, northern area, but also kind of central, and Diffex down there is they're just roaming around trying to see what they can spot, and maybe they could see Furia in a second.
Yeah, maybe. Furia now sending a player out. They're continuing to look and see if anybody was going to be looking towards those crates, but nobody has come that way just yet. As Alo still going to be up there with Luke, and they're looking for their opportunity. Big circle shift. Which direction? A little bit away from Yaz, so we're not going to get a city ending, but starting to kind of flirt with maybe being fields or maybe just being outside of that. Olympus spraying down the two survivors of Rock, but oh boy.
Yeah, this is not going to feel good. Myth continuing just to rain down. Now it's going to be Namiga. That's a 2-2 split that's going to make it more complicated. Rock, nowhere to go, and they go down.
It's tough for Rock. Currently in 5th, but that's very unlikely to last. Too many teams left. Still around that point mark. It's oh so close on that leaderboard. Furia shifting over to the east now, looking for a rotation in. Genji's set up a bit, but Furia spotted it.
Team Liquid now going after those blue chips, so should be able to get them. Furia just goes not too many other ways to go, so instead it's going to be after Genji, while Namiga just gets a beautiful compound if this ends up going fields.
Oh man, that's a huge pick here. A quick finish as well, so Genji loses Orca in transition. Furia doing a great job, trailing, nipping at the heels, and catching with their bite.
57 points. They're a break point down behind Petrichor Road, so every single point that they manage to find is going to be massive for them. They feel like this might not be the approach, especially after picking off that Genji member. Has to assume the other members might be lying in wait to come after him. Change the Game's going to have Sky Garden / Heaven, so maybe Furia is going to wrap around that. DK other side, looking through everything. Quizzy's very far down to the north, very far down to the south, and to the north of that is going to be FaZe, where the rest of DK is playing around Shelter.
Now FaZe has got some space for themselves, close to Navi around the Esports Hall of Fame. Finally for Liquid, the revives are going to be able to be put through, and this is bad for Genji.
That was terribly timed. Genji now has to continue going forward. I think that they're going to be going after the dips. One of the smaller ones might be open, but they do find the safety in one, but it's going to be Xiaobei. Spots, gets the knock, and just one member up, hiding down, hunkering down, no other options, going to get spotted, goes down. Genji eliminated.
Yeah, from winning a game into going out with 0 points. So you're going to be below that threshold because of Rock able to find 2 points of their own. They have usurped Genji on that leaderboard. Currently, Azla down to 2. Looking to try to do some damage, at least. Get a couple points in this game. See if they can kind of right the ship because they can't afford to go on Erangel with 0 points across 2 different games. That would be really treacherous for them to be that team we thought should be pretty locked in to go to the grand finals, but that is not the start that you want.
Team Liquid starting to feel a bit better after getting those reses. The two people that were ahead of them outside of FaZe now down. Opportunity, but they're coming into the circle so blind. Especially bigger problem when you see that Tian just got a knock onto Extends, and that's going to be right next to them on the leaderboard.
He's been really good. Circle is going to give Orchid a little bit of love. The Thai fans are happy for Sharper. Furia crashing in off of that knock. Aries gets the Kraken. The Kawazine able to at least take the point away, but man, they're getting lit up.
Whoa, Hakatori also in an entirely different firefight going up against Furia. This has just gotten dicey everywhere. Now Furia, this is where they opted to go. Jiski Zero, the last one up, couple of peaks. It's going to be Sosed that finds it. Panzerfaust goes a bit low.
Oh man, CTG knows they need these points and they'd love them to take them away from Navi, so they're gonna commit. I love this from CTG. They've got a great opportunity. Sosid lit up, grenades, not gonna connect onto CTG. Around the corner they go. They know they're not there, so they can just focus on the other side.
The walls around Alamo being its own form of prison right now. Navi gets eliminated and changed the game, jumps into our top 5.
Love this decision making. Now FaZe had potentially a role to play here as well to gatekeep CTG. They'd love to do that because they're tied and technically with CTG. They're below. There's 4 teams at 81 right now, but they're below because of the tiebreakers as we get everybody back for Liquid. Just a vector there for Purdy Curdy, so the weapon's not looking great, but they got to do what they can.
Namiga not even in a rush to get into the circle right now, just playing with so many points. They're going to have eyes on Team Liquid just quickly grabbing whatever they can and scrambling, trying to get to the circle with those shots from Namiga. Team Liquid has to go very far over to the east. That's where Change the Game. FaZe also now on the hunt for Change the Game. FaZe wants whatever points they can find. They are now pretty much tied. It's just off the placement. So if FaZe can take down Change the Game, big opportunity. But Team Liquid on the other side, going to spot out Change the Game's rotate.
Oh boy, FN as well trying to get in and having a few vehicle mishaps along the way, but here we go. Here comes the grenade barrage. Wenbo recognizes it, gets the hell out of there.
Man, Team Liquid, whenever they get close enough, they will just drop everything on you. Change the game. Starting to try to rally something, but FaZe with those kills now in our top 5, and it is just changing hands back and forth.
No doubt, Sparking has an AK in a dream. Knows there's a player in here somewhere. Tian trying to throw some desperation grenades on the outside to see what he can get, but Liquid player's crumbling. He does find Luke. Alo taken down. Meanwhile, Lil Ghost hits a big grenade on Namiga.
Namiga, a lot of members down on the other side of this. 417 just one up. Levante being the guy that's trying to push for it. There's a lot of supervision. Sharper trying to keep an eye here, but this is going to be really, really hard for 17 to cling to life. Jalbay has to pop off big, but no, it is going to be Levante. Namiga continuing to punish this lobby.
Yeah, and they're even getting some revives in. Not sure if those are some mortars coming through, but FN has found a foothold in the circle on the outside of Sharper's compound. They found themselves in the new circle. Asla as well somehow got out of those craters and got into a compound. I don't know what in the world happened there, but that's huge for Asla to continue on in this game.
With the firefighting on the outside of this, just sparking up for Team Liquid. FaZe holding down that top 5 position, and they want to get some breathing room. Rock down, Gen G down, then the drop off into FN. This could be a big game for FaZe, but they have to get into the circle, and there's not a lot of good ways to do it. Geekade just a bit ahead of them in the pathing that they wanted to go for.
Yeah, you'd love to see a fight break out in front of you with Geekade and Orchid. The problem is Geekade has enough space on this edge with this hillside that they don't have to commit to a fight. So FaZe maybe not going to be given an opportunity for a third party. If they could spot out potentially Petrichor Roads rotate, they might be able to try to punish that, but there's not particularly great options initially for FaZe. James is driving in towards Petrichor Road.
Yeah, I think he spotted or at least heard the car, so he's going to turn around, realizing that that's pretty vulnerable. The other members for FaZe do have PWD very close to them. That's going to be very contained. James does manage to get into the circle. Going to call out something, but Petrichor Road as well as Spiro both looking at James already. This is not comfortable in the slightest.
Yeah, there's just enough of this hill, this ridge that's in for all these teams on the southern side. So everybody's kind of found a level of safety. Petrichor Road close enough towards Jeems that they can maybe think about the grenades. I think they're waiting to see if anybody else is going to roll up on in. Jeems has to be concerned, though, about Geeke. The fact that he can see one of them means that they can see him, too, potentially.
Vision exchange between these two squads. Petrichor Road going to retreat, realizing that nades could come after him. Jeems wants to defend, give time for the rest of the squad, but a couple of shots are going to be enough to draw Geeke's attention somewhat. Geeke eyes on the circle instead. Here come the phase reinforcements. Petrichor Road instead just going to go north. They don't like that. That's going to happen right as Sparking is trying to go for the exact same compound, so Petrichor Road going to regroup right in front of him.
Oh, getting a little help, though, our phase from FN. Breaker's got a knock onto Spyro, so that's going to send Geeke back towards the other side of the hill to try to go for that res. Sparking just has to be so careful, so quiet.
He's just got to creep in. I mean, this is so scary. Nade, good throw. Bounce goes a bit far. Geeke having to deal with phase on their own rampage. Can they start up enough onto Geeke? 5 kills already in that 5th place position. Geeke taking a lot of damage. Fex gonna spot out Diffex, take him down, and follow up nade from Fex. This guy wants it.
He has been on fire here today, and I love the decision-making from FaZe to take this fight, to use the initiative, and put Geeke on the back foot. A few more good grenades could have sealed the deal, but Fex continuing to push forward, waiting for the reinforcements. The cavalry's coming.
Petrichor Road roaming back behind this. They hear the firefight. FaZe has got to finish this fast. It's going to be shots coming up from Spiro on one side of it, but instead, Geeke goes down. New circle pops. It goes north. Petrichor Road going to be right behind this.
Here we go. Ming Ming's got a Groza, and he has been devastating with the ARs in the last stage, and he's looking to put FaZe out of commission. The grenades rain down from Arctics as well. Ming Ming takes down Jeems.
Runs up the side, but it's going to be Fex that's got to defend, playing in the smokes. Just 2 members up for FaZe. Petrichor Road stalled out here while Orchid watching from the distance to take shots at whoever wins.
FN busy fighting. They've got one from Sharper. Sharper has to push uphill away from this blue, and they're quite packed up, but decent grenades, getting some decent damage.
Runs right into the thick of it. Fex coming up big, but finally goes down. Petrichor Road finding more and more.
Dude, FN holds the line very nicely there, and they're going to collect a little bit extra util off of the fallen bodies of Sharper. Sparking has a bolt and has safety. He was able to slide in behind Petrichor Road when they went for that crash on a phase. Completed mission for Petrichor Road, but they're outside of the new circle, and Zenith has an angle onto Non with this 4X. He's tapping away, but able to get the heal through is Non.
Sparking's been spotted by Namiga while the rotate from Petrichor Road is starting to get punished. Ming Ming down, that is big. Chewy also has a tire popped, he's gonna go down. Petrichor Road with no roads to get inside safe zone, instead goes back to the east. FN was waiting to pounce on that as well. Orchid wants more points, but Petrichor Road's being funneled right into Sparking. He doesn't have any options, he's gotta go for it, but it's gonna be Non that spots it.
Still huge salvage points there. Sparking able to find a flush, and I think that's what sent Petrichor Road in his direction. He was the one who actually took Ming Ming's life after he got knocked. So now over towards Namiga. He's in a full-on battle with Myth. Oh my god, those grenades are so close. How does Kiss get away from that? Almost goes down, and the return from him is good. It gets Gedrox. Baron loaded up now.
Myth wants the big games, and Namiga going down could provide it. That is a massive morale boost if you can get it. Petrichor Road might be coming in to provide some support, backstabbing onto Namiga, who's playing from top of the leaderboard with a ton of points to play for.
Love this aggression from Petrichor Road. Woo! They need the points, and they catch Namiga off guard. There's one, but Non so weak. Hello, my bad. Responds with a headshot.
Myth now running up the opposing front. They want to go after it, but it's going to be FN Pochon taking shots at the back, slowing down Myth, who wants this fight.
FN needs so many of these points, and they're actually going to get a flush onto Non. They steal that away from Namiga. Love this from FN, not being overly aggressive, just looking for their moments to take some good fights. Had to take a fair and square one onto Sharper. Well, as fair and square as it could be for Sharper. Careful, careful, careful.
You know, Doritos can be a bit problematic, but they managed to rally, hold it together just fine.
Well, they're going to
Circle's popped. Azla's going to be centered up in it pretty nicely.
Those Doritos are going to be danger close for Namiga because they bounced off of the other ones, so looks like they're okay.
Flavor Doritos.
Looks like they're going to be okay, though. Definitely the 3D variety of Doritos, too.
Oh, yeah, true. Oh, good shots from Levante. Surrounded. These guys don't care. They will find a way to get it back in their favor.
It's too clean. He's just too damn clean. Baron saw the backside of him for a second there, but can't really do much. It's actually Howell from Asla putting some shots into the back. AZ gets Levante. Still has another one to go here. Hello, my bad. Just chilling. So many angles to worry about here for him.
They're going to go for the res. They've got some time, but this is going to be popping right up in time to run into Myth. AZ behind it all, just waiting, hoping that maybe Namiga comes after him, but this is so difficult. AZ's also been spotted out. That's going to be Star-Lord that's taking shots at him. He's going to go down. Blue Zone going to be the one to claim it.
Yeah, not that big of a deal there.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Oh, please. Oh, please, 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 please. Oh, okay. He can't really get into it just yet. With Asla's compound still in play, it's making it difficult for him to find the angles. He does get the res, though, and he's going to go for the Panzer.
Oh, Peaks. Get some information. Shot goes a bit wide. Myth has the opportunity. It's going to kiss at the forefront. He doesn't want to take too much of it. Levante leading on the other side.
Levante's still got a bunch of stuns, so he's just going to let loose. They could just push into this dip, potentially. They're going to get everybody on Myth a little bit stunned up, but Asla hits him on the way in.
Doing enough. Hello, my bad. The last one. Myth just trying to limp their way into the circle, hoping that Hello, my bad's going to go down. Crossfire going to be enough. Blue Zone claims another one. Myth, though, you've got to get into the circle, and it's going to be against Star-Lord as well as Asla, and that's some beautiful shooting already.
Oh, Hammer and Howl putting the hammer down. Olympus down to 1 HP. Looking for that flush onto Baron. Want to get these extra precious points as Howl to make sure that your position is secure there up at the top of the leaderboard. Olympus gets onto the roof because that's about the only safe place he could find.
Keep me safe, guys. We're friends now. Low side of this is going to be Orchid. Circle's closing in. We are still at phase number 7, so we've still got one more to go to see what movement we've got coming.
If this high ground stays in play for FN, they're going to be in a good spot. The only thing they have to worry about maybe is Asla kind of taking shots at them as they try to set up this ridgeline. So I'd like to see some smokes to cut off Asla if you've got them. Left here is FN. You have 3. Make sure you deal with Orchid, and then worry about Asla at the end of the game.
Asla down to 2. So with the numbers advantage for FN and the high ground like you're talking about, but most of that high ground is going to move into a more open section of the hill. Orchid is going to have to move first. Olympus being a great distraction, making sure that the compound not really too focused on what's going on the hillside or with Orchid. So I guess FN and Asla not going to have too much just quite yet. It's just going to be FN focused in on Orchid.
Yeah, man's got a sawed off though, and that's scary as hell for Asla because they could find themselves getting taken down. You know, they're playing it a bit split. They don't really have a great ability to cover each other with their current formation. Rex just going for the peak shots, trying to put the harassment down onto Orchid. I think that's job number 1 here for FN. Make sure Orchid is pinned out. And if they die to the blue, so be it. But you got to play for the win here as FN. You've been giving a great opportunity. You've got the numbers, and they're going to reach out for the frags. That's right on Boostic's feet.
Oh, he thought the car might protect him, but no, it will not. FN doing the damage when they need to. 3 members now lined up directly at Orchid, seeing how much they can land down on the lower section of it, and this is just looking worse and worse for Orchid by the moment.
Yeah, they're starting to crumble. Good return fire from Arctics. Does send a player packing. Rex is out in the open here, and he barely wins that fight. That came down to 1 bullet between the 2 of them.
Ego peeking Rex. 11 kills for FN Pochon. They've got high ground. Breakers now separated away. He's got some trees for cover. Asla now trapped in the compounds with Olympus.
Breakers just needs to play his life. Don't give anything up for free. Is he going to expect that maybe somebody could get up on the roof, but the blue is going to cut that off here mighty quickly. Shotgun not going to connect. Looking for a second go. Gets shut down by the headshot.
All control of the circle has now gone to FN Pochon. Zenith high ground. Star-Lord Rex close. Breakers playing the other side of it. 2 members in Asla Pentagram. Do make it in later stages, but just trying to leave these buildings is going to be nigh impossible. Just look at this. FN knows they've got everything. They don't really need to play this aggressive, but they want to anyway. Hammer's going to go down. Rex hits him with a molly, and that's going to be a finish for FN Pochon.
Masterful games on Erangel for FN, and that's got Star-Lord fired up, and rightly so, because they have pushed themselves in towards that top 5. with really, really strong stuff on the grassy pastures.
I love the fact that they realized there was the potential that maybe Asla would just die to blue, stay inside their compound, instead chased after it. Every point matters in their climb. A lot of the people around them down, so this is going to put them in so much better of a position on the leaderboard.
Absolutely, and Asla as well, you've got to feel good for them that they're able to escape some dicey early game situations, this time get into the late game.
Not the most points, but at least some placement points.
That's all they need.
They just need to be consistent with points as we step forward. And God, these guys are so photogenic. They know how to pose every single time.
They're very handsome. No doubt about it. All right, well, we're going to throw it over the desk. Got a little bit of a break coming up. Stay tuned, folks. We'll be right back.
FN Pochon breaks the top of the leaderboard as they reach the zenith of this thing, getting themselves a chicken dinner when they needed it most. FN had to come in and have a strong day. And I'm also not going to say it's not lost on me that the days that we let paper cast, Korea seems to start very, very strong.
Yeah.
That's a double. Gen G kicking it off, FN Pochon right behind. What's going on?
I was expecting to get more of that in there, but yeah, you didn't. You were getting to get all 4 members were alive, so they all deserved the mention there. So yeah, I was surprised. I'll tell you this, I figured it out.
Okay.
Paper curse.
Paper curse.
Well, reverse curse. And last game, Gen G was in 10th place overall. They won the game.
Yeah.
This game, FN was in 10th place.
No.
They won the game.
Well, then who's going to be in 10th for the next game?
That's what we're going to find out, and they're going to win the next game.
That would actually be uncomfortably hilarious if it happened. All right, so FN Pochon does come with a big game. The Grassy Pastures is done, and it has been nothing short of interesting with some of these teams being forced into very strange and difficult situations. Third parties has been the name of the game so far. I think it was...
Petrico Road onto FaZe, right?
Yes, yep.
FaZe, they engaged on GK. Petrico Road identified that immediately, and they saw the knocks in the kill feed, immediately engaged. Even though it was outside the next circle, it was no priority position, they managed to work it out. But they lost 2 players doing it. I still saw, AC survive. There's 2 men left for Petrico Road. They managed to third party get into the placement points.
Yeah.
AC got a few kills. He smashed a few guys there.
AZ smashed real hard, and I think the hard part is this is what I want Petrico to do earlier. Like yesterday, the day before, they are being aggressive. They are playing like they deserve to be here. They're putting AZ in the front and using him just as a really strong shield as they push from behind. I just wish it had happened sooner. So the Petricore glow-up is underway, as are so many other teams who are desperate to make this climb. On the converse of that, teams like Team Liquid, who are very close, they seem like they're barely holding on, kind of eking out these 3 points per game. I'm a little worried about that.
It's a little bit scary, right? Because our teams, we're talking about the close pack, our current top 3, like, they're all not getting a lot of points. And the teams that are kind of in our mid-pack, in the big chase, they're getting points, right? So they're making this, instead of a 6-horse race, it's a 10-horse race.
And as you look at the leaderboard, you're not as stressed yet if you're a chase teamer, right? Because you're like, oh, well, no one's running too far ahead with it. But the problem is when the bottom starts to really climb up, now you're not competing with 6 other teams for that one spot. You're competing with 8, 9 possible teams. And that is really crazy for what it could mean to the end of the day.
And the big one here for FN Pochon, obviously, it was double-digit kills as well to come their way alongside that winner chicken. So it's going to be big points here, even though they were in 10th prior to this. 23 points total. That's going to put them up huge here. 9 kills for FaZe. That third party onto GK was massive. Their all play was actually really, really well executed here. But Made in Thailand also gets some points here. It's not going to matter too much. I think it's too late for them. As the Pentagram, they're looking good. They're in 2nd place for this. The 8 points, they're able to come their way. 2nd place obviously is massive, but two kills also snug in there. They were only 2 alive. Imagine if they also had Red Zone in that compound. They were able to have a huge fight with FN, but FN completely crushed them inside.
Nothing you can do when you're running at that 4-2 situation. Also, shout out to Namiga, who once again finds a way to get 8 points. It seems like there is no game where they are not pulling 5+ numbers as they climb up to 148 overall. But let's focus on those cut lines. As we look at FaZe back into 5, 17 sitting at 6, Team Liquid still holding on tooth and nail to that 7, but FN Pochon off the back of that game jumps all the way up to 4th place.
Yeah, and for this one too, Gen G's now in 10th place. Are they winning the next game, do you think?
Gen G wins the next. Man, and if they do.
That'd be insane, right?
If this continues, the problem is 10's getting so close, though.
Yeah. Obviously, the fight in between here, we're 4 points in between the top third, right? But still, I would say even still down to 81. Down to Gen G, that's still the fight that's open right now. So it's 8 teams. It's an 8-horse race for this one for 3 spots. I think Pentagram is 4 more games.
Yeah, I think
there's no way they don't make it.
Especially because they've been putting up good numbers and they're heading. They're clearly playing a little safer today.
Right.
I will say I'm not writing out Petrichor just yet, though. I mean, it's only 20 points to make it into that top 5. They have had 2 very strong games where they're willing to put in some work right now. The converse to that is Geeky at 67. They felt a lot more passive in those games. They haven't really won those fights that they've been in. So that's where maybe I'm okay with drawing that line and saying unless Geeky does something crazy on this game, that's where that's going to be.
Yeah, when the wildcard maps here, you need to get big points. And then once we get to Miramar, that's where the consistent teams stay consistent.
So we got 4 more games, at the end of which 5 teams go to the grand final. Everyone else heads to the airport. We'll be back after this quick break, so don't go anywhere.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac 2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
Stay focused.
Mysterious climate change in Erangel, a handful of gunplay updates, and some changes to Team Deathmatch and Intense Battle Royale. All this and more as we dive into the Update 39.1 patch report. First up, due to the crash of several Tithonic satellites used in a climate control experiment, parts of Erangel have been damaged and are now temporarily frozen over and covered in snow. As a result, the Blue Zone now has an added freezing effect, which can also be triggered with Blue Zone grenades and the new Blue Zone grenade launcher. And speaking of weapons and loot, rumor has it the crashed satellites have some as well. Ferries in the Red Zone have been temporarily disabled, while Battlegrounds officials deal with the satellite problem and repair the damaged bridge. Next, we're adjusting the power of a few guns slightly. The M416, SKS, and SLR are all getting buffs to their recoil, while the AUG and VSS recoil is getting a slight nerf. The VSS's firing sound has also been increased. There are a few more little changes on the list, so make sure you check out the patch notes for full details. For fans of alternate game modes, Team Deathmatch and Intense Battle Royale are getting some updates, including updated care packages for TDM and the recall system added to IBR. We're also bringing back UGC Alpha with some new additions. Add to all that our new ranked season and a new Survivor Pass, which you can read all about in the patch notes. Update 39.1 is here. So grab a Blue Zone grenade launcher, seek out a TDM care package, and give your enemies a cold reception on Erangel. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Three teams in our top 5 right now having to be a bit nervous as those that are behind them right on the cusp finding some points, and this is still anybody's game.
What an awesome start to the day. So much good going on in these lobbies right now in terms of teams knowing their situation on the leaderboard and trying to capitalize on that. You're seeing it all across the board. Everybody doing what they have to get those points where they can. Just a fantastic Erangel to start the day.
Pressure continuing to mount onto FaZe as these guys, they're finding it. It's really, really scary when they find it, but they are finding the points that they need to stay in the top 5. Back behind this one, though, FM Pochon, big game for them.
Huge. Absolutely huge for them. And, I mean, that had Starlord more fired up than I've ever seen him in 7 or 8 years of casting him, so really excited for that.
Top 4 feels good right now. Tego, though, can be a decider. Who can continue finding those points when they need it? Who can let off the gas? Falling early is going to lead to disappointment.
For sure, and that's something that Gen G just had happen to them in that previous game where they fell early, so they need to find a way to right the ship and continue on as the plane path a little bit western shifted, going south to north, right over the army base there. So if you're one of those eastern dropping teams, if you're looking at Ohyang, Gangneung Airport, you're gonna have a little bit of work to do. We're finding alt drop. Just looking to see if anything unusual happens here with our teams as they get out of the plane.
Nothing too dicey. See, vehicles, I feel, will be the commodity that we might see somebody going for, just given how the plane path goes. But longer drops should be fine for most of these squads. A late drop coming up from Asla to the north. And to the far south, it's going to be Namiga and the villains of the lobby.
Yeah, woo, such a good day so far. Can't wait to see what our middle maps have in store. As we just watch a few players grab some vehicles. I'm not seeing anything mega crazy. Maybe Furia has a little bit of trouble with 17, but it looks like they're pulling off of each other, so I don't think we're going to have anything too crazy just yet.
Eyes drawn over to Team Liquid is Circle 2 rotates, man. Circle 1, 2, 3, just costing them over and over.
Oh.
Whoa, that is a very far northern circle into this plane path. And military base hillside, shipyard still in play.
Yeah, so this is potentially pretty likely to end up near where Asla is on the map currently. That's one of the spots that this can go to. It could hard shift southwest too. Who knows, maybe we get something absolutely bananas and it goes back to the other side of the river, but pretty likely to end north of the river. So Asla and FN both going to be eyeing some prime real estate early, try to get themselves situated as this game rolls on.
We've seen Myth have some big successes in foot pushes, specifically in the middle maps, really ripping apart squads. This is a good position them playing from. Curious to see if they can get much off of it, but it's starting to feel like a little bit too late.
It's nearly impossible for Myth now. It's unfortunate to be in that position, but that's kind of what we're looking at. Leash is just like, I saw one player of FaZe drop here by himself. I'm a go.
Why not? FaZe, we know, can rally at grand finals, so stabbing them in the back when there's an opportunity might not be the worst play.
No doubt.
Oh, he sees it. No, did he? No.
Sees Vard that time.
Yeah, now he knows.
So the problem is actually there's a street in the way. Like, in a way, that actually kind of thwarts him initially, so he's going to have to try to wait it out a little bit, and they're surrounding FaZe. They want him out of this.
This is bad if you're a FaZe fan, but Namiga in control of their own destinies and maybe in control of the squads around them, hunting for that top 5.
This is so precarious.
They are barely going to time this out. Vex right next to Gedrox. Gedrox can't hit the shots. Talon peeks back. Gedrox finally gets it, and Vex down early is a big problem for FaZe. Jeems running. He takes some damage as well.
Ooh, Jeems. That was a little bit spicy for them. Vex, though, was just driving by, minding his own business. The spray there from
two different squads, and it's only a matter of time before Change the Game starts taking some shots, throwing some nades, and there it is. Wimbo gets one. Ooh. Now spotting out Jinji as well.
Ooh, Tosi, lucky to get away with his life there. Looked like he was going to be dead to rights, but this may be the end of the line here for Sharper. That grenade's so good. That's it.
Oh, Sharper just done like that. Problems for Jinji, though. Star-Lord's gotten pretty close. He might want to come and play, too.
Yeah, he's got to be feeling confident after that last game to look and try to punish another team that's threatening on that leaderboard. So if you could do any damage here as Star-Lord, you'd love it. But Bean might have seen him. Yeah, well, now he knows for sure. Shots do ring out from the mini of Star-Lord as he keeps taking shots to try to dissuade anybody from chasing him. He's quite a bit extended from the rest of his team here, so he's got to be careful.
Circle roundup time. Myth has moved into the foothills south of Army Base. Changed the game, just going to be to the south of them. Of course, Jinji to the south of that after relocating. Rock's going to be to the west and kind of south of where they are. You got Yongchon itself, red zone on top of it. Navi playing just on the outskirts. FN playing pretty close with Star-Lord all the way up into those foothills. Asla just to the north. Furia to the east of that. Petrichor Road right on the outskirts of Yongchon and in the foothills itself. And DK kind of spattered across. Spyro's over there. The other three members are across the water.
Oh, here we see Xiao Mei. Seen it. No way he hits that last shot. It's a headshot, too. That is filthy. Then the fight broke out, 17, and and Furia there, and just did not go 17's way. Furia loses a player, but again,
close it back.
Yeah, exactly. They're vibing. Speaking of vibing, that's Namiga's job today. Their vibes all the way through and through. Here comes Posa, like you're talking about. Should be able to drop in there with the rest of the team.
There's some loot around. He might be okay. Another emergency pickup being called, and this is going to be Orchid right on the edge of the zone, but Quizzy is very close to this.
He is. He is awfully close. A little close for comfort if you're an Orchid fan.
They at least set up right. They've got the hill, so that way nobody can really jump on them until they're already in the air. It's a lot harder to hit enough damage to get the knock onto somebody with the height, and specifically the position that they're playing from.
Oh, Gen G as well, going to get a revive through. That's good news for them. Quizzy, are you going to go for it, or are you just going to say, it's not worth a few extra bullets to do a little bit of damage? Looks like he's holding his fire and just going to get in his vehicle. Yep, okay, so we're going up for sure on the northern side of the river. A few different ways this circle could go. Pretty likely to leave the northern side, though. So a lot of teams going to be leaning in towards those hills, towards Yongchon.
Talked about it several times already. Those foothills are very, very big. There's a lot of trenches that move down through it. And there comes that opportunistic play style yet again. Gen G tries to get the res, does get it, but Bean goes down.
Oh, this is just so horrific for Gen G. You would never expect this in a million years, but that's been what Namiga has brought to this lobby. It's doing things that you're not ready for. Gedrox catches Flame going up and over the wall.
I love the way that Namiga plays around res stations, man. They know that people are going to try to get themselves back into a position to fight for the later stage, and they vulture it up. They know that there's a couple of points. Nobody's expecting them to be out in the blue, and they just keep finding it time and time again, man.
I love it, dude. I love that they're taking advantage of that. But Petrichor Road duking it out. Geeke finds 2, Nan and Ming Ming down. Ming Ming did get 1. A good grenade here could change Petrichor Road's destiny, but they're getting shot from afar.
Quizzy, this is just the immediate send across the bridge, so coming into this a bit blind, both sides of it. Petrichor Road, AZ takes a nade to the face, and Petrichor Road just can't seem to keep all of their members up and alive.
Look at Furia. They want to try to get involved in this fight. Chewy is going to claim 1. He's looking for more, but he's got so much to worry about. Can't figure out where they're going to be coming from. Petrichor Road out early in 11th currently.
Big points for Geeke. Also good position in this circle. This gives them the area around Yongchon Fields entirely by themselves. There's breakers in Yongchon itself. Outside of that, they have room to play. Also, Rex still want to get involved in some of the games of his own right next to Na'Vi.
Dude's a madman. He is just fearless, sometimes to his own demise, but right now trying to get underneath Na'Vi while Zenith and Starlord provide a little bit of identification and cover fire for him. Ares out on an island from the rest of CTG. Tian starting to lean himself into this direction a bit. Orchid settles in, and they're going to get a freebie.
Yeah, change the game. Just kind of Ares caught with his pants down there, and he's just going to try to crawl away, but even that's going to get denied. Orchid in a great position near on center. Has to be careful, though. They do have Myth that might be nipping at their heels.
Oh, there's that knock, Starlord.
Oh, Hakatori of all people, too.
That's the last person you want to lose there is Na'Vi. I mean, you're still in 3rd, but that 94 points that they have does not feel comfortable. It's only 10 to CTG down in 7th, so that is not what you wanted to see early for Na'Vi. FN just doing a great job fanning out, finding the picks, and then just getting off of it.
48 alive moving into Circle 3 is pretty wild. We can see some drop-offs for survivability, but most of our teams now at least getting into the hillside in some fashion. Na'Vi starting to realize that this might not be as safe as they thought. They've got a lot of teams right on top of them. Changed the game. Rock is also kind of encroaching. Of course, FN we saw just a moment ago. Namiga coming in with an emergency pickup. Curious to see where they land.
Well, just going to center up for now. So still a lot to work with inside of this circle for a lot of the teams who've already gotten themselves into a bit of a position. Worried about Team Liquid on the outside of this. 17 players, their survivors still on the outside. Geeke has to get their way in just a little bit. Rock has a beachhead with BL, but the other 3 players slowly but surely.
Oh, no. while 7-7 is just trying to find a rock all by his lonesome. Shots from Orchid do stop Namiga from going the angle, instead going to drop right next to him. It looked like they were eyeing, maybe just dropping right on top of him, and somehow 7-7 doesn't get spotted there, I think.
These guys are madmen. I absolutely love it, but Magore lights him up with the Dragonov. That's Gedrick's down. Namiga now trying to situate themselves to get these reses. Myth may have a role to play in this if they get a sense of it that they can go for the push, but for now, they're seemingly just holding the line.
Rock's going to have to regroup to the southwest, so with Namiga's positioning that you were just talking about, Myth pulling away from the potential fight with Orchid. Asla going to be to the east of this. 7-7 spots, hello my bad. He wants a point, and he's going to get it.
Huge points for 17 right now. Looking for another grenade. Knows he lit up Leosh pretty well. Can't quite get him there. They're just coming up a bit short for him, and he might have to just peel off.
Reminder that Zhao is alive. He's just very far to the southeast. He's not even inside the circle. 17 had to separate whenever they just lost that firefight. One went north, one went east. Maybe they will regroup at some point, but 7-7's going to find him in the center of the circle completely fine.
I have to assume, I don't know where that mortar was intended.
Screw that tree specifically.
Yeah, that tree.
That tree.
Just that one. That was, I thought he would be going for Na'Vi with those mortars, but
oh, this is big.
Again, they get the revives. At least this time there's no Namiga players around.
You know that they came into this like, okay, where are they at? It's around here somewhere, but no, Namiga centered up, fine. If anything, seeing them in a firefight has got to make Gen G feel a lot better about these reses.
For sure. I don't know what they're going to be able to get out of it, but there is the edge of Army Base that's mostly open other than FaZe. Just has a corner of it with Jeems locking that down on the very northern edge of the current circle. So there is space here for Gen G, actually, whenever that res does come in. Still a couple options for Na'Vi, but they're fanning out. Ferris trying to find space, and he's going to bump into Orchid. Got to be careful.
Na'Vi needs to find some points, and Ferris not really going to find it fast enough. He's going to go down. Boostic spins back around on him, and Na'Vi, this is starting to look pretty scary. 94 points, FN down to 92, and then you get in the pack of the 80s. They cannot go down early here.
Well, they're getting a little bit of help from Orchid at the very least, and they're fending off FN, who was trying to find an opportunity to maybe get the backside of Na'Vi off that knock, but doing a good job. Arsosidin extends, keeping him alive. A point going over to Myth, so that's going to be one for them. Here comes the last two Gen G players. Where, oh where, are they going to try to land? My guess is Army Base, but...
Yeah, get what you can, fast as possible, then just try to get in the circle, but that means that Myth is going to have to deal with it. Myth is very caught up looking at the hillside and the firefights. I think Olympus might not even spot this. FaZe, though, going to be very close to this position as well. Looks like they were eyeing maybe going Army Base, cutting in south. Quick exchanges, Orchid, Wimbo, Tian starting to rally up a bit of a firefight over here, but they've got to be careful. Rock's behind them.
Yeah, they really need these points a little bit cleaner. As you're looking at Wenbo, he knows there's a player nearby that he knocked, so wants to use the grenade to get the flush, and he just rolls it a bit too far. Magore on point. Wenbo's ready for him. Great peek there, but can't find the damage. Magore bets him.
Up on the top of this, though, it's going to be made in Thailand. Good peek, change the game. I have Hangy way back behind this, watching Rock. He can't get too involved. He has to stall out Rock. He has to have time for Wimbo to get rezzed.
Hopefully he can do that for change the game's sake. Biel, ooh, dangerous cross there, but was expecting the grenade. Knew he had to make a move, and that's the wiser decision in the long run.
Ooh, runs, barely gets behind the tree. Magore in a lot of trouble right now, but it's going to get bailed out a little bit by Namiga.
Ferris there, lucky to get away with his life. Ooh, there is a Lynx in play. Diffix has it, and he connected onto Rex on the backside of this circle. Scappy has a chance. Can't get Tian.
3 kills. Is it the start of something big? Middle maps could be massive. On the outside of this team, Liquid is also getting harassed by FaZe. I think that they might be trying to regroup and come in next to Army Base where Myth is already waiting. A lot of our squads in this hunt for top 5, finding some very difficult firefights and approaches to the circle.
Yeah, FN leaving breakers to make sure that there's no wide flank from Geek. Starlord on the other side of it, protecting this revive from Rex. Jeems actually spots out Halo. This is way on the northern side. To Kraken, though, finds Diffix. No more links for him.
Furia still needs to get in the circle. Back behind them is going to be Quizzy, seeing if he can stab, get some kills of his own. But the other members for GK are in a lot of trouble. FN Pochon very close. Of course, Na'Vi has vision down this hillside into Furia, into FN, into GK, all. And Xiao Wu back behind all of this.
It's going to be a little bit interesting. 7-7 still chilling in the middle. Bye-bye. Spyro just not anticipating that breakers would come from the blue. That's an FN special right there. They love to keep you guessing which direction they're going to be coming from. PWD proning right next to him, though. Is this going to be read by FN?
Slow back down the pace. Listen to shots at range. See if he can get his moment. Multiple members in front of him. Kiss spots out FaZe. They were trying to get ahead of the circle and get ahead of Myth, but Myth reads it well. Kiss finds a kill.
All right. GK still trying to contest some space with FN. Na'Vi above all of this, doing a little bit of oversight. Posa finds a nice knock on the hammer with Ozla. So here for Furia, are they going to use that to aggress? Well, after that damage, maybe not.
Oh, Ozla, their own situation next to them, going to commit down onto Furia. 7-7 very close, like you're talking about, not getting involved just quite yet. Furia, though, still has GK back behind him. They have to be careful. They still have 17 back behind them, and that's going to be its own set of problems. Maybe Xiao Wu just going to opt into creeping in. FN Pochon has left this position. They've gone to the west. They're instead looking eyes onto Navi's point.
I think that's wise from FN. Sparking, though, claimed by Olympus. They were kind of spread out, trying to take sort of a fight against Gen G. Instead, they're just getting cut down between a couple different teams there. Myth just doing a great job. Purdy Curdy looking for a res, gets it in onto Team Liquid. Luke 12, those two though, stuck in a smoke and in trouble.
Oh, Olympus, how does the nade go? Carr providing some cover, but man, you're just going to have to send it out of the smokes. They realize this isn't the way to go. Instead, they're going to go south. Gen G's got 4 members waiting. Shot starting to connect. Purdy Curdy goes down. Team Liquid down to just 1 member. 5th place looking like a dream, but Scappy spots out Gen G.
Great stuff here from Myth. They're being proactive on a lot of different fronts. Orca hits the headshot with the red dot M16, tapping away. Flame is going to go down. Another point here claimed by Myth. 6 kills in this game, not bad.
Oh, I mean, they want it. They want it bad. This is a good circle for them to play. Lots of kill potential. They've got high ground and a ton of good angles. Luke 12, blue zone, problems in front of them, but it's going to be Tian Tian back behind it all. Change the game, still roaming, still wanting to go for that 5th place themselves.
Now, those are big salvage points for Tian Tian. He's got 3 kills in this one. Xiao Wu looking for more. Furious Posa, all on his lonesome, under pressure. There's the grenade from Xiao Wu. Will at least get another kill here for 17. They as well doing some great salvaging, sneak back up into 5th place overall.
17 in touching distance of each other in several circles. Just Posa between them, but that means that they've got a crossfire. PWD to the south behind all of it. Posa! Nade's gonna go not quite the right direction, but starting to just see if he can connect. Xiao Wu does have vision on where those nades are landing, feeding it, realizing the fact that it's opening up better angles specifically for Xiao Wu himself.
And now he's been able to essentially regroup with 7-7, who's holding the crossfire angle, but Posa finds a great moment right as Xiao Wu's coming downhill, lights him up, gets the knock. Well done by Posa.
Posa's not done yet. He still has to deal with 7-7. Other side, Posa takes a lot of damage. Blue Zone's going to be on top of him, as well as FN Pochon. They hear this firefight. They know that these squads are weakened, and they're seeing if they can find a way to exploit it.
Yeah, but right now, Asla seems to be content to play a little bit safe. Again, looking for just those placement points, those guaranteed. Breakers actually gets Posa here. 7-7, tag down low. Scappy looking for that angle onto Gustav, and Gustav's like, oh no, I'm just done. Nothing I can do.
FaZe down to 1. Myth stacking up more and more kills. They still need a ton just to catch up to Orchid, but now Crossfire is coming out. Scappy manages to weather it, does get away from Gen G. Myth has been taking a lot of shots, a lot of squads, but now has to get into a more vulnerable spot, and those squads want revenge.
I think for now, Myth might want to turn their attention more towards Gen G. You know they're going to be the weaker team than what you're facing on the other side. Scappy, how in the world does he hit that head? Just able to drag it down in time. Follows up with a grenade. Doesn't catch though. Hits underneath the rock, so Orca doesn't take any damage.
how other side taking shots at Scappy, making it a bit scarier. Jin Ji realizing threat behind them, probably a bigger problem and change the game. Hangy Tiantan have a beautiful crossfire that they have set up. Myth, other side of it, Kiss finds it. Gonna get more knocks onto Jin Ji, and they are in a ton of trouble. Hangy, high ground vision galore onto Jin Ji, just trying to survive.
Tiantian gonna spring into action to make sure these points go over. Last Gen G player at the edge of the smoke taken down by Myth. Myth is on the warpath. Hangy's going down.
They're not done yet. Tiantian gets spotted. He wants some, but no! Myth up to 10. Can the dream continue?
They are frying. I love it. They just got another knock on the Navi. They're not done yet. Navi's trying to fight over on the other side of the circle with Rock, and Myth finds an angle.
That's across the circle. That is big news for Rock. That means that they do not have an easy path, and Scappy is going to usurp the position that Change the Game was playing. Now he is looking at Navi.
Underneath the car, you can see that, Scappy. There you go. Fairest in trouble. Myth Scappy alone has 5 of these kills. Sosa able to keep Santastico at bay. He's flushed out, but it's Kiss.
Kiss finding it all. Rock thought they had an opportunity, but it was just set up by Myth. Myth continuing to find the kills, getting closer and closer. Jumped over Furia, now eyes on DK.
This is madness. Myth is looking for a monster game. They're still getting knocked. 17 goes down, but man, oh man, Glaz falls for Ozla. The center circle is on Namiga, but Myth has cleared out everything on the northwest side.
The crowd loves it, but there are still the 2 beasts in Azla and Namiga alive. FN wants to get in the circle. They've got a ton of crates, providing some cover and a path in after Namiga.
Huge here for FN. They need to get a few extra points out of this. They're already beat up. They're losing players left and right. So they want to try to stabilize, claim what they can. But this looks like Myth's game to win. Ozla's swinging down towards FN. They don't want nothing to do with Myth right now.
Fonte, the last one up, being a big distraction for the rest of the circle. Ozla in that pinch onto FN that you talked about. Rock on the other side, and it feels like everything is lining up for Myth. They have so much control in the circle. Nobody wants any part of it, and all of the kills are now starting to happen to the south, where Myth doesn't have the best vision.
Well, Zenith alive for FN, but for how much longer? Ozla looking for these flushes, so is Rock. Pretty valuable point to be found there out in the smokes. Howl caught trying to cross to the Rock, does get there.
Myth has realized too many of the firefights are happening out of their vision. Instead, it is time to get mobile. They've started to get vision onto Zenith. He's in some trouble. He's still got Azla right on top of him. Kisses spot out Rock. This is a big opportunity. There are a lot of kills to be had here. Red zone, other side of it. He wants them for himself, though.
He didn't see Zenith there. Zenith, okay, now they spot him. They were patient enough. Red zone now, attention over towards Rock.
Levante just had to give up the circle. He is running after points of his own and runs right into Rock.
Yell goes down for that. Red zone claims Levante. Ozla really spread out here, completely north to south on the circle. Myth taking control of the western side. Ozla has the east. Solds surely down. A great grenade from Scappy, gets Howl on the north.
That opens up the entirety of the circle. Nobody but Myth inside it right now. Azla realizing they're vulnerable. They're trying to shift to the north. Solds just trapped. There is nowhere for him to go.
15 kills in Myth's pockets already. Looking to stuff their pockets a little bit more. Line those edges. Red zone has a Dragunov there. Olympus sees Solds enough for that hill there, but surely this grenade does the job.
They want the blue zone to claim no one. Myth wants all these points, and they are getting them. Red zone has got into the circle, though. Does he have an angle? He's running right at Kiss.
He's going to take the hillside. He's going to get underneath them, but they know it. They've spotted him. Kiss catches him slipping.
Now just down to 1. A massive game for Myth. Hammer, the last one up. He is trapped. He is out. Myth, the dream continues.
That is crazy stuff from Myth. Talked about how much we loved how proactive they were being on Erangel, and this was that in spades. I don't know if it's enough, but oh man, it's giving them some hope. The high five should be coming through, and that's got the fans behind us ecstatic.
You can see the shock. Okay, It's a start, but that's all it is. The fans rallying behind them. They want to give them all they've got. Myth, do you have it in you for more is the real question.
I have no idea, but I love what I was seeing there. Great stuff with the Groza from Kiss. Scappy all over the place, finding freebies for his team, clearing space. Brilliant, brilliant maneuvering from Myth.
This was just a crazy set of situations. Namiga, respect where respect's due. Again, making it to later stages, realizing that there were kills to be had to South, assaulting what they could find even as solos as the crowd continues to show their love.
Yeah, some really nice games from Osla and FN as well to keep themselves up at the top of that leaderboard. So Navi not doing too bad there.
Is it the start of something great is the only question.
Their options seem barren, but this Scappy team won't kiss it goodbye on their climb to Olympus, where Myth can become legends if they continue to play like this. What a game, maybe too late, but not if they do it again.
We counted them out, but yeah, with this 28-point win, they need to do it again.
They got it.
And then they could have a top 5 here. But what a fantastic game. What an exciting game. Also very difficult game here. This northern side here is obviously a lot of terrain, but be able to accommodate it. So many teams, they're able to eliminate so many of them here. I'll say this though, I did not expect it and see this coming from it, but that's the only thing you gotta do if you gotta get into that top 5. If you were bottom 2 at the start of the day, we basically counted them out. But I will say this, 3 games to go. Are they gonna have one more game of these and then 2 more decent games?
Okay, hear me out though. Myth, previously Forest Natural Gaming, has always not been the best on a wrangle. They seem to do well in these scrappy maps with a little more cover and roll. Maybe the chances we end on the Dusty Dunes is gonna be the play for them. But what I did like is that from this moment on, they got aggressive. They went and they pushed. And the thing that I think worked for them is you saw Syntastical and the Rock Boys, they were passive. They were avoiding some of those fights, looking to pick up stuff. A lot of those teams in the end game here kind of had this perspective of, ooh, we just got to preserve our points. We got to hold what we got. Whereas these boys said, you know what? It's that time where we throw caution to the wind and we go all out.
The win of opportunity of getting points where it's like, okay, we got to make sure we get ours here, you know, getting aggressive. But also, the way that everything kind of worked out for them, they did not get third party in their engagement. Like, they were their third parties. They were the aggressors. They were the guys taking the control here. And for me, in this case here, that's exactly, obviously, how you got to play it, because everyone else is, as you say, somewhat passive. We have 7, 8, 9 teams that are fighting for 3 spots in victory.
But I also love that they went through all the heavy hitters. They got Levante off the board. They got Kiss, they got Red Zone off the board. They got Hackatory off the board. They went through, and I mean, I guess it's easy to say they got them off the board when they literally had the lion's share of kills in this lobby. I think when we see this, the final count is going to be 18 kills plus the 10 for first place, which is going to be, might be
I think it's 28 points.
Is it? But I'm saying I think it's the biggest. I know this is the biggest of the final stage.
Yeah.
One of the biggest of the tournament so far.
It is for sure. And again, the 28 points here, if you're bottom 2, I'm looking at another 20-plus point game and then 2 points or 2 games where you get 15. So we're looking at 35 to 40 more points in 3 games. Like, that is massive.
It's not an easy journey.
Absolutely not.
But when they got here today, they were in the bottom 2. The fans still showed up. They still showed them love. 17. And they were rewarded strongly as they came away with 17 kills, 27 points. As the Pentagram, another team that we wanted to see step up and do some stuff today, walks away with 10. And Namiga still 10 points. These guys are averaging, I think, somewhere in the 7 or 8 per game right now.
It's insane. As the Pentagram getting these, the 11 points that they got here is going to be the points that are, okay, this is our qualifying game. There's no way, we're not going to see 3 teams take over as the Pentagram. Namiga's in there, so Gratz as the Pentagram. How is that changing the lobby when they're playing a little bit different? They didn't play too confident here. It was kind of like, okay, let's try to get as many points. Let's try to get the kills here. Let's try to make the most of it and make ourselves our spot for the grand finals as a Pentagon, right? Amiga, again, the impact that they have on the lobby while still being qualified, that's just terrifying to us. So FN Pochon, massive game for them too.
Another one big one after the win earlier is the points that they desperately need. Let's take a look at the total leaderboard though. Namiga happily in. Asla Pentagram, I think, locked up at this point off the back of that one. But let's take a look at the climb over here. Where did Myth get to? 74 points. They're back in the hunt. It's a long hunt. It's a tough hunt, but it's a hunt.
They are 19 points behind 5th place. So we're looking at they need to put up 20 points on 5th place.
Another big
and then not have FaZe change the game and Rock get way more than them, right? Like it's looking like it's a tall mountain to climb. It's Everest-sized.
It is an Everest-sized mountain. That said, FaZe has been struggling, changed the game. This is the first time we've seen them put up more than 4 points in a match. Rock, by the same token, has been sort of defensively slipping into the end games. I think those teams really need to re-examine their strategy. As we get ready to Rondo, it's time to sort of readjust and say, there's no more chance to play defensive here. You have to make moves.
And also, let's talk about 5th place, right? We're 3 games deep. We were 77 points when we started the day. We're only 91 now. It's only 14 more points, right? It's been a very low average. So all the teams at that big chase pack here, it is kind of, okay, that's kind of crazy.
All right, so that is the highest scoring single game that we have seen at PGC, which is impressive and at a time when they needed it most. Very, very exciting. And you're right, though, because the middle of the pack has left it to the end, the bottom of the pack has been able to close that gap, making it not a 1, not a 2, not a 3, but a multi-horse race as we close the gap here. And so as the final furlough comes up, what are we looking for?
We're obviously one more wildcard game to go, right? It's a difficult one to do it. I think we're seeing a lot of passive play in that middle pack. And if you take the opportunity to get in and get those points, be a little bit more aggressive than others, and the third-party timing opportunities is the ones you got to be looking out for.
No more playing passive. Whether it's Liquid that you're cheering for or someone else, it's time to put on the big boy boots and get to stomping. Game number 4. Let's get ready to Rondo. It's matchup and paper thin.
Halfway through the day, there are still a ton of teams in this competition, but they've got to get to the top 5. Dreams can be dashed here, and I agree with the desk 1,000%. It is time to do it yourself. No more passive play.
Exactly. Buckle up. There's no more breaks on this lobby. You've got to go, and you got to go hard, and Myth just showed you why. Unbelievable stuff. Top point getters for a map in PGC 2025. They did it in style, keeping all 4 up throughout the whole thing. And at the very least, again, giving the home crowd something to cheer for as we go into Rondo. A little bit southern on this plane path, kind of going east to west, and could be a little tricky if you wanted to get up a little bit further north.
I mean, Myth almost doubled their points in one game.
That's bananas, dude. At this stage, when you're at match 15 and you're doing that stuff.
Well, we knew that this squad could do it. Where has this been? What's been going on? We know that whenever they get into a firefight, they can absolutely unload. And they can get kills in unpredictable positions. We saw a lot of early game aggression for them to get them to this point. And then it's just been lacking through the entirety up until now.
Better late than never, as they say. So let's see if Myth can keep it up. Not a terribly bad circle for them, all things considered. We're going to have Gen G and Rock there ahead of them, but just a little bit on the outside looking in, and Jadina going to be a little bit of a bridge further for Sharper. CTG not too far out either. Of course, Test Track going to be split between 17 and Na'Vi. Furia, Petrichor Road, FN, nice and centered up-ish. So we'll have to just wait and see how this one shakes out. A lot of stuff can happen on these circles on Rondo in this part of the map, so still hard to say exactly where it's going to go. Scappy going to be your man of the match for Made in Thailand. Fantastic work. He was all over the map there. He was that point guy who was opening up those fights for Myth and breaking things through.
Levante. I mean, still a decision maker at the end. Jumping into firefights, realizing that Myth had control over that. These guys, they read the game so well and just how it's being stacked up and set up. Back behind them, Asla, of course, feeling pretty comfortable. But then, oh, God, it gets crazy. FN, 100 points. Na'Vi, 4 points behind that. Then down into 17. That's our present top 5, but just 2 points behind FaZe, changed the game, who's been trying to be active in the earlier stages of the games, changing up their own game to see if they can get into the top 5. Rock just back behind that. Gen G, Team Liquid, Myth now finally back behind that with Petrichor Road. Crazy.
Absolutely. All right, well, we do have an interview here with Spyro. Let's hear what the GK Star has to say.
Вчера нам повезло в первой игре с зонами, и мы заработали 15 очков. Это дало очень огромный буст для остальных 5 карт, хотя мы сыграли всего 3 из 6 вчера. Остальные 3 мы сыграли в 0. Сегодня, я считаю, нам не очень везло с зонами. Во второй игре, где нам повезло, нас просто закрашбайтили. Я думаю, что уверенность у всех осталась так же, как и она была после первого дня. Все понимают, что сегодня мы не дожали свои игры и понимаем, где мы это сделали. И очень сильно не везло в некоторых моментах. Поэтому сейчас сделаем упор на анализ, на разбор, придем в отель, сделаем разбор и будем с такой же уверенностью начинать третий день, как начали первый.
Crazy set of situations that we're looking at, jumping right into Rock and Petrichor Road on top of each other. Gen G very close. This is jockeying for position pretty close to the center of the circle and just an overall good compound, but that's made it a bit scary for the defenders in Petrichor Road. Other side, Panzerfaust going to connect right through the doorway.
Yeah, this is always the danger!
Oh, AZ!
AZ is the danger. He is thwarting Rock right now, as they wanted to maybe try to backfill on it on Petrichor Road in this spot, hoping that they had maybe rotated out, but instead, Petrichor Road is still taking their time, tagging up souls a bit, but so far.
Cars, are they going to jump on the backside of this as well? Tosi spots out everybody just trying to get out. Rock in a lot of trouble.
They're getting out, but they're getting into it, and they're paying the price. Sold's trying to dodge Gen G fire, runs right into Petrichor Road players, and things going awfully awry for Rock.
17 next to Furia, just roaming through an area that they might not want to be in. Gen G behind this has to be careful because Na'Vi has gotten in vehicles right back behind them. So while they were trying to be the hunters, they might very quickly become the hunted.
Bean with just a mutant here. So Gen G cut the loot a little bit early to go for this third party, but they might be getting flanked. Flame able to just barely get out. Oh boy, that was close.
I think that whenever we saw the Gen G player in the car, Orca, crest the hill, he spotted Na'Vi up on top of the rock, fed that over and said, nope, this isn't safe anymore. It's time to go more centered. Oh, RBN. In a lot of trouble over here, and of course,
oh no,
gonna be next to Myth.
Oh no, this is the absolute last team you want to bump into, other than Namiga. Those two teams right now, with the way they're playing, you want no part of that, and that's going to cut off a revive station potentially, and not that he could have got the chips yet anyway, but
I got to give this man some respect as well. We talk a lot about Kiss and the performances that he's had, how great he is as a fantasy pick and all that other stuff, but Scappy, man, Scappy just clutching a big way for his squad. Arctics, though, spots out Spiro. Oh, that's going to be up on top. PWD says, nah, man.
That is some nasty shooting from the glider. Bailing his teammate out a little bit, and Orchid gonna have to stall up to go for the res. Gotta try to protect this from that glider still too. This is GK thinking about maybe flexing out a bit. They're outside of the compound, but not going for it just yet. Speaking of gliders, Baron as well. Gonna be living up to his name, trying to replicate what the World War I ace could and get some kills.
We've seen Myth get some very big games on this map. The middle maps have done them some favors in the past. Can they do it yet again? They've got a good read on position, pretty safe. Up to the north, we still have FaZe, Namiga, and Change the Game, all not yet inside the safe zone. Team Liquid has found themselves somewhere pretty far to the north and going to be close to Furia and 17 both.
Well, things going to maybe calm down here for a moment. It just kind of depends on some of the teams that are still way outside of this, like Change the Game, like Namiga, like FaZe. Rock's RBN just trying to figure out somehow, some way to maybe get his teammates back in action or salvage some points. That hit. Not a headshot, but ooh.
Boostic. All right, well, you win the better, that side of it. He's got to retreat. GK, they're setting up some solid defense here.
Yeah, they are. Having that glider around them really works a treat. So you can see why so many teams, especially on this map, keen to get those gliders into the air ASAP, and players have gotten pretty darn good about shooting out of them as well. As Gedrox, Namiga, just chilling, just outside, wandering around, just looking for anybody. They might be hunting FaZe, I don't know.
This is going to be FaZe to the north of them yet again. Looks like they're trying to get bridge controls. James is going to be to the more eastern bridge. The other members of FaZe might run right down into Hello My Bad. Again, any small bit of damage you can do to a squad that you don't want to deal with in the early stages just has massive ramifications the longer and longer it goes on. And we've seen that. Namiga doesn't go for the squad wipe whenever they're going for those res stations. They just want to kill.
Yep.
They just want something out of it, and they're going to put you back off your game right as soon as you think that you're getting everything back together.
Well, that denial gives you a lot. Obviously, screwing a team over, great. You love that. You get a few extra points, great. You love that. But it also potentially opens up space in front of you because that's the angle that that team's coming from. So you know that there's just a little bit of extra room in front of you potentially to kind of work with. So a lot of those things factor into Namiga's play.
Namiga has gotten in their cars, and it's going to be a bit ahead of what's going on with FaZe. There is the EMP right on top of them. But I think that's because Levante has spotted out James. They are cutting very hard to the east. James is going to be coming after Levante, but no, instead, everybody from Namiga is hopping in their vehicles, and this is going to be very narrow, but FaZe should be fine for now.
So much of this is going to come down to FaZe's scouting and some of the timings potentially on when they actually get a glimpse of the Namiga players. Oh, my bad, just driving right at James. Okay, he pulled up, James. Oh, boy.
James.
Oh, the EM.
He doesn't
Oh,
know.
no.
Yeah, the timing for this is just bad on like 16 different levels. Gedrox has to be careful. Gustav and Fex behind this might be in some trouble for Gedrox, but instead, James just going to go more south. There are multiple members for Namiga over there. Circle does go pretty centered up around Myth and Gen G both. James, there's nowhere to go. Somebody's going to bump into you sooner or later, and the jousting going to be enough for James to stay alive. But again, it is Namiga trying to throw FaZe off their game.
I think they might have got.
They're chasing.
They're just going. They want FaZe out of this event. They've been hunting them in these middle maps. They were hunting them on Tego. Now they're doing it again. This is just a grudge match here between EMEA teams up in the sky, but tough shots to hit.
And Hello My Bad is actually wrapping behind the entirety of FaZe. If they are not careful, they might find somebody still chasing after them. Namiga now eyes on the circle. New problem, though. Team Liquid has been a bit slow into this circle, and it's going to be Namiga and FaZe rolling right up next to them at roughly the same time. They're being gate kept out by Furia, though.
Oslo loses a player to FN's wide spread. FN's got to be careful. Orchid behind him. Tuscaloosa seeing Tian Tian in the air, says, get away. I don't want to deal with any of you. EK has Scappy in trouble.
EK's been playing solid at the start of this round already. Big problems. Myth, too many different threats approaching. 2 members down. Big problems for Myth, who cannot relent.
I don't think now you're going to be able to recreate the magic from the previous game, especially with Scappy going down here. Oh, poor Myth. Looked like they were in a good spot in this circle, but too many teams also thinking the same thing.
It's just the way it can go. I mean, this circle's pretty open. Yeah, you still have Yulin in it, but to the south, there's just a couple of really good compounds, and instead you find yourself getting mixed up. Team Liquid about to get mixed up next to change the game right on the edge of the zone, and I think that Team Liquid was thinking about stopping before going into the circle right here. Alo's going to get spotted, doesn't go down, tries to get some damage back, but Ares is going to get the better of it.
Oh, let's see if Team Liquid can regroup and get themselves a good game going here, but no! It's another player down. Wenbo gets one.
While this is happening, FaZe and Amiga are back in a firefight as well, so big fights happening multiple areas. Team Liquid, Luke 12 needs to stay alive. He needs to get points. Change the game on the other side of it. Hangy goes for some peeks around, just trying to get the flushes. Luke 12 gets the information, though.
Well, he tried to throw the stun, but Hangy able to dodge it. Gonna retry that same angle from the air.
Furia.
That's Furia. Oh, Tian Tian, he's getting out. He's trying to be the paratrooper, but he's shot right out of the air. Oh, Luke.
Slow rolling up on top, but does he know how many people are still after him? Furia knows that the fight is done. They want to deal with Team Liquid. Luke by himself in the blue zone. Everybody else just down, crawling for him, hoping for reses.
Oh, poor Luke. He did such a great job in that fight, but the grenades are going to at least flush one. Can Luke do any more? He's just driving away, but he is beat up, and he is on 6 HP.
Too many members of Furia around. No safety to be had. Team Liquid goes down. Up into the north, Namiga does massive amount of damage to FaZe. FaZe now down to just one member. It did cost Namiga 2, though.
That's not great for FaZe, to be honest. Maybe they can get the revives, but Furia, again, this is what the name of the game is here today. Be proactive. No, Leash is going right at Vard.
Oh, can Vard hold it? No, he's going to go down. FaZe eliminated. Namiga wants them gone and gets it.
I am heartbroken for FaZe, but you can't fault Namiga. They have, like we said at the beginning of the day, they have the opportunity to be the kingmakers, and they've decided that they want FaZe out of their throne room.
Middle maps providing potential. FaZe down, changed the game down, Rock down to just one. Team Liquid out. Now it's all the guys, the bottom half of the leaderboard. Opportunity abounds. Those in the top 5, can you get distance on those that are hunting after you? 17 in a great spot already, but they are going to spot out Petrichor Road roaming right in between Gen.G.
Yeah, they're trying to put some shots into Petrichor Road, but not much connecting, so the containers in the center gonna be where Petrichor finds a home briefly. Diffix goes down to Baron, sole survivor for Myth. Didn't claim the point because he's got more pressure underneath. Feels like he has to play a little bit more defense. Again, go big or go home. Go for all these kills, my guy.
You need everything that you can get. 1 or 2 points could be the difference maker, and Baron trying to be the difference maker himself. Tries to connect the utility. He knows where the shifts are coming. He's just going to jump down, bold in the face, but this little bit of a wall being a problem. Baron on the other side of it can't get the angles that he wants. There's just nothing to be set up. Spyro on the other side gets some damage. Baron connects. He does get the knock. Baron not done yet.
PWD rolling in, though. Is Baron going to have enough time to deal with this? He is going to peel off once again, at least claim these points. Wise to position himself to cut off the angles there to at least secure those couple of flushes. Baron playing this extremely well.
DK was ahead of Myth going into that last game, and instead getting picked apart, and Myth finding some needed points in what was a bad game. But Red Zone, of all players, has spotted Baron.
Oh, this is so sad. Would have loved to see him get the free, but instead, Red Zone knows he can find more points and no reason not to. Sharper over there. There goes PWD. Actually, Red Zone claims him, so Baron here going to be offered an opportunity to maybe just make a rotate away out of this.
Yeah, but so many members for Asla are set up around the outskirts of this. Baron still has to rotate. Let's not forget, good old RBN still alive. He's got to get himself into the circle and could be pretty close to Baron of all people.
I love this. Baron there could have gone for a flush, just could have gone for the one and done. Instead, plays it out to try to maximize his points because he absolutely has to. Stellar.
In the circle itself, 17, great position. Centered up, Yulin that they're working with. Northeast, Furia. Circle stays on top of 17. Petrichor Road. Na'Vi right on the edge of it next to Gen.G. Behind them, Sharper. Asla to the south. Has to look eyes towards Gen.G or maybe more to the west. Presently looking at Evan Pochon as well as Orchid, both who need to get into the circle. Orchid with a couple of better options given the fact that they're already so close to Yulin. And let's not forget about good old Levante up to the north.
Good news for FaZe is right now, none of the teams that were super close to them on the leaderboard are catching up.
2 members of Namiga just, I believe, are trying to jump their way in right at the wrong time. Orchid's going to spot that.
They're just probably dead. Oh, no, this Panzer could be Duma. Goes too high. He's still able to get the kills. Na'Vi, combined with 17, wiped the floor with Petrichor.
Na'Vi needed points. They've been on a slide. That is big for them. Gets them into the circle as well. Sharper, eyes to the north, looking at Furia's position. Asla still needs to get to the zone. It's going to be Gen.G trying to hold them out. Baron creeping forward. Eyes on RBN ahead of him. The solo, easy pickings.
Huge. He gives him a little fist bump. I love it. Let him know. Play to the crowd, my guy. 17 knows they've got players in here. Doesn't want to give them too much opportunity to get looted. And 7-7 is going to get Gedrox on his knees. Hello, my bad, in there with an AK, running around.
Getting anything that he can find. I don't care. I do not care what it is. He just wants it. does have the bridge that he can maybe go for a res, but I feel like that's bait. Little Ghost might be just waiting for him to reveal himself. Instead, just plays the more open side. Has to be careful. Orchid, though, not yet inside of Yulin itself. Orchid, though, has to be problem. Levante back behind them now.
Orchid's found themselves having to deal with a couple teams on that northern edge, Furia and Levante from Namiga, so they can't get involved in this fight like they maybe would want to, seeing those kills.
It's just whatever you can pick up, man. Give me armor, give me a helmet, give me something.
It's not much.
I mean, at least that Levante can keep an eye on Orchid and let anybody on his squad know if anybody's coming in from the north.
Oh, look how many first aids Baron has.
This little Ghost spots out Gedrox, so.
Baron actually, who knows, might be able to get back into the circle eventually. He's pretty far off screen, but have to wait and see. Oh, red zone. That's a P90, and that's Star-Lord down. Is there anything FN? FN's got a pretty good crossfire, but the rest of ASLA is putting pressure on this to make sure they can get this point.
They're just chasing after Zenith, who did stop. Multiple members for ASLA now getting different firing lines onto Zenith. He's in some trouble. Breakers doesn't have good vision, and neither does Rex. This is an awkward spot of this hillside that Rex doesn't have the best vision to work around.
Oh, Howell gets a headshot into Breakers, too, so that continues the opportunity here for the rest of the team to make pushes uphill. Now, Zenith had gotten the hell out of there. They're still going to maybe see him in that blue, though, and Breakers as well, starting to get tickled by it, so things going awry.
Circle goes to the north. Longer for Baron that he has to run, but closer for Levante. 17 right on the edge, hearing these firefight going on between ASLA and FN, both now starting to set up more of a defensive perimeter around their positioning. Genji's got to get in the circle from the south. Navi might be trying to gatekeep out what's going to be going on with Sharper, maybe even Baron, both. Fury to the northeast feeling pretty fine, but Orchid finally slowing everything back down as ASLA knows that this circle is going to be hard to go for, so instead it's better to just go after FN.
All top 5 teams still in this, all with 3 or more players alive. So talked a little bit earlier about how FaZe maybe not feeling too bad about going out early, but actually it could be very bad if all of these top 5 teams get through this deep into the game. Although ASLA very much on the outside looking in. FN as well. Going to have to hoof it to try to get through. The funny thing is there's a little bit of open space kind of because of Amiga. It's kept 17 tunneled on different ends of the circle.
So if FN does go east, like you're talking about, they're going to bump into Amiga. If they go further north, they're going to bump into Orchid. Genji, it's time to just send it, man. There aren't any options, so are you eyeing west? I don't think so. Instead, just north. Hoping the fact that what was going on with ASLA is going to be enough of a distraction, but instead 17 was already waiting, expecting somebody to come over here. Little bit of air going to be caught by Genji. Other members do look like they managed to make it in safe, but they've run right into the middle. It's a crossfire that 17 has.
Yeah, they're trying to jump up and over the walls instead. Oh! It's just the end of them. Logo, Xiaobei, Xiaowu going to combine to give themselves a bunch of kills. Here comes ASLA. What in the world?
Just sends it in. Howl, red zone combined to get a quick flush. Glass down, but it is going to come at some damage onto red zone. 17, not expecting the other side of this to happen so fast.
Howell knows there's a player over there, looking to see if he can catch him peeking.
Red zone,
trying to use that P90, and he can't. Shut down by Xiaowu.
2 members for 17 still up. Howl, other side of this. We've seen Howl clutch some big games. He's on res duty right now. Red zone going to go down. Molotov, I think, just a bit short. 17 wants to secure defense, but FN heard this firefight, and there's an opportunity to get in the circle for them.
Yeah, they're just like, all right, you guys fight. We're going to go ahead and go the other direction, right up the gut of the city. Levante still being an absolute menace out on the outer edge, gets Lurix as Rex looks for the fight. He looks for the grenades, saw Howl, opted to go for the other side. Glass got revived somehow. Howl still doing damage.
Just throwing in nades where they spot him. 17 goes down. ASLA puts in the work, but FN getting the reward.
This is madness. Poor 17 did such a good job on a couple of those fights, but it just took too long to clean out ASLA, and FN's just like, thank you very much. Look at how much space they have. They don't know it, but they've got all the room in the world to get to the eastern edge of Yulin.
So look, now we've got second, we've got 5th down. What is the next closest team that's still alive? Myth.
Oh my word, Baron's still in this. I told you, he's got a bunch of those first aids, so he was able to get in here. So we see what happened to poor Petrichor Road. Slammed into Navi, and Xiaowu's up on the roof and collecting some points for himself. So not a bad game for 17. Gonna get some kills at the very least. So we jump back over to Rex, who, unbelievable how good he is.
Hackatory down, easily picked up. Effen's gonna have a long walk ahead of him. Baron's gonna be running behind Navi, using this distraction to try to see if he can sneak into the circle. Fury is in a beautiful position. They've got so much control on everything coming out of Yulin. Orchid right in the middle of this circle. Could have to deal with Sharper on one side and Levante on the other side of it. Levante, though, taking the shots over at Posa, could open up more of the circle, but it's all about what's going on in Yulin. Sharper, Orchid getting vision on each other, and Namiga, having looted some, has an opportunity to get into the circle themselves.
Mogori might have those two rezzed players from Namiga to deal with. They're right underneath him. He's trying to be that anchor position. Are they going to be ready? He's going to back the Blanc up towards the rock. Gedrox, I think he got one of the FN players with that MP5, so if Orca's kind of keeping track of everything, they should realize there's another team in the mix inside. Obviously, you want to deal with Sharper quick, but Sharper has the advantage in terms of the circle side, and hello, my bad. A little bit of damage to Mogore.
Hey, an AK, if that's all you got, can work pretty close range. Earth has gone more aggressive into the circle, hearing that firefight behind it all, and hello, my bad, does take down Mogore. Made in Thailand finally going to get eliminated as well. It's going to be Furious Gizera, of course, with the vision that they have. Namiga, can you get into this circle? It's just going to be Orchid ahead of you. Levante getting more vision as Posa has retreated.
This is going to be huge. Getting a little bit of extra stuff for Gedrox. Oh, no. He steps a bit too far, and Boostic punishes Jedi.
Oh, but Sharper, they want to punish Orchid themselves. Boostic Arctics just clinging to life over here as now Navi has gotten in the circle and FN poach on to the south as well.
Yeah, this is looking great for FN and Navi in terms of really solidifying their spots in that top 5. Namiga just...
Do they have any meds at all?
Well, there might be some on the bodies of the Orchid players. That's maybe their only hope here. Rex under barrage. Breaker's trying to respond, but gets hit by Extend, so has to back off a bit. Extend's looking for the long range one. Not sure that's going to connect on anybody. Oh, Breakers does scoop up that P90, though.
Levante has gotten close enough in this firefight to now involve himself. Boostic does spot him, though, so now it feels like Namiga, who was bullying FaZe so early in this one, cannot find a clean angle into the circle. Gedrock's just going to have to fight his way in all by his lonesome. Neuron nothing to work with. Instead, the blue can just have me. Furia, so much control of the circle, and Navi is actually running aggressively into Sharper's face.
Yeah, they got to get into some safety to keep themselves protected. It will be Breakers cleaned up by Earth. And I like what Navi's doing here. You know you're probably not going to win this game. Fury is looking good. So is Sharper. But Rex is going to spot somebody out. He's still in the bushes. Earth is like, I know you're over there. Let me say hello.
Yeah, everybody wants a piece of Sharper right now, and they just want to get a foothold inside the circle. So said, gonna spot out Jedi, and there's just no clean angle. Oh my God, look at this gatekeeping coming up from So said. M249, but Escalusia does get the knock. The opportunity to get into the circle. Also, looks like Orchid could be setting up, but Furia, perfect in positioning, but all the fighting happening away from him.
Yeah, Furia just gonna have to hold the line and hope that they get a player or two out of position and able to find some kills, but it's just a bit of damage. Posa popping some shots. Here comes Boostic.
Here's this, but he just can't get involved yet. He wants somebody to peek. Arctics did spot Exclusion just a second ago. Outside of this, Furia just continuing to rain down bullets, making sure to make everybody's life that much harder just in the thick of it all. Boostic runs around, but Jedi does take him down. 2 members for Sharper still up. Arctics on the other side does spot out Earth. Hits a couple of shots, and it's going to be all she wrote for Orchid.
It's actually Rex there. Got the knock onto Earth, so he was in a crossfire. Jedi alive, but ticking down to a blue zone grenade with the blue close to follow.
Biggest beneficiary of all of this is Furia. At 75 points is going to put them back potentially into that 80s mix. Rex still alive right on top of Sharper. Just trying to see if he can steal a point or two. Jedi looks like he might be going for the res, and that's going to put him in a pretty vulnerable spot as Rex is going to go ahead and flush this one out now that he knows he's close enough. Rex is going to pick up yet another point for himself. He's up to 111 for FN in that 3rd place position.
That's massive value for Rex. That cannot be understated, what he's doing in this game for his team. Yes, he's not going to win it, but good God, did he make the most of it.
Got into the later stages, getting some breathing room away from everybody that's in the hunt. Bound below him for those top 5. but Furia putting themselves back into striking distance of top 5 themselves.
Yeah, big win for them. Able to play it quiet because of all the attention that Yulin garnered. Just scrappy stuff here. You're seeing every time there's a fight in the early part of the game that there's going to be 1, 2, 3 teams looking to try to third party at everyone, trying to find their moment to get those points where they so desperately need them with only 2 more maps to go.
And on Miramar, where we know it can get brutal, it can get down in the dirt, in the dust, it can get absolutely scrappy over there for everyone. This is just, how much more do you have left in the tank? What can you do whenever it all matters the most?
Exactly, that's what we're looking for. Who's going to step up on Miramar, make those dusty dunes bloody for us, and give us a show. 5 teams. That's all that makes it to the grand finals, Matt.
And while we were hyping a lot of what was going on the outside of this, again, it cannot be understated how big of a game this is for that squad right there. They just have to continue on Miramar with 2 games left.
If you have to tell a story today, it's about the teams who have struggled stepping up and saying we deserve to be here. Whether or not it gets us to the top 5, we want to put up a good showing. This still is PGC, the biggest event of the year. Furia comes out, takes home a win, a big one for Brazil, and a good game. Great positioning, not a lot of pressure against them, handled well.
Yeah, for sure. 14 players going into this one, though. They would need record-breaking games in the last 2 to make it into that top 5, but still have an impact for the rest of the teams playing. And as we saw in the 3 prior games to this, a lot of teams playing it too passive, too slow, too cautious, because they're too afraid to get those engagements. There's still so many teams in that run that potentially, but FN Pocheon getting a bit of points here now. They're going to break that 110 points and be ever close to that 130. That's going to basically guarantee them that top 5.
I think that's the big thing for me on FN Pocheon. You're right. A lot of the teams in the top seem to be pulling their attack. They're stacking the defense. They're holding the line as hard as they can, whereas teams like FN Pocheon came in and said, you know what? We're pulling out all the stops. We're taking the goalie out of this one, and we're going as aggressively forward as we can, and that is what's paying off. The one downside, again, as we see Furia playing out the end game here, is that those teams where we keep saying they've got to have a big one, they've got to have a big one, all of those teams are having one big one, but they don't seem to be able to put together the second. And that's what you have to do if you want to close that gap from the bottom. 4 games are done. As we watch the end of these highlights, it got a little bit crazy here inside of the red zone, or inside of the Monastery. Red zone put in some good numbers. Aslan 17 battling it out. 17, who has been on the cusp all day, had to do well on this fight.
They got some good engagement, got some good kills there. I think they got on 6 or 7 kills total. Got some placement points too. That's huge for them, obviously. And yeah, kind of solidifying themselves in the top 5 right now, but it's a soft defense. It's soft cover for that bottom 5 round. We're going to be moving to Miramar, and the 2 best, well, 3 best teams if we include Amiga, the 2 best teams out besides Amiga is actually Liquid and Navi. So Navi now, they've been a little bit more slower, kind of cautious throughout, right? But now we get to their map, the map they usually dominate on.
And I hope that they do, because Navi has been a little worrying for me today. It's been a little less hackatory, a little more lackatory in the first bunch of the games. This one he turned back on, started to put up some numbers. And if they come out, as you said, better on Miramar, you need them to do so. Even with one of their players feeling under the weather, Navi is a team I expect to see in the grand final.
This game, I feel like there was a little bit of a misplay, right? They had that kind of outside radar station or whatever it is on the east side. Hackatory started running towards Din, and then it's like, okay, just died off. There's 3 teams that had cover on, or like angles on him. He died in the open. They could have played it, you know, on the east side or played towards Furia. Tried to on a different engagement here. Didn't get a lot of points total. Got 7. It's still some, but Furia with 19 points here. FN Pocheon with 11 and Sharper with 10.
And again, Namiga continues to find points on the board.
And that's Pentagram too, also there. Now with this game, they're safe. Congrats to them going into the grand finals next weekend.
I think it also speaks really well for them as they look at the grand finals. These 2 teams, because at the end of the day, you know, the top 5 here are the bottom 5 there, if you really think about that in the context. these two have come out and said we're consistent. We don't give up. We don't play too defensive. This is our game. We're ready to go to the finals.
We played 4 games today. A crazy stat for you. No one inside the top 9 has won a game today. It's been 10th, 14th, and 15th.
Wow.
That is crazy.
It's amazing what a little desperation will do for you. Here's the overall leaderboard. Amiga Osla advanced. FM Pocheon jumps up to 3rd place, sitting at 111 off of another big game. Navi does manage to get up to 4. 17 hanging on by the skin of their teeth as FaZe change the game and Rock continue to try to chase them down. Liquid's still kind of in that hunt, but they got to have that big game.
Yeah, 14 points behind 17 points behind Navi is Team Liquid, right? Rock's in there, changed the game also kind of.
Well, and Furia, who wasn't even in the hunt a minute ago. I mean, it's only 19 points for them to make it to the 5.
Yeah, but they would have to pass Gen G, Team Liquid, Rock, change the game, FaZe Scan, and 17.
I'm just saying, there are now 3 or 4 teams who weren't even in that but they have to conversation that now are.
Let's count Petrichor Road and Myth and Maiden Thailand as well. Like, two wins.
Yeah,
you're in.
It's true. Two wins and you're in. Okay. Now, I will say, I think based on some of the play that we've been seeing, we can write off a few teams on the bottom potentially, but you're right. With only 2 matches left, it is going to be a 2-win scenario for some of these teams, but most importantly, I think we're looking at, would you say Liquid or Rock in terms of where the real chase is going on right now? Or do you even write Rock out of that?
Let's count in Liquid just based on them having crazy good stats in Miramar.
Based on us needing at least one more America's team in the grand final for the amount of people that we've sent to this.
You wish.
We need more than just the Falcons. I do wish very hard that we see a glow up there. But it has. It's been a fascinating day that has revolved a lot around the bottom teams showing up here. Unfortunately,
that changes on Miramar, I'm telling you.
It's also an 18-game series. Like, you needed to have done this a while ago.
You can't. We were talking about it yesterday. Yesterday was the time for you to build your foundation so you can step up on that foundation today and secure your top 5.
Who will secure the top 5? That's all that matters as we look forward to the grand finals. This is PGC 2025, last day of the last stage. Don't go anywhere. We're back right after this.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded DIAC2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
Stay focused.
Hello, PUBG and PUBG Mobile fans. Thanks to your passionate, unwavering support, we've been able to grow tremendously on the battlegrounds of PUBG and PUBG Mobile. to give back to our fans, even in a small way, and to present you with a brand new experience of the #1 Battle Royale. We are bringing together PUBG and PUBG Mobile and uniting them under one stage, PUBG United, launching in 2025. PUBG United's journey begins in Siam District, Bangkok, where the tournament will be held this November. Around Siam Paragon and across the city, you'll discover PUBG experiences that you can't take your eyes off. You can also experience the PUBG United Fan Zone, where you will find booths dedicated to PUBG and PGC, as well as PUBG Mobile and PMGC. There will also be special collaboration pop-ups with global brands. A variety of PUBG-themed events and hands-on activities are waiting for fans to enjoy to the fullest, so be ready. For online fans, a special website will open, bringing together every moment of PGC and PMGC so you can enjoy PUBG United anytime, anywhere. For the first time in esports history, PUBG Global Championship and PUBG Mobile Global Championship will unite on a single stage. Starting with a grand opening ceremony on a massive scale, each day brings new and exciting moments. With that energy building up, the intense grand finals of PGC and PMGC will come together for the first time in history on one united stage. On this one-of-a-kind stage, the world's top players will battle in back-to-back grand finals, offering an experience like never before. One world, two champions, coming together in a truly historic moment. November 24th to December 14th in Bangkok, Thailand. Come and experience PUBG United to the fullest. We will continue striving to be a PUBG and PUBG Mobile that never stops working hard for our fans. Thank you.
Good games for the guys that are in the top 5, making it into the later stages, but that just means that those in the hunt, still in the hunt for top 5. We didn't see a breakaway, even though Namiga really feels like they're trying to punish FaZe and get them out of this. The way the leaderboard fell, it's not done yet.
Not by a long shot. I mean, it is 5 teams that have crested that 100-point mark, so that's kind of where you're looking at right now. As FaZe going to be 7 points behind that, I believe, in 6. So they've got work to do, and they've got to avoid Namiga. They've got to find a way to keep those guys off of their backs.
How many times have we talked about this? When you end up at the top of the leaderboard with a ton of points, you get the ability to do whatever you want to the lobby. Namiga is one of the first squads we've seen in a really long time trying to do that, realizing, hey, no love lost in EU right now. FaZe, you're a problem for us, and we don't think that we want you to have to deal with it anymore.
Precisely.
Yeah,
why not? All right, let's get into it. Miramar, 2 more maps to close out the last stage and find out who will be going to the grand finals of PGC 2025. A lot on the line, but the top 5, like you were talking about, they've separated themselves a little bit.
But there's so much still left to play. We've already seen it with Myth. A big game can always happen in a very eastern set. Southern Plane Path could make it to where everybody's going to have to be playing into secondary or tertiary drops.
Yeah, I mean, for a team like Myth, you're going to need back-to-back just absolute barn burners to have any hope. A lot of those teams in that position now towards the bottom half of the leaderboard where Miramar has to be huge. There's no other way around it at this point.
And it can provide. It can be the map that gives you the comeback. We've seen it time again. We were talking about it earlier with FaZe. You know, this is where it kind of started with the comeback kings in FaZe making it into the last stage off of this map.
Exactly. I mean, this is kind of just where FaZe magic tends to happen. Namiga going to be way away from him this time, so the good news for FaZe, you're fine. At least in that regard.
ish. You're just now next to Sharper, Rock, and 17. That's not the best, but at least something. As a new situation brewing between Hangy and one of the members for Navi, I believe, over there. It looks like going for a car, but nothing to really work with just yet. Oh, hey, we're not southwest. Instead, we're southeast this time.
Yep, this is looking good for FN to continue their run today to make sure they get into the grand finals. They're looking pretty solid. It's nothing confirmed, but definitely got to be feeling good. If you're a PWS fan with the way Asla and FN have performed, you'd love to see Gen G get involved somehow, some way, but they're one of those teams that's down there. They're at 84 points, so they're sitting 16 out of 5th place.
Namiga's having to do some trash looting. That's put them pretty close to Furia. It's going Azahar. We've seen some shenanigans coming out from Namiga a couple of times here. Furia is a bit lower on the leaderboard, so not likely the target. And instead, it's just going to be a matter of how Namiga wants to deal. And to the north of Namiga, though, is Myth, with probably the longest rotate out of anybody, but that means more potential points in front of you than anybody else.
Hey, you know what? Let me just say this. If you're Myth, you're hoping that Namiga gets into it with Furia and you can just swoop in, grab some of those points on your way into that first circle.
And if you're a FaZe fan, you're hoping that happens too, because somehow Namiga will find FaZe.
For sure, man of the match going to go over to Gizera.
And to confirm, we don't know for certain if Namiga is going after FaZe. It's just been 2 games in a row that
it just looked a little
sus. And
yeah,
this
a little
is a squad
sus.
that we know that puts in some homework.
Exactly. They can do whatever they want. That's the thrill.
Trying to get wiring set up for Levante.
Yeah, man. Like I said, he's got all the time in the world.
Yeah, no rush on them.
Nope. Little bit of...
Was that a Gen G? Just
a warning shot.
I see you.
Yeah, but this is getting a little scary.
But does Gen G know how many people are actually close to them there? I don't know.
Gen G needs points is the thing. So Orca often that scouter, that tip of the spear for Gen G, and he's got breakers right next to him. I think he might be getting breakers for free.
FN, I mean, but it is also breakers too.
True.
So this could be dicey one side or the other. This is an early setup, so loot's not the best. You can see it's an AK with 90 rounds and a shotty just going into this, but shotty close range can be big. Breakers, you peek the wrong side, it's a problem. Starlord, though, getting close enough to provide some support. Orca, if you want this, you got to get it quick.
They at least know that Gen G's somewhere in the vicinity. Just no clue that Orca's gotten here, I suspect. And not much to work with.
Circle, too. I mean, Los Leones is most of the circle to the north, and then we move down into the mines area, and the squads that are in the mines on the leaderboard, maybe it'll provide.
Yeah, for whatever reason, the resort area has had magnets on it in some of these circles, so that's why you're seeing a lot of these teams jockeying for these positions quickly. Petrichor Road already up in an emergency pickup, so they're going to be trying to get into some of these central locations too. CTG on the move.
And everybody wants to get centered to the south, realizing that it's probably going to lean this resort side. FaZe just run right through Sharper, and they're actually running very close to Asla and the other side of FN.
I guess Breakers is just content. Oh no!
Oh no!
Oh no! Oh,
he's
God.
inside the
Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God!
It's fine.
Is it?
I got baited by X-Ray for a moment, but here's what I was talking about with FaZe. Not a lot of options, so you've just got to make what you want happen. Hal's going to take some damage to the vehicle, but that's going to be about it. He should be fine. Other side, Orca's patience going to have to pay off. This is a big commitment. Breaker's now finally out of the building. Gets spotted. Does connect enough to get the knock.
Yeah, Breaker's there. Was thinking window. And Orca.
Starlord's so close. Does he want any of this? No, it doesn't look like he does.
No, at this point as FN, probably better safe than sorry here.
It's FaZe that's shooting at Starlord, so Starlord can't go after any form of defense here. He's now kind of trapped as FaZe are just roaming more south in this.
Yeah, they're being really proactive here. They want to get into this circle and get dug in. They want to get deep into a game.
This is great timing for FaZe. It's just one of those PUBG moments where you just seem to time it absolutely right. And we've got Baron with an interview to hear how that massive game went.
All right, and now we're with Baron from Myth. Yay! ตอนนี้ก็อยู่กับน้องบาเลนนะคะจาก Myth นั่นเองนะคะต้องบอกว่าแมตช์ที่15สุดมากโหดมากก็คือสามารถทำคิวได้ถึง17คิวแล้วก็คะแนนรวมถึง27คะแนนเลยคือต้องบอกว่ามันเป็นก้าวที่ค่อนข้างใหญ่สำหรับ Myth เลยเนาะก็เลยอยากถามว่ามันเกิดอะไรขึ้นอะไรคือจุดเปลี่ยนสำคัญสำหรับการระเบิดฟอร์มในครั้งนี้
เราต้องการคิวครับเพราะว่าคะแนนก็
ตอนแรกก็อยู่อันดับ 16 เลยต้องการคิวเยอะมากครับ
โอเคก็เลยทำให้แบบเราพุชตัวเองเยอะ
ใช่แล้วก็แก้กันมาเยอะมากครับ
โอเคนะคะ so I just asked him that on match 15 he just make the team just make 17 kills and 27 points in one game, so that's insane. And that's a huge step for Myth and what sparked this massive breakthrough for him today. So the team need kills. They need to step from the 16 scoreboard, the leaderboards right there to be on top. So that's why they need kill and they just do a lot of adjustment for that match. All right, แล้วก็มาสำหรับช่วงนี้เราก็สู้กันต่อแล้วกันนะจ๊ะสำหรับถัดไป Okay, let's hear from it.
Need kills, but they are in an emergency pickup going right over the firefight that we said was a potential opportunity to find a lot of them.
Yep, they're going to go for the circle instead, and that actually probably is going to work out for them. Furia, they know that Levante's up here. He was shooting at him with a 2x on a bolt, and they're just going to try to cut him off a little bit. Are they going to be there in time?
Issue is it's also Levante. Once you take those shots, he's going to spin it back around on you pretty fast. He's very isolated, like you were talking about. The other members for Namiga coming up back behind him. He can at least feed some information over to them. It looks like that's kind of cooled down a bit. Levante should have enough distance ahead of Furia to feel fine. Furia, though, they want points. They need him in a big way. So close to that top 5.
Yeah, they are at least in spitting distance, but it's big games that are needed here. You are so far out of it at this point, and you only have 2 more maps to garner those points, and you got to hope that the teams around that 5th place cutoff aren't the ones getting ahead of you. Now, you're going to see a lot here as Myth.
Where do you cut, man? They're passing Los Leones. That's the safer option. A lot of high buildings provide some safety. Team Liquid was the only squad in there. You can go coastline, but that's going to put you next to Petrichor Road. There's not a lot of good options in cutting late, but that's what everybody wants. They want the late positioning.
Yeah, they want to be underneath Los Leones. They want to be out in the fights. They need those kills. Extends, sees Luke 12. Another team that needs points, needs kills is Team Liquid. They are struggling here today.
Namiga just needs loot. Anything that they can find. Myth does cut. They're high coastline. I think below them should be fine, so they're going to swoop in.
Oh,
this
no.
area, but Evan Pochon has spotted them, finally taking those shots. FaZe also getting a piece. Myth needs to land safe, and they managed to do it.
Ooh. That was a little scary, but they're going to get through unscathed, essentially. A little bit of damage done here and there, but nothing critical. And FN already losing a player early. Only 2 players available for defense at the resort. This is going to be tricky.
There's 2 squads that need big points, and FN is caught between them. FaZe one side to the north, Myth down to the south. FaZe 4 members up in a circle, feeling good, finally away from everything that Namiga has been throwing at them. This has got to be a big game for them. They know that the next game, they're probably going to be hunted yet again.
For sure. The opportunity here for FaZe. Looking okay. It's still phase 1, so a lot of time to go. As Furia caught up in the blue, of course. They trail away from Namiga. Yeah, there's the knock.
Big.
That's huge if they can get that point.
Just 7 away, 17 ahead of them on the leaderboard, far west, other side of Asla. Between them all, circle pops, and it does stay to the south, keeps Los Leones in, and of course keeps Resort, but a lot more space over to the east than I think a lot of these teams were expecting.
I'll change the game. Another team that we should be talking about is in the hunt, as they're in 7th. Going to be feeling okay with that circle, but they're in that wide 2-2 split they like to run center. And, you know, with the way this lobby's been going, I don't feel great about it, to be honest. Everything has been very proactive for these teams. They're looking for those kills. They're looking for those crashes onto those compounds where they can get the numbers advantage.
Navi has been on a bit of a slide. FN has jumped over them, and now 17, just 3 points behind. 17 trying to get in the circle. Looks like they're just going to take the road, be a bit more bold on it. That's going to put them pretty close to Starlord and Jinji both. A couple of shots coming out from Starlord are going to stop 17 in their rotate, and RBN coming up back behind Sharper. It's going to look like a long northern wrap coming up from Sharper, and instead Rock eyeing a bit more into Los Leones, the southern section of it.
Yeah, they've got that area with the warehouses in front of them potentially. I like this idea from Sharper. You know there's not going to be a lot of teams that are going to want to go northeast of Los Leones, so there should be some space there. It's just a matter of timing at this point. Are they going to bump into Amiga? Are they going to bump into Furia? How's that going to go for them? Bottom of the leaderboard, Pride to play for sure. So they're going to make the best of it and try to make the smart rotate.
While we look around what's going on with Resort, FaZe to the north of it has bumped into some of Gen G, so they know the threat that's going to be above them on one side. Still just so quiet. That's just because of the way that this is set. It kind of just goes on this pretty steep slope down into the positionings right along the beach to the south. And so when we look around Resort, it's a bit isolated. Nobody really having to get close enough to become danger threat for anybody that's involved. FaZe is going to be the closest one to that, but I mean, it's just on FN. They're kind of trapped here.
Yeah, revive for Gedrock, so he's got tons of free space, and the Amiga boys are following right behind. They know that that's going to be available. Spyro really close to Lurix.
This is a 2-2 split from Orchid. Pretty good for now as long as they can keep support onto each other. The issue is it's going to be on the firing line. Other side coming out from Arctics. He's got to fin Lurex, but he just doesn't have clean vision. Please gets a knock on to Diptex. That's going to be enough, and the difference maker to allow them to get by. FN Pochon does not like how dangerous it is playing on this point. They're going to run ahead, but it's going to be Gustav that spots out Scappy.
Oh, Rex out by the crate there. Not sure if that was intentional, stopping there, but didn't seem to have much of a choice. Oh, players dropping. Scappy gone for Myth.
Resort not going the way that really Myth wanted it. They were trying to chase after what was going on with FN. FN squeaks by, but that's going to put them very close to Gen G.
Well, this is just going from bad to worse in the mines. Yeah, that's where FN's going to be digging, trying to just salvage whatever they can out of this. I mean, if you're lucky and the circle just goes there, you can hunker down and maybe get some placement points.
Oh, Fury's called an emergency pickup. They're going to try to leapfrog over it all. Sharper, though, just trying to get in a better position in the circle. Namiga consistently setting up traps, waiting. Nade doesn't go the way that they wanted it to, but that's going to reveal that something's going on over here. Leosh behind it all, though. Going to be able to just wreck Sharper.
What a spray there for Leosh. That last bullet hits Earth's head. That's almost unfair, and they're taking down more.
Sharper at the bottom of the leaderboard going against the guys at the top. Thunder's wing and a prayer, no way to go, hoping that maybe he can at least get a knock, get a res, but Namiga just wants none of it.
They're too good. They're just so well executed, and a round of applause, I think, for both Sharper and Namiga. Namiga deserving. Revive station now under Myth's control, so they're going to get Scappy back. Hopefully.
Furia now doing their emergency pickup. Yes.
Star-Lord.
It's fine. Everything's fine. Rock doesn't know.
No.
No. No, Star-Lord.
Oh, no.
At least we don't have to see the ragdoll fall from the height, and that would have been just the ultimate disrespect. Rock's just like, what was this?
Why? Why are you here? Why are you doing this? I'll just say that maybe Star-Lord isn't used to the ace. I'll give him that.
17 in that 5th place position.
Oh, no.
Getting way too close to Furia. Flips the car at a bad point. That's problems for 17. What do you do? High ground above it. Furia doesn't have the best angles, but they can just drop nades on top of them.
Yep, they're well within grenade range. Oh, they get lucky. They go on by. That angle steep enough that the grenades are going to bounce a little bit further than you expect. Some air bursts are close.
Somehow staying alive. The other side of 17, pretty safe at least, but the longer this goes on, Gen G might want to get involved. Change the game has spotted the other side of 17, not taking the shots just quite yet.
He's a bit afraid, I think, because of Furia's position to go for it. Opts for discretion, maybe the wiser part of the Valor equation. And they have a couple players still pretty split over that road, too, so it's real dangerous. You're hoping that there's knocks and that you can just go for the quick flushes.
FaZe sending it in the circle. Gen G is going to be distracted, taking shots at them. Zenith, other side of this one, playing inside the mines. It looks like FaZe might be eyeing similar. They just had to stop. It was too risky to keep going, but that puts them right into Gen G's sightline. FaZe in a lot of trouble. 2 members down. Bard got to continue on his merry way, and it's going to be to the mines they go. Zenith, you're about to get some company.
Oh, boy. How ready is Zenith? He's just running. He's hiding. And that's about the only play he can really make, as FaZe going to be ready and aware. Wenbo tagging up Orca. Orca is going to claim a point there for Gen G. They can still do something. They can still shoot for that top 5. Oh, no.
They're separating. That's the worst thing that they could do. Zenith does at least pick up one, but he has to run. Position revealed. Are we going to see FaZe hunting behind it? And yeah, Gustav spots him out, gets another point, and stays alive.
By the skin of their teeth, FaZe continue on.
Reminder that
God.
was the other member with Gustav from FaZe that got flushed out. It was Fex outside that was slowly bleeding out, finally getting picked up, and it's going to be Chewy that gets him. With the way New Circle has set, changed the game in a great spot. Hearing the fact that FaZe has gone down, they're at 92 points, and they are very centered.
A couple of battles brewing on the outside of the next circle. It's going to be Geekay and Namiga and Ozla and Petrichor Road. Ozla seems content to try to do some damage from afar initially to Petrichor Road, looking for that knock, looking for that moment to try to make a strike or just bypass potentially. That's what Myth is going to opt to do, bypass.
Oh,
boy.
It to the mines as well.
Well,
looks like they're going to stop just before it.
Okay. I mean, they probably suspect Gustav is in here based on what happened. Here goes the push. Some grenades are out, some damage done. Glaz thought about the Panzer. Red Zone trying to cut the corner, but a grenade right at his feet. Oh, he just gets out of there.
Outside the zone. Asla doesn't want this too bad, but Petrichor Road, this is a big game for them. They're at 79 points, 21 away from getting into that top 5. They cannot go down early. Chewy on the outside does spot out Hal. Oh, Panzerfaust does knock Red Zone. That spins this on its head.
Oh, poor Glaz there. Hit his teammate with it, and he's going to pay the price. AZ's like, thank you very much. You guys are collapsing. And a great reposition there by Chewy to find that flank angle onto Ozla. So Hammer alone, Gen G in trouble. They're losing players left and right. Orca and Bean, the last two up. 17 in the vicinity. Myth as well.
17 trying to regroup. Gen G in a lot of trouble. Myth walking up, 2 kills. Can they make it more? Can they ruin 17 here? It doesn't feel good for them. They're going to retreat from that angle, but that's just going to put him back down in the lower section. Orca still on top of him. 17 still on top of him. Hammer goes down. Petrichor Road finding some much-needed points. Jumps ahead of Myth.
Yeah, Orca and Bean pretty far apart. About 100 meters between the two of them. As the crow flies. And grenades up top at Liquid. Furia now. Their top ground position being challenged. Purdy Curdy backed off. A good grenade from Zakraken. Hits Halo.
Cooks it in the right spot. Na'Vi is close to this, but they're playing the lower side of the hill. They don't have vision on it. It is contained for now. Kurt was trying to watch what was going on with Na'Vi, but he just has to regroup with his boys. Luke 12 runs down right on top of Alo's crate, and this has just gotten scarier and scarier by the moment. Team Liquid cannot go down early. Furia, any points they can find would be massive. These guys are neck and neck on the leaderboard.
Now, the longer this fight takes for Liquid, maybe the worse it gets. Sparking just arriving from the blue. They're going to have to take an odd man fight and hope that Na'Vi doesn't want to get involved, but I think all eyes need to be towards Furia here for Liquid. Just try to win this fight. Try to keep your tournament hopes alive.
The mines and the hills above it have been providing a lot for a lot of squads, but 17 now going to be the gatekeepers of it all. Gen G hopped in vehicles. They're going to be wrapping behind all of this. Does mean the fact that Myth might have a better option to go after 17, but still down in the mines themselves is Gustav.
Oh, Myth is in a tricky spot. They've got to make a move, and they've got a couple big teams around them, CTG and 17. Scappy thinking about it. He's gotten here undetected. Just, is he going to be able to capitalize on it? The grenades are out. Are they going to be far enough? Oh, the first one a little short. The second a little off to the side. So Furia, happy feet, keeping themselves in play. Gen G still underneath this. Are they going to try to third party this fight?
Just a ton of utility being thrown over the smokes. The Kraken, Furia spots out Kurt, who is down. That's going to just put him down on his knees as well. Posa, other side, spots out Luke 12, gets him, sparking the last one up. A hope and a dream, trying to stay alive. That dream might happen because Gen G is coming up back behind, and they are going to backstab Furia.
They've got 2 M249s, they're putting them to damn good use. Liquid is going to go down, though. Kawazine wraps the rock, finds Sparking, but that's opened the door for Gen G.
They are just racking up all of these kills over here. Kawazine just has to run. Gen G now has the high ground. Na'Vi, other side. Kawazine knows he's in trouble.
There's just nowhere for him to go. If he goes towards Na'Vi, he's just dead to rights, yeah. Hakatori's going to say thank you. That's a freebie. Gen G needs to peel back in the other direction. Meanwhile, CTG has lost a player to Sold from Rock. They're making the push. They're making the explosions around them, too.
Changed the game, 92 points. Gen G, 89. Rock tied up with them at the time. Any knocks, any kills they can get could be big. Change the game, though. Hanging on the outside, seeing if he can get a peek angle. No, Rock reads it well, but there is a cluster of teams all on top of this. Petrichor Road now getting involved as well.
Here we go. The Panzer out for AZ. The grenade barrage begins onto them. CTG does fall here, but Santastico already knocked by Chewy. AZ swinging in. Petrichor Road claiming houses.
This compound could decide a lot as everybody's falling. Myth chasing in back behind Petrichor Road. This could be big kills for them, but no, they all fall down too fast. Rock stays alive, keeps it clean.
Oh, but Myth has an opportunity, and they might as well go for it. They could take Rock out. They know there's not many of them left alive.
Rock's at 97 points, 8 kills, and continuing to run. Big game for them, but made in Thailand, they are on the hunt. They want to try to get in touching distance of top 5.
Oh, but here comes Orchid. They've set up a firing line on the outside of this, and Baron trying to find the angle, does connect the headshot, but this is giving Rock time to get their res through and try to get these first aids in. Made in Thailand now, trying to fight battles on a couple fronts. There's a phase player in the mix.
Finding kills when needed. Kiss down. Counter push is coming out. 17 gonna do to Myth what Myth was trying to do to everybody inside those compounds. Gustav, I think, also just kind of in the thick of all of this. Crossfire on the Myth coming up from Orchid. 17 the other side of it. Baron isolated right up on top of Rock.
Oh, what a grenade from Magori to get it up that hill. Scappy has to step down, try to get a res, and they're just thwarting every attempt Myth is trying to make. Oh my God, Baron, how are you still alive? Doing a little do-si-do. Solds gets him.
Finally finishes that one out on this side. Gustav still right on top of the Myth members. It's going to be Olympus isolated, alone. No real ways to work around it. And then Gustav on top of the other members for Myth. Wanting to go for res. Orchid realizes points ahead of them. They're just going to charge. The smoke wall is going to be enough to give them cover across the road.
Oh, Gustav had to come to life.
Uh-oh.
But that's great for Myth. He's got a good angle, and he's going to find the knock. Well timed there. Beat up on top of 17, gets 2.
Big plays. Gustav followed the shadows, gets the shots, but FaZe does go down. This is just everybody falling on the wayside. Myth somehow staying alive. Rock still with 2 members up, supervising what's going on to the south.
Oh, this is crazy stuff for Myth right now. They're just trying to keep it together, and they're still claiming lives, but the bad news is Rock is as well. They're 5 points out of that 5th place cutoff line. Is 17 still alive? A grenade from Solds right into Scappy.
Just clinging to it. Beal takes a ton of damage. He has to step away from the angle. 17, here's this firefight. Navi's been forcing them more and more to the south. R17 also going to get involved. Arctic's just limping his way into the circle. Still has to deal with, of course, the looming threat of Navi and Namiga both.
Oh, this is worst case scenario here for Rock, who wants to climb in, but with Navi and 17 still very much in this circle, still very much in play, they're going to have to make the most of this opportunity here on the edge.
Rock can touch up to 90 points. All right, get up to 17's positioning if they can stay alive. Namiga, this is what they're roaming around with. But back behind this, Myth, they can touch 90. This is a big game for them. Namiga still on the roam. On the outside of this is going to spark out Arctics. He goes down. That's more placement points. Myth going to opt into taking the push right now. Sold sees it, doesn't get the knock.
Oh, Kiss so lucky to get away with his life there and trying to point blank, but Sold says no. AUG in hand, looking for Scappy. Scappy throwing everything in the kitchen sink at this. They need these kills.
A firefight that can turn everything on its head. Solds goes down. Myth finds it. The climb continues, but no! It's Namiga with a BRDM. They hear the firefight and Myth in trouble.
Doom comes. It's Namiga potentially, and now right away, the re-knock onto Olympus. Now Navi has found an angle down on top of this. Kiss trying to do something, but he took too much damage. The blue sends him packing. Looks like there's a shotgun in hand here for Scappy. He's saying, well, if they're going to come in here, I'm going to make the most of it. And there's some points going over to Namiga. Scappy thinking about the revive.
He's just got to commit. He's got to be as quiet as possible. Namiga, they're just playing for whatever they want to do right now. 10 kills already they've stacked, and you just taken away from the rest of this lobby. 17's got to figure out what they're going to do. Escape on the outside spots. He's got the shot. He does get a knock. Gets the point as well. Myth continuing to get more. But Levante, he just takes the BRDM right on top of Olympus.
Oh, poor Olympus there.
17!
Oh, they just slam in. They want these points. Still, though, that BRDM not going to be easy to contend with. They're pinned against the hillside by it, trying to get inside, but Scappy only one bullet left in the shotgun.
Navi here's the firefight, realized everything's going on over here. They're running down to this position as well. This compound is deciding so much. Scappy alive, gets the peek on a little ghost.
Oh my God, Scappy, is he good for one more? No, 7-7 holds on.
And now it is Namiga with one member up, 17 with 2, and Navi on the high ground, in control of the circle, and Levante just punishing everything that 17 can do. Jumps out, he goes down, but extends, hits the Panzerfaust. Only one remaining, and Navi looks like they've got this one on lock.
Yeah, that's the end of it. Navi there, gonna be gifted a little bit of a nice win there at the very end of the game because everybody needed those points at that compound, and they were just absolutely sending it. Wild scenes here in Bangkok.
What?
My word.
What was that compound? Everything, everybody running in, and it feels like that could be the difference maker for so many squads. That compound decides so much.
It did, and credit to Myth, man. They are doing their absolute everything. They are leaving it all out on the battlegrounds today. My God, what a fun game.
Just consistently on the climb, time and time again. Navi, it's been pretty quiet for them today. They had control of the circle. I feel bad because they had everything. They controlled the circle perfectly. Everybody else was not allowed to get into it, but that meant that the firefight happened so far away from them. They had to run in last moment, but they still had the control, and they get the win.
Extends with a red dot, can't be stopped as Navi rises to the top and takes home a very important chicken dinner at a very important time.
And, you know, the times where you've already qualified and have fun with the BRDM, being on the receiving end is not fun for that, but Levante made the most out of that. What a fantastic end game, though, here. I'll say this, just out there. Again, this case here, FaZe actually had quite the opportunity, but they got absolutely lambasted here. Navi had and held on to Los Leones for such a long time. That southern side, then both getting up on the ridges, they had so much control.
The problem is there's just too many hungry boys in this middle pack, right? Like every time a fight broke out, there was a third and a fourth and a fifth party saying, oh, those are the points that I need to get to the grand final, and showing up to look for the fights. I will say, I want to give a shout to Rock in this game. They kind of pulled what Myth did in the last one, got a bunch of good kills, held into a very tough spot for a very long time. Myth also out there getting everything they could.
I was saying, when we started Miramar, the consistent teams are going to get consistent points. I said Navi, I said Liquid as well. Liquid didn't do it, but Navi did. Namiga, again, ever consistent. Man, they're going to break, if they have not already broken, 10 points per game average in an 18-game series. That's kind of insane.
My only worry for Namiga is I feel like they're going to be overconfident going into the grand final. Like, they've dominated this lobby so aggressively. They sort of need to reset a little bit and know when they get to the grand final, there's going to be some heavy hitters that are waiting for them, and I've specifically been watching them this entire event going, all right, this is what they do.
How heavy are they going to be in the finals, you think?
How what?
Heavy.
I think they're going to be strong. I think they're going to be a big deal to work around, but I do think that a lot of the biggest teams in the lobby have been studying them nonstop during this event, and that could hurt them. Na'Vi, however, should be secured with only one game left to play. They're in a very good spot.
Also, 17 gaming with this one here, getting the points, getting the placement points, getting the kills that they needed. I love the third-party action onto Namiga. Like, that was perfect timing for that. They got extra points here, but at this point here, there's a lot of teams we can count out. One of them on screen here.
It's that time of day where a lot of teams now realize, like, that's it for us, right? You can see it on the faces. You can see the frustration. 1 game left to play. Only 5 teams get to go to the grand final, and no one can be mad. No one can blame the circles. No one can blame unluckiness. They had groups. They had last stage, and this is where we're at.
And already now, the emails are ticking in with the fucking tickets.
Yep, it's beginning already. And the 8th, you fly out if you don't make the cut, and that is everyone's goal. You spend your entire life, we've been doing this for 8 years with the intention of taking the stage at the biggest event in PUBG, and that's what the goal is. You got to be in the top 5 to do it.
Yep.
Namiga ends up in number 1 because
they did. Because of the 11 kills, they're
so
fracking out on the eastern side. The Na'Vi only managed to get 3. They were like, okay, guys, this circle is ours. We're winning this game. We don't want to get too much of it. Hackator is still out there poking a little bit here and there. Made in Thailand still got 10 kills to big. It was kind of an interception of Rock. I would say what I was most impressed with was Rock was able to engage and defend that compound from 2 teams. Myth kind of slowly approached it, kind of poking them multiple times.
I sort of feel like Myth fed off of Na'Vi was getting a lot of damage, but not taking any of those flushes. Myth ground their way in. All right, so here's the leaderboard as it stands as we go into the grand final. One more game to play before we decide. The teams in the gold, they go straight to the big show. Everyone else, they are done after this. So Namiga at 183, they're good. Azla, 134, 116 for Na'Vi. These teams should be just great. FN Pochon, 17 gaming at 12 and 10. But here's the chase pack. Rock looking strong at 100. FaZe 96. It's FaZe Sunday, right? It's Sunday. That could do great. Myth, who was at the bottom. They were in 15th place when they rolled up here today. Now they're in a doable push, and I did not think that was going to happen. Change the Game, who started the day in the top 5, has slid all the way to 9. Can I still count Gen G in this thing?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
They are in 10th again, though, so it could happen. No, I mean, this is too big. The 10-point lead down to Rock is massive. And honestly, if it's in my program now, I feel like the current top 5 is actually what we're going to see in.
Yeah.
I want to talk a bit about this one, though. We are now with the going into the last match here. Do you think these 3 days, a set of 18 games, it's been kind of stressful for some of the teams, but do you think this is going to be a bit of a benefit for the teams? Because all the other teams had a 9-day vacation before we play on Friday next week.
I mean, I think there's a lot of teams on this list that needed a little more LAN time. They need a little more time to get comfortable here. I think that all of those teams did sort of step up and thrive, particularly when we talk about FN Pochon and Namiga, who need, I think, just more international LAN experience and confidence. They're going to look very good coming off of this. Azla Pentagram, who I've jokingly called Korean Purgatory because they tend to train top players but never go big themselves. To be here putting up those numbers is going to set them up for a good journey to the final.
This one has been just so ever impressive here so far, especially in the group stage. Also here, Haldo, the few clutch moments we saw from him was at the next level. And I think that's why one of the reasons we could actually put as a Pentagram in one of those kind of top 10 promises here. Looking at FaZe Clan, though, they've got to step up. They've got to have a banger last game to have a chance.
It's got to be a big game. FaZe Clan and Rock on the cusp. They've got to make the chase. 17 trying to lock up that position and say, we deserve to stay here. This is the moment. 5 teams advance to the grand finals of PGC 2025. 11 teams head to the airport, and their dreams are crushed. Their pursuit is over. This is the moment where rubber hits the road. The final game of the last stage. It's paper. It's matchup. Let's do it.
It all comes down to this moment. Can you manage to make it to the grand finals of PGC? Neck and neck all the way. 10 points being the line of demarcation between those that can go on right now and those whose dreams are dashed.
You nailed it, Matt. And this is a very eastern playing path to find ourselves on this last map of the last stage. Just looking at a couple teams who have a real shot here to best 17 Gaming, who will be going to their home of Picado. Can anyone do it? Can anyone get into that top 5 besides those who already sit there? I don't know. That's why we play the games.
Eastern lay of this plane path does mean it's going to be long drops for a couple of squads if they want what they normally get. You can see FaZe is going to go to Azahar. Namiga, very close. Keep eyes on that as we move forward. Down to the south, Geeke on top of Azla Pentagram. We're going to get a dust up at the start.
Why not? Nothing to lose here for Azla. You're good to go. This is where you wanted to drop, so you are well within your rights to do so. Geeke going to challenge a little bit of fun here.
So while we're looking at this, remember the guys that are in the top 5 do have some breathing room. But if any of those, I would say 3rd, 4th, probably 4th and 5th go down early,
wheels come off. Everything is about what you can get. Hammer doesn't quite get the damage, and instead, Asla has a kind of a gatekeep onto GK, but GK has a lot more buildings to work with.
Yeah, it's going to come down maybe to PWD, what he's able to do. Looking for that headshot. Red zone had it just crosshair placement, perfect. Going to see Diffix. I don't think Diffix has seen him maybe, hard to say, but Diffix seems to be better safe than sorry here, as that's going to be the go signal for Ozza to collapse.
You're talking about keep an eye on PWD. That flank around the side could be big. Regroup Diffx under duress. He got some decent loot to start this, though. For an early firefight like this, it's enough to slow down the pacing. That's really what you want to do, is get the information. Shot it big, gets the damage on one. Can he get the second? No, it's going to be Hal that takes down Diffx and gets a quick flush. Maybe Red Zone could get rezzed, but Spiro, the nade doesn't connect.
Oh boy, danger now for Asla. They don't have anybody else to help here initially, so that allows Spiro to go in the door.
Oh, Hal clutches up, big win needed. GK wants the points, but is in a ton of trouble now.
Now, it is all but over in this fight. A couple players left, though, so you never know for GK. Completely surrounded in a way, but there's PWD. He's got a Tommy. Is that the first Tommy gun to kill of the tournament? I don't know. Oh, the headshot there from Glass. He tries to re-challenge. He's shut down.
PWD. Can you get more out of it? It is now a full push. Red zone, the guy that was just rezzed. The last one up for Asla. Can GK manage to take down the guy that has just been the talk of the town, lighting up those fantasy leaderboards?
Yeah, I think everybody's going to be excited that he's making it to the grand finals, get to see what he's capable of against the best of the best. Flushes are coming in. PWD, 38 HP. Now they know he's up there. They probably assume he's thinking about the res.
Not a lot of utility. This early game fight. Not a lot of nades, not a lot of other things to throw. Red zone hears the footsteps. He's got something to maybe slow down the pace just a bit, but GK knows the longer this goes on, there's the likelihood of a res. Information is going to get fed over from the down player in Glass.
Oh, cue to Quizzy. Thinking about the rooftop approach. Res is in.
Sneaky.
He could drop down onto the balcony there. I like it.
I don't even think Asla is expecting this. They're just locked right in onto that stairwell. And as the smoke dissipates, I mean, they did drop the smoke over here to slow down the approach, but I don't think that they know that he's here specifically.
I don't think they had a first aid for Howell. I mean, Red Zone found one or just went through all the bandies he had. Oh, so close. Damage exchanged both ways there.
Oh, Evan Pochon, they hear this fight. They're actually going to third party on top of this after getting their loot in a better situation. Now these two duos in way more trouble than they were just a moment ago.
I don't mind this at all from FN. Just need a few more points to feel really safe. You're in a good spot. Don't throw it away. Take the points where they come. And Breakers,
he's for GK though.
It's really bad.
Quizzy's on top of that building and he's going to get spotted by, I don't know. Is it going to be enough? Just that little bit of cover up there. Breakers waiting. PWD does take down Red Zone. Quizzy, how aggressive are you going to play this? The longer you're up here, Breakers just showing so much patience. Hal wants to get this res.
Oh, look at Rex, though. Rex has snuck in underneath all of this. Just getting the info fed over. Red zone down. Howell, Saiga in hand. Still, that's an absolutely awful gun to go up against if you're GK.
The last one up right now for his squad as everybody from FN just waiting closer and closer. He's got utility prep. He wants to blind. GK realizing that that stairwell is a bit scarier than they thought it might be. Instead, going to see if they can double up. Just so patient. This is such a nerve-wracking moment for his squad. Does throw out the utility, both sides of it. Nobody stepping just quite yet. Howell just keeps peeking back the stairwell, but look at the double up from GK. Slow, steady wins the race until Rex decides he wants to get involved.
Yeah, it's a little bit scary for Rex. A lot of shotguns in the mix here. Yeah, he's got an MP5.
Oh, shots don't connect the way that he wants, and Asla is down, but that's fine. 136 still feels good.
Should be a grenade or something coming in here. Rex just waiting. Sees Quizzy out there. Ooh, just shoots him in the leg, so the ruse is up.
Doesn't get the knock, But I mean, this is a very low economy GK with 2 members up and firmly surrounded. All 4 members of FN are just like, where you want to go, bro?
I was expecting maybe some frags to come in right away, but FN not in a position to really throw those, I guess. And Rex now trying a different angle, trying a different approach. AK for Quizzy. Again, not a bad gun to have in this spot. Rex being very, very cautious with the sound cues. That's why he is just inching forward. Doesn't want to give anything away.
The pacing on this is just so hard for GK. They don't have time to loop together. FN Pochon has just denied everything from them. It's just a matter of, are we going to see GK survive this long enough to maybe stall them out a bit? They're at 112, so they do have some breathing room down onto Rock, just 12 points behind them. And FN thought that they were going to come over here, get easy points really fast inside the circle, and GK's not giving them.
No, they're not. Not much else going on inside of the game right now, other than maybe Petrichor Road and Furia around Kantara having a bit of a scuffle, but everything else.
Myth has gone island?
Yeah, why not?
Baron? Oh, I think he's just in a glider watching everything. I was confused for a second.
Oh!
Finally connects, and that's probably going to be the go signal. I'm kind of surprised that FN isn't just like using their numbers advantage a bit more, but they know that there's a lot of shotguns in this stairwell probably waiting. 2 different avenues of approach, and it looks like Breakers did make that leap over, so. All right, this is going to be really hard to try to hold together as everybody's on the hunt. Goes for aggressive peek around. Quizzy does get 2, but the third's going to be enough.
Oh, the grenade was already prepped, though, when Rex got knocked. So a couple players go down, but the revive station is here, and assuming no one punishes this, FN should be able to get everything back up and sorted. Still a ton of time, still only phase 1.
Oh, Arctics.
Oh, boy.
Do you even know? Namiga, I respect the fact that they're not afraid to get a little villainized to make sure that they can get what they want. They want to send a message to everybody like, yeah, we're last chance. It doesn't matter. Everybody in the grand finals needs to be afraid of us.
Everyone needs to suffer. Oh, that was a nice shot from Magore. Got the knock on a Gedrox there from afar. Hit the headshot on the way out the door. And swooping in are the reinforcements. Rock as well. Swooping in towards this Orchid extended position. Only Magore in there. And he's just like, nope, 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 nope. I'm by myself. Cannot fight. Time to go. See what we can do. As a 3-man the rest of the way through. Onto the gas station they go. Revive in, no problem at all. There is Baron's glider.
See, baiting me out. He's just like keeping an eye on what's going on the island. I mean,
to be fair, he has gone out out there before maybe, but I don't know. Anyway.
So update on the circle. Of course, we just saw Rock a moment ago playing around Impala. They're the only ones that are over there. Other side of the rock cropping just to the southeast of Impala is going to be where FaZe Clan is at. Namiga, pretty centered in the circle for now. Just to the south of them is Orchid that we saw. Navi's going to be playing Coastline as we are waiting for the new circle to pop and reveal where we're going to go. Baron's getting harassed, and we go back down Resort Los Leones again.
Oh, okay. Pretty similar feeling in terms of where that second circle is. Just in a different way to get there. FaZe love these points if possible. Somebody hit a headshot onto him. Not exactly sure who managed that. Here's that fight between Petrichor Road and Furia that's been kind of being flirted with for some time. Kawazine very weak. Bounce off the roof. Not going to be close. Kawazine heal in. Posa circling around a little bit here. Some players up on the roof for Petrichor Road. That's AZ. Ming Ming just going to try to hold the line, but Kawazine safely escapes in the vehicle.
I think that's all Furia was trying to do at that point, was they were committing in to maybe go for the compound. Instead, just get their guy back out, try to get back into the circle. Los Leones, again, a lot of the circle going to be consumed by Los Leones, moving down into a more open hillside over in the east. And Namiga just doing it to whatever moves around them. Very little fear, and just think, we're going to have the Expendables and Namiga in a lobby doing this together.
Can't wait. That's going to be so good. Ooh, Boostic. SLR tagging Layash into the knocked area. And, almost gets another. They're giving him some opportunities, but...
Oh, but behind this FaZe, they hear this firefight. Are they going to be the ones that third party?
Should. They absolutely need these kills. They're 14 points away from the cutoff currently as it sits. Gustav sees a player out there.
Gustav gets Gedrox. Namiga not feeling as good as they did a moment ago, getting that third party coming after them. And with those shots, FaZe knows where this firefight is going. Jeems is going to take down Boostic. They have all the information. How involved do they want to get? With Gedrox down, Bard on one side angle, not connecting with enough shots the way he wanted. Retaliation shots come after Bard, and he has to retreat from the angle.
Oh man, this would just be justice for FaZe based on what happened in the middle maps. If they could wipe Namiga out here, get themselves closer into that cutoff. Gustav, oh my word, he took a headshot and he almost paid the price there. Has to move that Bronco around, wants to cut off the gas station angle.
FaZe caught up in this firefight now knows, yes, it's Namiga, but on the flip side of that, Namiga with already qualification points, eyeing up, seeing if they can get close to 200 right now. They're going to know exactly where FaZe is, and so FaZe can't relinquish. They can't really run. They're caught in that firefight. Petrichor Road spotting Rock as they rotate on the outside. Furia taking shots onto Petrichor Road, but Rock should have a pretty much open path over to the east. Jeems, close range, right on top of Namiga.
Yeah, tough there. There's that back hallway in these gas stations, so you can get there and go for safety, but a reposition from Leosh goes behind the counter. Try to hide it out up there, but here we go. A drive-by by Fex, taking down Hello My Bad. Ming Ming shooting up onto Rock. RBN stuck in no man's land.
Jeems outside. Pushing into this building is really, really hard. Gedrox still isolated on the outside. Bard could get some information, but Jeems being the guy right on top of it all. Bard, can you get to the hillside? Can you provide enough support? How much is FaZe going to go for? They're committing everything. They want to deal with Namiga. They want them gone. Sitting at 98 points right now. Eyes up onto 17's point in position.
They can deal with Gedrox there. Vard can win that battle, and he does. That makes this oh so much easier. FaZe doing a really nice job being diligent here. Using all the util now to try to clear some space. They've got room on the front door if they want to make a breach.
But Myth here's this firefight. They're starting to take a couple of shots. It's going to be on FaZe to defend it on one side. Levante up, still alive, trying to struggle on the other side of this. Two members up. Levante, Leosh, each get one, but Fex pops off when he needs to.
Oh boy, oh. That grenade being thought about there. Looking for the final one, and Fex has it. Is Myth going to commit to this fight? They should.
Olympus, he's got vision, but not cleanly due to the way that the building is set up, the way that the cars are fortified on the other side of it. Made in Thailand, they can stretch their legs and get rid of FaZe, who's on the hunt 4 points to get ahead of them at the exact same time.
Oh, what a moment that would be for Myth, but they just can't quite get there in time, and the smokes and the cars afforded FaZe the opportunity to get those revives, to get the safety, and now Olympus knows it. Their window has closed to try to finish off FaZe. The Baron sees a little bit.
I mean, FaZe is now 1 point ahead of Rock, still 9 points after 17. 17, he was playing in Los Leones. They're playing safe. They don't want to go down early. Made in Thailand. They know that they need another Rampage game yet again, and FaZe looks like they're not going to give it to them. Instead, they're going to cut east. But depending on how this wrap goes, there's very wide fields. Myth can just shift to the south, hold them out, and force FaZe to either go against Na'Vi or maybe FN Pochon.
Yeah, the scary thing here for FaZe is if they keep going on this wrap, they're going to have two very good teams that they're going to have to contend with. Center circle control for Liquid, high ground for Liquid. The Los Leones Mountains are theirs. They sit perched, watching the rest of this lobby, looking for opportunities to make their next move over. Likely to go to the east, depending on what the circle wants to do. Doesn't have to, but that's kind of what you're thinking right now.
Out of any squad that FaZe could bump into, FN Pochon being one of the contenders is massive. This is the thing, though, with Namiga in that firefight, FaZe being stuck there. FaZe is coming into this entirely blind. That's going to put them in a very vulnerable situation as they go forward and could spell their doom. Namiga might get that last stab at them in the end anyway.
Well, FN gets a little bit of damage into the backside of Hakatori while he's spamming away at Baron, but Baron says, oh, Sparking, you're up on that hill. What an opportunity for me. FaZe being very, very slow, but they're spotted. This is trouble. How much does Na'Vi want to commit to gatekeep them? Looks like they're just going to not really want to mess around with it, and they're going to keep rotating away.
That's too hard of a hill to push on foot into the defended position that Na'Vi has set. FaZe, I think, is starting to realize this. Jeem's going to stay behind, maybe do some covering. Where do you go next, FaZe, as we are about to get our new circle pop and reveal. We going fields, we going down to the hills to the south. We're going fields. Team Liquid on top of it all. Myth right next to him.
All right. Liquid could at least finish strong.
Oh, God.
Myth, Scappy getting pretty close. FaZe is driving right in the middle of Na'Vi.
They have to. There's this trench here that could get them into the circle, but they have to assume that maybe Na'Vi is going to be trying to leapfrog ahead of them. FN, other side of it, again, FaZe has no idea what they're walking into, and they keep having to stop to try to figure out, okay, who's this side, who's where, who's taking shots, and it's slowing them down massively.
They're just going to have to dig their way through this trench forward. That's going to be one of the lines of attack, or they're going to try to backstab Na'Vi, as Na'Vi doesn't have great angles to get into this next circle. They're going to be harassed by Gen G on the way in, but Breakers has spotted FaZe, and he opens up. Vex, can you dodge this? You're trying, Breakers. Not really able to get the damage.
Vex just has to make it down into the dip, and he gets it. Vex clutching up and dodging it as needed. This guy, he just continues to perform.
He's been stellar for FaZe today. Now Rex doesn't want them in this lobby. FN for sure, if they can parse together that this is FaZe, would love to just knock him out.
How could you even expect it out of anybody to be FaZe? FN now potentially having to chase FaZe behind them. Na'Vi was moving to their vehicles at roughly the same time, but guess what? FaZe, eyes on the circle, new contender in front of them, potentially changed the game.
Oh, this is bad for them because FN has waited. They're going to get potentially sandwiched here, our FaZe. They're going to take their time. They're going to check their backside, but Jeem's all alone here. He's going to hear those shots, but Var gets Star-Lord.
Oh, that is big. Eyes now on the other side of this to Na'Vi as well. Good shots coming up from Rex. Jeems is going to go down, but this was the tail end of FaZe. The other three members are up. Vex on top, looking down in to change the game. Firefighting starting to brew more and more as FN Pochan trying to get Zenith into a better spot.
FaZe is fighting three teams at once. Na'Vi on one side, CTG on the other, FN on their backs. And Vard scooping up what he can off of his fallen comrade. Zenith taking a little bit of damage. Breakers and Rex trailing, trying to get into some kind of position, but they've already done a lot of damage to FaZe. Even one player here, so precious for FaZe in this game.
They can't go down at any point in this. They can't have a member go down. They can't have anything. Otherwise, everybody's just going to jump on them. Na'Vi, other side of it, doesn't have a clean sight line to really do much yet, but Breakers is getting closer and closer by the second. The only benefit to it is the fact that it is going to be Gen G taking shots. New contender coming in, of course, of all squads. It's going to be Rock. They're rolling in right next to change the game.
Rock has to take a good fight here if they want to keep themselves into any kind of contention. Grenade starting to do a little bit of damage, but BL knocked by Thunders. It's actually Sharper who's got an angle into that fight. Breakers stuck in the blue, Amali in his way. Grenade's going to dissuade the rest from FN of getting involved.
Rock had to retreat with those couple of knocks. Instead, sends it right into the circle. Now trying to gatekeep out what's going on with Sharper. FN directly on top of FaZe. No options to move forward. Change the game. Going to be gatekeeping out what's going to be happening with FaZe. Na'Vi caught in an awkward spot. Myth on one side to the north, and Gen G already entrenched in compounds ahead of them.
Got to feel like as FN, if you can knock FaZe out here, you're going to guarantee yourself that grand final spot because it's going to be really difficult for two other teams to get enough points to catch you. Let's see what they can do. Sharper right underneath Rock.
Another big fight potentially brewing as 17 still inside of Los Leones, but it's going to be Petrichor Road right on top of them. Little Ghost has stayed back behind, and Petrichor Road, if they go down, could feed over some very important points over to 17, presently sitting in 5th place.
Oh, CTG has just edged closer and closer to this fight, and they've got Breakers down. Shots starting to ring through. They're just going to put him in the car. Are they going to make a mad dash? What's the plan here for FN?
You just got to go. You've got to run right next to change the game. It's the exact same idea that Rock had a moment ago, though, is the problem. FaZe eyes up right on top of what's going to be going on with Na'Vi. Extends back behind it. FN in a vehicle right next to what's going to be changed the game. But Sharper also now taking shots on the FN. They've just got to go through. Breakers slowly bleeding out, but they found some path to at least get through this first part. New issue, though, is now it's going to be Rock having some vision. And other side of this team, Liquid, they're caught in a fight to the north with Furia. That means that FN Pochan sneaks in.
Oh, FaZe is on their last legs. It's just Fex alive, and he has to go out into the blue to look for points. Just too much bearing down onto FaZe. The pressure that these other teams are creating, so intense. CTG trying to do what they can to get more points, trying to take good fights, but it is all crumbling here. No magic seemingly for FaZe on Sunday.
Rock also down to 2 casualties. While they did get into the circle, they need a lot of points to try to catch up. It's all gotten very quiet except for Fury now taking shots on the 17. Change the game. Gonna fight out Fex. And a valiant attempt in this last game, but in the end, going to go down in 6th place. FaZe eliminated.
Yeah, man, hell of a day for FaZe, but just too much going on. Oh, Sparking gets 2 big kills, but P90 there for Na'Vi. Kind of
this is bad. 2 members of Myth separated from the other ones. These are isolated, easy pickup for Sparking.
Yeah, that's no problem at all there for him. Just trying to finish on a high note. A lot of these teams, 17, the longer they go in this game, the worse it gets for Rock. Scappy with the Dragunov, trying to go for those long-range shots. Those are pretty far away and pretty tough to get the read on the bullet drop at that range. CTG, Tian gonna be able to get the first aid to go. Rex.
He's the one defending. Sharper now also going for the circle roughly the same time. Sparking spots out the other members from Myth, but they're already inside the circle. Na'Vi also has to push into Genji while this is going on. Change the game. Lines up against Sharper, but let's not forget Rock could get some side influence in this firefight. And we go right on top of Team Liquid in 17. 17 feeling great right now.
Right on those rocks. Yeah, 17 can just hold the line. That might just be the nail in the coffin for everybody else below the cutoff line. Of any hope, a good grenade from Thunders. Catches Tian. CTG just 2 up. Trying to throw what they can at this, but Sharper looks hungry.
Change the game, trying to change the momentum, but it just will not work. Navi's going to be even back behind them. Sharper, influential position. Oh, FN actually moves out of the safe zone and is eyeing change the game. They want to make sure to finish them off.
Yep, they know the leaderboard. They know the teams that are close. They'd love to just send CTG packing here. Smokes are going to be in their way momentarily. Hangy has enough of a hill there that he's not going to expose himself just yet. They're going to return fire. They're going to back Rex off momentarily. Let's see what else they can do. CTG just trying to cut up towards FN now. Oh, it's kind of working.
Ooh, Na'Vi have to deal with this fight that's going on with Genji. They did send Hackatory very far to the southwest, but going to be very hard to push up this hill. Rex down with Tian. Change the game, has a path into the circle, and Zenith's got to go.
Yeah, Zenith is just like, well,
right at Sparking.
Oh boy, Santastico is hanging out in the open here. If he could have gotten that knock, could have been huge. Solds tries to get Escaluzia, but again, just not there in time. Thinks about the underhanded grenade. It's going to bounce too far to do anything at all. And Genji starts losing players out in the blue. They're kind of close to that next circle. Still Kiss up there. Sharper 4 up.
Evan Pochon is eliminated, 116. 17 still being alive means the fact that this is maybe one of the, I guess, lines that we're looking for. Rock still with 2 members up, but not a lot that they can really get too involved in. Kiss just mighty to stay alive, but no, the valiant run from Myth ends here.
Still, hell of a performance from them. Still a lot to play for here, folks. There's still prize pool on the line. Every point, every placement you get will get you more money if you can get ahead. So there's going to be scrapping, fighting, clawing.
And we just entered that. I mean, 8 teams alive right now. Hackatory still back behind everything with change the game in front of him.
Oh, no. Oh, he gets spotted.
Oh, he takes a couple of shots and does manage to get the flush onto Hangy before going down. And, oh, Rock wanted that one.
Javi good to go. It's going to be miracles for anybody to catch 17 at this point. I mean, literal miracles.
They're just so fortified. They're the only ones that are playing to the west. And so it's just a matter of, can we see Rock find enough points? Change the game, going to be stealing the other side. Down below them, Rock has to be so annoyed. They know something's happening, and it's going to be Luke that spots out Genji's beam. Genji just trapped on the outside. Furio low ground, Team Liquid high ground.
I mean, sure, that's a P90, but what do you do with it? You're just absolutely screwed, plus the grenades are starting to connect there. One of them bounced funky, trying to use the smoke to get away. One short. That one's on point. Tosi done. Nope. Kizera actually comes into action there with an M249, just obliterates Sparking.
Finding just a couple more kills. It is neck and neck between Furia and Team Liquid. Let's not forget that, yes, top 5 qualifying is big, but also just your follow-up positioning on this leaderboard could have massive influences moving into next year and really setting momentum for yourself. Team Liquid on top continues to rain down those bullets, finding kills, but it feels like it's a little bit too late.
Well, Santastico does get the knock on the Thunders. Rock, still fight left in him. They're going for something. No, no, no. That's awful for Rock. Earth hits a beautiful grenade. The response goes a bit wide. Here goes the Molly as well. Oh, what a throw from Earth.
Oh, it changed the game. Just walks up and delivers to Tian right into Alo's face. 3 members still alive, but still Luke 12 back behind all this Fury. He doesn't have a clean path to get in the circle. Change the game, gets eliminated, and their slide stops themselves at 8th. But it means that Rock now just a couple of points back behind 17.
Yeah, the sucky thing for Rock here is it's likely to change into that 116 mark that they have to catch, and I don't even know if there's enough points left on the board. Luke in the blue, nothing left to do.
Sharper finding some action, actually really turning a section of this game back on its head, and just really 11 points behind Orchid right now, so fighting for a moral victory of themselves, but Santastico by himself in a lot of trouble. Rock, can you keep it alive? No, they're gonna go down, and 17 fans rejoice as that cut line just getting further and further away. Team Liquid on last legs. Nade's gonna connect, take them down 2. That means we do have, though, our top 5.
Exciting that our first PGS winners of 2025 have managed to get their way in. Lil Ghost ain't done yet. He catches Gizera trying to get the heck away from this cliffside. Posa right underneath. Is there going to be an angle? Still have Sharper to worry about here as 17.
17 survive, but can they also just finish this out with a victory to boot? Jedi drops down right in front of him. Zhao Wu having to fend. The other members having to deal with Furia right down below them, and they just can't seem to get the angle onto him. It's so dicey, so hard over here. Like, these rock croppings just stick out in awkward angles, and Furia knows it.
Yeah, just throw the stuns at him. Be annoying. But 7-7, just looking for that angle. It's tight. Grenade, or it's just a stun up there. Doesn't really bother him none. And Furia trying to make the best of this, trying to get uphill, trying to find a way through. Here comes a ton of stuns. That's just all distraction for Posa to get up there. Kawazine as well, in a good position to strike. There he goes.
Tries to get it, doesn't get the knock. He's now revealed. He's just spinning around, though. Zhao Bei finally gets the knock onto him. Gizera low life down below all of the Sharper, though. They hear the firefight, and they're on the move.
Here we go. Got a P90 in hand, 2 for Jedi. Xiao Wu gonna make sure nothing left to do for Kawazine. Gets lit up though, has to back off for a moment. Heals attempted. Furia just gonna take their edge of the circle and claim it and seemingly wait this out a little bit longer. Hope that 17 and Sharper do some serious damage to each other and they can swoop in at the end.
Sharper could avoid being in that 16th place position if they win this firefight, but they're going to have to do it against a squad now firmly qualified for the grand finals. Furia down in the lower sections of it, 96 points, so close yet so far, feeling the exact same way about just getting on top of this rock.
Yeah, it's just going to be a line down the middle here, kind of close to Sharper more so than 17 where the center dot's going to go. So that's going to be really where you're looking. Maybe just on top of this flat rock, it looks like, or right next to it. It's about where it's going to end. So just some peak battles, kind of almost a little bit like an Everest finish in a way. Got a lot to work with.
Very true. It's going to be a bit of a king of the hill. Is just get your armor situated, get everything ready for this next firefight, because there are still a couple of stakes to be had. You know 17 would love to finish out the group stage with a victory. Sharper wants to get out of that bottom spot. Furia just wants anything. They just want to get on top of some section. They just want to get close enough to at least get involved in the firefight.
Yeah, just let us have some fun at the end. Look at the util here, 417. Tons of smokes and stuns, some mollies to boot. A few of those for Sharper as well. So this could get pretty obscured here in terms of what players are allowed to be seeing at the end of this, because there's 26 smokes left in people's bags. They could all get used, and it could just be a giant smoke ball on top of this mountain.
All going to come down to aim. We saw Fury that was playing to the northeast of the circle, Sharper to the southwest, and then 17, the beneficiaries of Los Leones, not having to burn as much just to get into this stage, jumps in. Now with this high ground, a lot of control, but Jedi is getting closer and closer by the second.
Yeah, that P90 is what is really, really scary. Throw the gas can, why not?
See how fast he was swapping between like what was happening there with scopes, but on top, Posa finally starting to get a point where he can get involved, and that could be a big problem for Sharper. Other side of it, Posa going for the flank. Gizera spots out Jalbei. That spins it back around a bit more. 17 on top. 7-7 takes down Gizera.
Can't believe he found an angle there. That opens the door for Jedi to try to take some space, and he's done so. P90 feeling confident.
This is so hard to bold peek those smokes into what you know are a ton of players still up. Gonna get dicey. Zhao Wu actually gets the knock on to 7-7 with the Molotov. Big problems. Molotov doesn't really go the way that they want. Earth trying to get Jedi, just runs in, starts picking them all up.
All right, let's go. Earth on top of 17. They're down and out. Posa just trying to get any heal, anyway, anyhow. Gets another point. Earth on top of him, has a phenomenal angle here. Just need to be patient as Sharper.
Blue zone back behind Posa. Sharper on top. Finds the victory, finds the kill, and a big ending for Sharper.
Hey, you gotta like that. You give the home fan crowds something to cheer for, and they'll get on their feet for Sharper. Yeah, they're not gonna make it, but it's smiles all around. A nice way to finish off your PGC here in Bangkok.
Yeah, you can see smiles. They know, hey, at least we got the one at the end. That's gonna feel good. But up on top, we do have our final 5 that are going to be cresting, making their way right into the PGC Grand Finals.
Insane stuff today from 17. Big smiles, well-deserved. Love that we're going to get to see every PGS winner from this year in the Grand Finals because 17 was able to qualify. And yeah, I mean,
disappointment for squad.
I know, man. I mean, Kurt, you know, you think back to last year, they were so close, second at PGC, and they can't get into the Grand Finals this year.
A lot of squads so close yet so far. This format has been amazing to watch, but the mental toll it can take on you if you can't quite get there to qualify. Other side of that, Rock managed to make it so late in that game, but it was just too late. Points were just too far ahead, and 17 getting in, opting to play Los Leones and play it safe, rewarded heavily.
Yeah, no doubt about it. It's tough to see, you know, a legend of the game like Purdy Curdy. Just nothing left to do. Hold your head. And Furia as well made a go of it here at the end of the day, but just didn't have quite enough in the tank. Just too many teams a little bit better.
When it comes down to the last game, it's just so hard to play from. It takes so much out of you. You can see these guys just not wanting to deal with it. And another set of heartbreak that happened earlier and we didn't have a good chance to talk about with FaZe. This is a squad that they had opportunity, but man, Namiga just wasn't going to let it happen.
No, Namiga was on a mission, and for whatever reason, didn't want to see it go through, and a lot of dejected faces, tough games across the board.
I don't care, man. These guys have been trying hard all year.
Yes.
And if you're going to laugh at people for crying or feel bad at this after you've tried so hard and got so freaking close.
Oh, people don't understand. People don't understand how hard this is, how much these players put into this, how much it means to them, and you can see it right now on stage. It is so close for so many teams and players, and
it's so hard too.
It is.
Because you know that everybody in the audience is watching. You don't get your moment to yourself. You just have to share your pain with the entirety of the audience, and it is written on all of these players' faces.
It's abysmal. There's not many other feelings in the world that are worse for these players. This is everything they work for, everything they try for. You got to respect the effort they put in today.
Finally, we get it. Sharper with the victory, and our top 5 secure.
You know, sometimes the event doesn't go the way you want, but it's always nice to get a chicken dinner. The fans here ecstatic to see Sharper take home a chicken. They came out in droves despite them being in 16th place to start today. They're going to finish roughly in the same spot, but it is a moral victory here at the end as we get to celebrate them, but we also got to see the Heartbreak Tour up on that stage. It's the hardest part of PUBG.
It was, and you know what? They were cheering on them like they got into the grand final, but it was just for that chicken dinner. That's amazing. I love the support we see here from the fans in the fan zone. And I'll say this though, what a amazing game to finish things off.
Yeah.
Like, there's so much impact, multiple sides around here. It's great. Also saw Levante have some fun, but this whole Namiga phase.
Yep. This mess right here.
This mess outside in the blue, then mid pulling up, trying to have an impact there. And then FaZe actually managed to get out. All four alive, got into a great fight, had an impact on FN as well. If they engaged in an FN fight, they might have had a better chance.
I think for the big takeaway here was 17 took a massive risk. They chose to play this very defensive. They locked into a spot in the town, and they said, we see this fight going on. We're going to have faith that they all hurt each other. Because I do think that was a risk. If 17 had sat there and say FaZe had pulled off that push on FN or vice versa, they might be going home instead. So risk reward was, I think, the name of this endgame. And it really did come down. I respect how FaZe pushed in there. They knew they needed some points. FN was not walking away from a challenge. A lot of teams here willing to sort of step up and say, this is my chance to go to the grand final. And I think that, to me, was the story. Teams like Rock, who sort of played that sort of defensive strategy, didn't take hold of it at the very end.
No, there were only just 2 guys left. If they were a 4-man strong on the southwestern side, they would have been in sharper spot. Could have taken the whole thing home, though. I'll say this, though. 17 Gaming. The way that they controlled the western side all this way from this, like, they locked that spot in safely here.
They absolutely did. Did a really nice job with that. And I will say, even when it came down to that Molotov getting shot at the very end and them dropping down, 17 played that as clean as they possibly could, pushing here into the end game. It was fun. It was exciting. But at the end of the day, it was heartbreaking as we see some of the biggest names in PUBG Esports with heads held low as they have to head back to the airport.
Yeah, and on top of that also, you know, we saw even some of the 5 teams being so happy to be able to make it to the grand final. You know, they're going to have a little bit of a time off and prepare for that finals, because the other teams, they've already had tons of time to prepare here. They're going to be able to come in with kind of warmed up situation for the whole team, and I think that's going to have a little bit of a benefit.
I do think. I'm also glad, 17 made it. That means we have a Chinese team representing us in the grand finals. I was a little worried for a second we might lose a whole region going into this one, so they do make that pass. Very big deal. But like you said, all of this was to determine who goes to the big show, the one that matters most. And I think that extra experience for the top 5 teams will matter to them. Frustrated, you can see it with that end game. They need to clean that up if they're looking at the grand final.
Yeah, they should have won it. That's the kind of game that you need to win if you want to be a PGC champion.
And I like honestly, I like the frustration. He looked at his team and he said, sure, we qualified, but that was a game we should have won. We need to have that mentality going forward.
Yeah, for sure. Some heartbreak here as well. Happiness, actually, it is.
Was that joy?
That's joy.
Joy from the past and the stress, but like so many emotions pouring out of these guys. But for me, it's Nomiga. These guys don't have emotion pouring out because they knew they were locked in for a very long time. They came into today feeling very, very strong. They will advance, and we see Purdy, other players, Genji, struggling. They put their whole year into getting to the next step, and to have that ripped away is absolutely nightmare fuel.
Also, winning one of the games would have been huge, like one more in the end.
Well, it's time for us to check in on the stage. We're going to send it over to Pan as she talks to Rex.
เรียบร้อยไปแล้วนะคะสำหรับ last stage ในวันสุดท้ายแล้วก็เราก็ได้ทราบแล้วว่าทีมไหนที่ได้ไป Grand Finals กันนะเอาปรบมือให้กับเขากันหน่อยเราก็ส่งกำลังใจกันมาเนาะนะคะตลอด3วันที่ผ่านมากับ last stage นี้นะคะและแน่นอนตอนนี้เราก็อยู่กับ Rex จาก Evan Potion a lot of your fans over here นี่นะคะเพียบเลยนะคะAll right, so let's talk about this successful. So I would like to say congratulations that you're reaching to the grand finals, that you climb up all the way from the lower position today and secure the spot with a strong push at the end. So how does this qualification feel to you?
일단 그랜드 파이널 진출 축하드립니다. 그리고 오늘 하위권에서 끝까지 올라끓이고 일단 진출하게 되셨는데 이 결과에 대한 소감이 어떠신지 여쭤봐도 될까요?
일단 되게 많은 점수를 먹어야 올라간다는 거를 알고 있었어서 오늘 무조건 잘해야겠다 생각했는데 경기력이 되게 좋았던 것 같아서 만족하고 있는 하루인 것 같아요.
I know that I have to gain a lot of points in order to reach the grand finals, and I think that our performance today was good, so I'm very happy.
Yeah, sure. So in these 3 days, it has been such an intense 18 matches. So do you feel that Evan has shown your best form and how you will maintain this in the grand finals?
일단 3일 동안 8매치 정말 치열한 경쟁이 이뤄졌는데 그리고 혹시 FN의 오늘의 FN의 상위권 그 최상의 컨디션, 최상의 경기력을 보여줬다고 생각하시나요? 그리고 혹시 이 흐름을 어떻게 그랜드 파이널까지 이어갈 생각이신가요?
최상위 경기력은 아닌데 되게 오늘 좋은 경기력이었다고 생각해서 이 좋은 경기력을 유지하려고 해야 될 것 같아요, 저희가.
I think today is not the best performance that we have, but we have shown like some good form, and I hope that we can keep it into the grand finals.
Wow, so we cheer for that, and here's a lot of fans here. Do you have something to tell them?
여기 팬분들도 많이 계시는데 팬분들한테 한마디 더 부탁드립니다.
일단 되게 저희 경기력이 들락날락 좀 많이 편차가 심했는데 그럼에도 좀 못한 날도 있었을 텐데 꾸준히 항상 응원해 주셔서 너무 감사하다는 말씀 드리고 싶습니다.
So our performance have ups and downs, but even on the bad day, the fans were still cheering for us. So I hope that they will keep cheering for us into the grand final as well.
All right, so everyone, let's cheer for Evan Potion. Thank you, Rex. Thank you so much. Let's take a rest. Wow, let's cheer for them. And all right, and someone's birthday here. Everybody, let's sing together to welcome him. So let's welcome Xiaobai from 17 Gaming. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, happy birthday. Happy birthday, 小白。
谢谢大家。
All right, so it's such a good start for you here, and I'm just like to say before, like no matter what we'll get to the grand finals is what is tough battle. So, but you finally grabbed the spot in the CN region at the very last minute. So, how are you feeling right now, and what the atmosphere in your team?
恭喜你们，成为中国赛区第一支进入决赛的队伍，然后这是一个非常好的开始，对你们来说，你现在感觉如何？或者说你们现在团队什么样的氛围？
首先今天对我来说很重要，又是我生日，又是我们17淘汰赛最后一天，但是我们也做到了，进入了总决赛。然后我们17每届 PGC 都进了，所以说我们也很有自信能进入这次 PGC。然后我们团队氛围一直很好的，享受 PUBG 的比赛，享受线下大舞台。
Yes, today is my birthday and also our qualifying in the grand final. We will keep enjoying the games and keep enjoying the stage. 17 Gaming always make us the grand final, so this will be no exception this time.
All right, so this PGC has been quite unstable for your team, but everyone is really impressed by your fight until the last minute spirit. So how do you guys handle the pressure and still manage to make things happen?
这次 PGC 的比赛对你们来说非常的艰难，请问你们是如何处理这种压力的？
我们其实也没什么压力吧，就是奔着每届的总决赛去打，享受比赛。
Actually, we don't have too much pressure. We just keep enjoy the games and the stage and try our best.
All right, thank you so much and happy birthday to you, 小白。 Thank you so much bye bye alright แล้วก็ตอนนี้นะคะเราก็ต้องบอกว่าเหลือเวลาอีก3วันเนาะหมายถึงว่าเหลือเวลาสำหรับแกรนด์ไฟนอลนะคะที่เดี๋ยวเราจะต้องไปเจอกันตอนนี้ก็จะพักเบรกอยู่ประมาณสัก 3-4 วันเนาะจะไปเจอแกรนด์ไฟนอลกันตั้งแต่วันที่12จนถึงวันที่14ธันวาคมนี้นะคะที่พารากอนนั่นเองยังไงก็สามารถที่จะไปเชียร์กันได้นะคะกับทีมที่เข้ารอบนะคะแล้วก็สำหรับในช่วงนี้ส่งต่อนะคะให้กับ analyst ของเรา over to you our analyst yay
Happy birthday. You wouldn't know he was happy about it by his face, but he seems happy about qualifying for the grand final as they should be. Top 4 teams in match 18. You see 17 up there. Liquid, Sharper, Furia. They put up a fight. There was a world where Liquid and Furia both could have pulled it off with a massive run, but it just was not to be.
It was not to be. And as I said before we got into that, I think that lead, that 10-point lead down to that 6th place was too massive, too strong, and also especially with how 17 played it so safe. And that's really been the story of today, Steve. It's been the safe and secure plays, and that's also why we see such a lower kind of cutoff than we expected.
You're right, because that 10 points doesn't make it insurmountable, but it puts so much pressure on the chase teams to have to go look for those fights. FaZe couldn't dodge. They couldn't try to rotate south. They had to go in there and get those kills if they wanted to go to the final show. And so that 10-point buffer really did mean the world to 17 as they went into it. And then FN obviously ends up in 5th. But a big shout-out. I don't want to say it's an honorable mention, but it does feel a little bit like they struggled in this stage. But to come out and get a chicken dinner at the end has to feel good, at least for them and the fans.
A winner chicken dinner, you know, even in the set of 18 games, it's still hard.
It's hard.
Against these 16 teams, like, or 15 other teams. And I mean, it's not a participation medal, but still, it's a case of, okay, we can do it. And amongst the chaos, they were able to do it. They're able to pull it off, especially everyone expected 17 to win this game. Like, they had the upper hand, there were 4 guys alive, they had the better terrain, but the 16 smokes to go with for the big game, and it didn't really pop off.
I think you nailed it on the head, though. It's a team that is not expected. They don't have insane amounts of international experience to dominate here at this event, and to get a chicken dinner out from under some of the biggest names in the world, some of the most famous players in PUBG history, has to get you excited, has to mean the world. So to see Earthzapalui come out with this man of the match is going to be very meaningful to him and his fans, despite the fact that they will finish down at that bottom of the leaderboard. The end game was exactly what we expected it to be when it comes to a last stage. Yes, some of the top teams were already sort of waiting in the wings, but it was a battle for that big 5, and it seems like all 5 of them really deserved, or proved they deserved, to be in the big one.
Yeah, man, it's going to be a stacked lineup, though.
It's huge.
It's going to be insane. Like, those 5 teams, and you know what? As much as I've seen, you know, Namika do so many great things, my expectations for them going into it, even here, the last match, Vex really trying his hardest, both in terms of damage and kills. Once we get into this, Namika trying and getting into this final here, is it going to be too much for them, you think? I feel like these 18 games and the confidence you're going to be able to grab.
The thing is, they were so close to making the cut in the group stages that it does make me think, oh, it's not just a random glow up for the last chance. That said, I also think these 18 games here will give them a confidence bump that is going to mean a lot. And remember, those teams that did advance through group stages, they're going to be cold. They've been out 4 extra days. That's 8 days off for those teams.
That's crazy, right? Sure, some of them have been to PC cafes. They've been at some of these different boot camps, right? So it's been huge. But Nemiga, look at that buffer. FaZe getting 2nd most kills. The placement points did not follow, Steve. But look how close all the other teams are. We're talking 7 points difference only from 5th place in terms of total kills up to 2nd place. That is so close.
But it's so hard to see for FaZe because the other teams that are on that list with them are the ones that are advancing, right? So you're like, we know that we put the kills up. We know that we have the fight chance. We just didn't find the placement, whatever that is. I hope it speaks to a return from a strong FaZe roster in the future because this team did perform, especially after getting gutted for your Kurixi earlier this year. They bounced back.
Yeah, they did. Vard actually proved himself quite deeply here, and I'm a little bit sad they didn't get more time in this tournament here, one more time in the PGC kind of setting in the final. They always tend to get that top 5, top 8 situation, right? So that'll be huge. 18 points for Sharp is not going to have too much of an impact here. The true points that mattered here was the 9 points for 17 to be able to defend that.
Yep. They were able to, and FN Pocheon was able to put up 4 more points to feel a little bit of a buffer. Team Liquid tried, Furia tried, and if there's a world where one of those teams was out and they had gotten both points to one side, they might have made it. But here is who will be going out of the last stage qualifier. Namiga, Oslo Pentagram, Nov-14 Gaming, and FM Pochon will be the 5 teams that advance from this stage to go to the grand final.
And you know what? It's more than 10 points per game for Namiga. And instead of 18 games, it's absolutely insane here. As the Pentagram did not have the best day so far, but still, that 100 points break yesterday was the foundation we were talking about. They're able to build, to step up to that podium today.
And the fact that the top 5 teams didn't just win by a little, they won by slamming the door on everyone below them, says these are the 5 teams that deserve to go the distance, to go to the grand final of PGC 2025. They are the ones who will be joining our other teams who made it in the group stages. We'll show you in just a second all of the teams that will be playing in the grand final. This is your grand final for PGC 2025. One of these 16 teams will be lifting the trophy, will be immortalized both in and out of game.
All right, quick first thought, who wins?
Who wins? I mean, you got to go Twisted Minds just based on the most dominant year I've ever seen.
Yes.
But honestly, Virtus Pro's ascent into this event has been crazy. And Falcons finally didn't finish 3rd. I mean, this could be anybody's run.
It could in PGC.
Expendables, defending champions, also looked insane in their group.
There's so many
It's going to be
favorites
so
coming
awesome.
into this one here. Freaks, if it wasn't for the kind of last half of the year, I would put them in one of my favorites too. Like, they were so consistent at the start of the year. They're looking so strong.
Is Namiga a favorite for you now?
No.
No. Okay, they didn't get it to you just yet.
They did not dominate as much in the group stage as they did here, and I think that is due to the fact that we're missing 5 fantastic teams from this group. And then we're going to be putting that together, gluing it together, and we're going to have an absolute monster of a lineup of 16 teams going into this final here. And I'll say this, I'm super excited for it. We're going to be starting on Miramar.
We're starting on Miramar. We're playing 18 games, and it starts on Friday. It is going to be crazy. Bigger stage together with PUBG Mobile. Cayennes for the MVPs. The amount of things that we have available is going to be incredible. So make sure that you do not miss this, because I can guarantee it's going to be the best PUBG of the year. Now, it does look like we were able to get a special guest to be joining us here on stage. They're prepping him up. Are we ready?
We're ready, maybe?
Steven, why don't you send him up here? All right. He can't hear me. He's gonna. Hello, my bad is going to be coming up. Go ahead and send him up. We can hear him already, so we may as well.
We somewhat hear him.
All right, come on, Hello My Bad. Get
Hello,
up here.
welcome,
you can stand
welcome.
right here in the
Stand
middle.
Hello. Good job. Congrats.
Congratulations.
So much.
All right, so these guys fought and dominated here in the lobby. Martin, I know you got some good questions.
Yeah, for sure. Obviously, this you guys already made it yesterday. The plan for today, was it to focus on someone and deny someone? Talk us about what your plan was for today.
I mean, our plan was today to just keep securing points, because we were about to make like a record of 18 games like Twisted Minds did before. So we were just trying to do from our spot.
Awesome. Fantastic. And congrats. This was amazing to see. More than 10 points per game, more than a win average is just crazy. Do you have some questions?
Did you guys feel any kind of additional stress? Your team doesn't have a ton of international experience at this level. So tell me what that's like coming into an event for the first time with this many eyes on you.
I mean, of course, we're like full of emotions since it's our first experience.
Right.
We were like really close all the time before, making it into lands, but sometimes it was like some sad stories.
Yeah.
But for now, we're just confident in ourselves. We were doing lots of work on our team play, on our like circle feeling, and that's how we're gonna keep going.
Fantastic.
Do you guys still feel the stress of eyes, or do you think that this has sort of removed that from you? How do you and do you feel confident?
We're not
going
stressed
into
at
the
all. We're like really comfortable since the community is good. Like we just feel our game.
That's fantastic. And if you continue that into PGC of the grand finals, like it doesn't matter if it changes. That's going to be good for you guys. You guys look so strong, and honestly, even in the group stage, you surprise everyone. So just focus on that, and I think, honestly, that's going to be amazing.
Thank you so much.
So congrats on an absolute massive performance, and congrats on making it to PGC Grand Finals.
In fact, you earned the chance to say anything you want to your fans, so take a second, address them if you'd like.
We have fans online, so I'm just going to say, guys, keep cheering for us in finals. We're Namiga Gaming. We're going to do our best to perform well for you.
Awesome.
Fantastic. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for stopping by. Congratulations again. I'll send you out that way. Great to hear from. I'm glad, and I think there were a lot of eyes on it. It was a tough, what are they going to do when they get to this level? And I think a lot of people were surprised by how strong they came out.
Yeah, for sure. And Hello My Bad himself been through the grind. I've been grinding for years in both Americas and in Europe, right? And it's awesome to see this finally paying off here. Obviously, Levante, huge performance from men individually, but as a team here, I really loved how they approach everything. Also, the mindset coming to like, there's no focus. We just want to try to break some records. We want to try to see the best here and try to play the game as we kind of want to, right? Because that also matters. If you focus on playing the same game, this is the best practice you could possibly have going into that grand final.
All right, it's about time for us to wrap up. We'll be back in a couple of days. I get one final thought from you before we log out. What's it going to be?
Honestly, these next 4 days off here is the most important prep time for all these teams. If they haven't been watching the games from here or at home, they're going back to absolutely watch and analyze everything they can to get ready for finals.
All right, guys, you know the finals are coming up, and on Friday, we return for the grand final of PGC 2025, where the best 16 teams in the entire PUBG world drop into Bangkok to make the statement they deserve to lift the trophy. You do not want to miss the action. Get ready, get set, and we're going to go on Friday, so I expect you to be there. And now I will also say, I want to make the people who made this possible a shout out. The most important to our sponsors.
It's BenQ Sawi, our official gaming monitor partner here at PGC 2025.
And a shout out to TT Racing, where you can level up your game with TT Racing's next level ergonomic chairs and desks engineered for unbeatable comfort and razor sharp focus.
AWS also joins us as an official partner here at PGC.
And finally, OP.GG, the only way to overpower your game. All right, well, that is it. We thank them. We thank the players. We thank you for spending your time with us. On behalf of myself, Martin, James, Paperthin, Poro, Matrim, Toby, the entire broadcast team, everyone at Krafton, and the players themselves, thank you so much for watching. And until we see you again, play more PUBG.
Fire up, let's get rowdy, let's go. Just up against the wall and now we're swinging. Tried to silence all our screams but now we're singing. You thought we'd go along with everything you say. I'd rather take my honor straight to the grave. Destruction's calling your name. You woke the sleeping giant, now we're bringing the pain. There ain't no stopping this train. You lit the spark and now it's burning to flame. Let's get fired up, let's get rowdy. Let them feel the burn, get fired up, let's get rowdy, let's go. You will never bring me down. 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 Bone pushing us past the breaking point. You know you just give us energy, electricity. I promise you will see. Coming unity, prepare the eulogy and watch the mighty fall as the people stand tall. You will never bring me down. 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 You will never bring me down.
Congratulations ครับน้องนะ
The pressure's building, I can feel it coming up. The tension's rising, can't you see we've had enough? There's no controlling us, we're never backing down. The revolution's coming, you can hear the sound. Destruction's calling your name. You woke the sleeping giant, now we're bringing. I like the way that it feels so good.